Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by GiovanniPolder on Wattpad. Now let's start. A young man named Izuku Midoriya walked toward 𝐒𝐮𝐬, a place that held great significance for him. He was no ordinary individual. He was the Prince of Asia, a title that came with immense power and responsibility. In a world where quirks, superpowers possessed by everyone, determined one's status, Izuku stood above all others. He wielded the powers of devil fruits and haki, making him exceptionally formidable. Typically, Izuku would not venture out alone, as he was usually accompanied by servants and guardians. However, he had insisted on going by himself this time. His mother, Queen 𝐒𝐮𝐬, wished him luck, knowing that this day had been anticipated for a long time. Since childhood, Izuku had dreamed of becoming a hero, driven by a longing to help others. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his father, Hisashi Midoriya, the current king of Asia, fully supported his aspirations. While it was expected that Izuku would eventually ascend to the throne, his dream of heroism was something they cherished and encouraged. To prepare him for his future, they arranged for teachers who could guide him in the skills necessary to become a hero. From a young age, they trained him in both his quirks and physical abilities. He learned medical treatment, which was made easier by his healing powers, as well as cooking, sword fighting, and firearms. As he grew, they also focused on academics, discovering that he was exceptionally intelligent, with an IQ just below 𝐒𝐮𝐬, one of the smartest individuals in the world. Izuku was also known for his kindness, often helping staff with their tasks, despite their insistence that he should not burden himself. His warm demeanor earned him a reputation as a compassionate prince, even beyond the palace walls. Izuku matured into a striking young man, standing at an impressive 6 feet 5 inches. His physique was well-defined, with an 8-pack that appeared sculpted from metal. He had broad shoulders, black hair with dark green tips styled neatly, and striking green eyes like his mother's. 4 freckles adorned each cheek, complementing his sharp jawline. Tabloids frequently labeled him one of the most attractive individuals globally, especially after a photo of him emerging from a swimming pool gained attention. To maintain a low profile, he donned a hoodie that concealed his muscular build, though his physique was still evident. A face mask obscured his features as many recognized him. His hairstyle was common among men, allowing him to blend in somewhat as he approached 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and stood before the entrance exam. As he moved forward, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was caught by a brown-haired girl who seemed to manipulate gravity, allowing him to float momentarily. She smiled at him, remarking that it would be unfortunate if he fell. Izuku was taken aback by her beauty, feeling a rush of warmth and becoming momentarily speechless as he stuttered in response. The girl, confused by his reaction, released her quirk, allowing him to stand on solid ground again. She found his stuttering endearing, and as she blushed, they both prepared to introduce themselves. However, they were interrupted by a blonde boy who rudely demanded they move aside, threatening them. Izuku, feeling the rudeness of the situation, stepped aside, wanting to maintain his composure in front of the girl. Just then, a pink-skinned girl and an invisible girl rushed up, grabbing the brown-haired girl's arms and pulling her inside while laughing. The pink-skinned girl shouted a playful remark to Izuku, suggesting that if he made it into 𝐒𝐮𝐬, he could ask the girl out later. This unexpected comment made Izuku blush even more as he entered the grounds. Once inside, he took his place next to a red-haired boy who complimented his appearance. Present Mike began explaining the exam, and Izuku, a hero enthusiast, felt a strong urge to ask for an autograph but decided to wait until later. He listened intently, absorbing every detail. During the explanation, a dark blue-haired boy with glasses pointed out what he perceived as flaws in the instructions, also addressing the blonde boy for his continued cursing. When it was time for the written exam, Izuku completed it in about 30 minutes, while others took 2 hours. He used the remaining time to meditate and 𝐻𝗟𝐻𝐿 his haki, observing the auras of those around him. He sensed some strong presences on the school grounds, continuing his focus until the practical exam began. As they moved to the practical exam area, Izuku noticed the brown-haired girl and her pink-skinned friend were on the same team. She waved at him with a smile, causing him to blush again as he returned the gesture. When the alarm sounded and the doors opened, Izuku wasted no time and dashed inside at his normal running speed. The two girls followed him, and others laughed at their impulsiveness, knowing they risked disqualification for not waiting for the countdown. Present Mike encouraged everyone to act quickly, urging them to follow the example set by Izuku. Using the 𝐼𝐶𝐶 no Mi, the glint fruit, Izuku launched small ball of light at the robots, destroying them effortlessly. His haki provided him with awareness of his surroundings, and he moved at incredible speeds, navigating the area with agility and precision. He kept his distance from the robots, wary of any that might attack and reveal his identity to those nearby. The two girls collaborated effectively to defeat the robots and accumulate points. Mina asked Ichiko how she was holding up, teasing her about feeling nauseous. Ichiko reassured Mina that she was fine and inquired about Mina's own condition, to which Mina confidently replied that she could continue for days. They had devised a solid strategy. Ichiko would make some robots float, halting their movements, while Mina would follow up with acid, breaking them apart. This approach earned them a substantial number of points. They also took the time to assist others by clearing debris and combating robots that were overwhelming their peers. Meanwhile, the teachers observed the exam. 𝐶EMENTOS, the hero known for his solid form, remarked on the potential of this year's candidates. Another teacher, resembling a mouse, agreed, pointing out the two girls working together smartly. A weary man noted a boy in a hoodie who had been playing it safe throughout the exam, using powerful attacks to swiftly dispatch any robot that approached him. Midnight, a striking woman in a fitted suit and one of Izuku's admired pro-heroes, expressed curiosity about the boy, wondering who he was and acknowledging that he seemed to know what he was doing. The principal chuckled, suggesting they see if this group of heroes would falter in the face of something intimidating. Suddenly, a massive robot emerged, wreaking havoc and instilling fear in everyone who witnessed it. Ichiko and Mina found themselves trapped beneath rubble, pushing their limits but unable to move. They called out for help, desperation in their voices, but no one came to their aid. As the robot prepared to strike, they screamed in terror, fearing for their lives. Closing their eyes, they let out one final cry, tears streaming down their faces as the robot's fist descended toward them. Earlier, Izuku sensed an overwhelming fear with his haki. Scanning the area, he identified two individuals consumed by the fear of death. Determined to help, he used 𝐼𝐻𝐻 no Kagami to reflect himself off nearby windows, arriving at their location in an instant. He spotted the two girls trapped under debris while others fled in panic. Noticing a dark-haired boy running away and glancing back at him, Izuku felt a surge of anger at the sight of everyone abandoning the girls. Izuku rushed in front of the girls, shielding them from the robot's punch. Clenching his fist, he activated the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 no Mi, creating a shockwave that halted the robot's attack without direct contact. The air around him cracked, and the robot was propelled backward, ultimately exploding. Unbeknownst to him, his hoodie and face mask were blown away in the blast. Turning around, he saw the girls still crying, their eyes closed in fear. He approached them, cleared the rubble and crouched beside them, encouraging them not to cry and telling them they looked more appealing when smiling. They opened their eyes, still in shock, but recognized him as the boy Ichiko had spoken to earlier. Grateful, they hugged him tightly, forgetting about his damaged hoodie. Heroes quickly arrived on the scene, including Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Nizu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, and All Might, who had Nizu and Recovery Girl perched on his shoulders. Upon seeing Izuku, they recognized him and immediately bowed, bewildering onlookers. Although they were aware of Izuku's royal status, the display of power he had just shown left them in awe. Nizu calmly apologized, unaware of how they had discovered his identity. Izuku glanced at the two girls, noticing their flushed faces and the state of his hoodie. In a moment of panic, he touched his face and muttered to himself in frustration, then grabbed a random stone and placed it on his head. Using the powers of the 𝐼𝐶𝐶 no Mi, he formed a hand sign and, with a puff of smoke, covered himself again. He urged the heroes to rise and suggested they discuss matters privately. As they agreed, Recovery Girl moved to assist those in need. Mina, still in shock, asked Izuku what the heroes meant by young lord. Crouching down, he whispered to them, asking them to keep it a secret. He revealed that he was, in fact, the Prince of Asia, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Both girls were taken aback, stuttering in disbelief at the revelation. Izuku reassured them that he hoped they could be friends and handed them a note with his contact information, requesting that they keep it confidential. Once inside an office, Nizu welcomed Izuku, but he interrupted, asking not to be called Prince. He preferred to be addressed as Midoriya or Izuku, and requested that they speak openly. Nizu inquired about his reason for taking the exam, to which Izuku responded with a light laugh, expressing his longing to earn his place fairly. Eraserhead then asked why he wanted to become a hero, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Izuku shared that he had always wanted to help people, even before discovering his quirk, and had dedicated his youth to learning everything he could to become a hero in due time. Izuku approached his father repeatedly with ideas to assist those in need, which had always been his greatest aspiration. Each hero present regarded him with admiration. While the 7 true royals, often referred to as kings and queens, were generally kind and approachable, the more common leaders of nations tended to be arrogant and dismissive, viewing themselves as superior to others. Nizu expressed gratitude for Izuku's time and assured him they would inform him of the outcome. He extended his hand for a handshake, which Izuku accepted. Just before leaving, Nizu added that he had an important request for the young hero. The atmosphere shifted as the heroes recognized the significance of a request coming from the future king of Asia. Izuku, with a gentle smile, asked for their autographs. This caused some heroes to lean forward in surprise while others erupted in laughter. They all agreed and even posed for a group photo, with Midnight and Present Mike playfully dragging Eraserhead into the frame. A week had passed since Izuku took the entrance exam at UA. He now sat in his family's home near the academy, feeling somewhat disappointed that he had not heard from the 2 girls he met, though he understood that his rank might intimidate them. At that moment, he was engrossed in a book when one of his servants entered the room. The older gentleman, dressed in a smart suit with neatly combed white hair, informed Izuku that his letter from UA had arrived. Grateful, Izuku thanked Alfred and inquired about his family. Alfred replied that his oldest child had just become a father, which filled him with joy. Izuku encouraged Alfred to take the day off to spend time with his family, and the butler gratefully accepted. Sitting at his table, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He was confident he would pass, but the possibility of failure lingered in his mind. Carefully, he opened the letter with a letter opener, revealing a disc inside. Puzzled, he pressed the button on the disc, and Midnight appeared on the screen. With a playful smile and one hand on her hip, she greeted him. She informed Izuku that she was there to deliver the results of his entrance exam. She praised his performance, noting that he had done exceptionally well. As she commented on his physique, Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment. Midnight continued, explaining that his written exam was flawless, and the footage revealed he had completed it in about half an hour, spending the remainder of the time appearing relaxed. She found this amusing. The practical portion of the exam was equally impressive, with Izuku scoring 108 villain points and 120 hero points for his efforts in saving others. The footage showcased him using his powers to clear obstacles and assist his fellow candidates. She emphasized that the true essence of being a hero lies in saving lives, and Izuku had surpassed previous records, exceeding the villain points by 2 and the hero points by 12. Midnight concluded her message by welcoming him to, blowing a kiss and winking at him, which caused Izuku to blush even more. Afterward, he hurried to his laptop to video call his parents, who were in East Asia discussing laws with other rulers. They answered promptly, and his mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, asked if something was wrong. Izuku reassured her that he was fine and had important news to share. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stepped away to fetch his father, and soon both appeared on the screen. Hisashi greeted Izuku warmly, and Izuku expressed his hope that they were well. They confirmed they were, and Izuku's smile widened as he announced that he had been accepted into UA with a perfect score, even breaking old records. His parents congratulated him, expressing their pride and joy. They revealed that they had planned to give him a special gift later, but they felt he deserved it now. His father promised to inform 𝐽 to ensure it was delivered when he entered UA. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku thanked them, causing tears to well up in his mother's eyes. Hisashi playfully suggested it might be time for Izuku to settle down, teasing him about his quirk and its effects. Izuku blushed at the thought, while his mother giggled. His father expressed a longing for many grandchildren, which only deepened Izuku's embarrassment. He lamented that being the Prince of Asia often intimidated potential romantic interests. His father reassured him that he was confident Izuku would find someone special during his time at UA. Both of them continued their conversation for a little while longer without a specific topic in mind. A week later, Izuku awoke on the day he would begin his journey at UA. Excitement filled him, not only because he would meet new people but also because he was taking the first significant step toward becoming a hero. His parents had also sent him a special gift. He made his way to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for himself. Although he usually had a chef, Izuku enjoyed cooking and preferred to do things for himself. After whipping up some scrambled eggs, a generous amount of bacon, 4 pieces of toast, and a large cup of strawberry tea, he savored his meal. Once breakfast was finished, Izuku headed upstairs to get ready. He showered, brushed his teeth, and dressed. He had stopped shaving the previous week after his father suggested it might help him make a good impression on girls, and Izuku thought it was worth a try. After getting dressed, he went downstairs, where he was greeted by one of his older butlers, 𝐽, who had been with him since childhood. 𝐽, dressed in a smart suit, was bald but sported a neatly trimmed beard. He smiled and asked how Izuku had slept. Izuku encouraged 𝐽 to drop the formalities, leading to a warm laugh and a friendly hug. Their conversation shifted to everyday life until 𝐽 revealed the reason for his visit. He returned with a long box and placed it on the table, explaining that it was a gift from Izuku's parents. Eagerly, Izuku opened the box to reveal a katana. The sword featured a pure white hilt with a circular handguard, and its sheath was painted white. The blade was a shinogi zakuri-style katana, showcasing a stunning pure white ito wrapped around a gray samigawa, forming a traditional diamond-shaped pattern. The end of the sword had a simple kashira matching the tsuba, which was a rounded oval in a metallic golden color. The blade itself had a slight curve and was dulled for safety. Izuku, still in awe, inquired about the sword's name. 𝐽 explained that it was called Wado Ikemanji, meaning straight line through the path of harmony. As Izuku admired the blade, he requested 𝐽 to thank his parents on his behalf. 𝐽 reminded him that he should head to school to avoid being late. Glancing at his watch, Izuku felt a rush of panic, but 𝐽 reassured him that his motorcycle was ready at the front. Grateful, Izuku placed his new sword in a pocket on his chest, thanks to the abilities of the 𝗶𝗶𝗶 no Mi. He mounted his custom black bike, crafted from nearly unbreakable steel with bulletproof casing, designed for protection in any situation. The bike ran on both gas and electricity, allowing Izuku to charge it himself using the 𝗏𝗏 no Mi if needed. It was equipped with a GPS tracking system and deployable drones for scouting, making it a formidable machine. As he rode to UA, he realized he was running a bit late and was unsure of where his class was located. Fortunately, Midnight was waiting at the front gate. She greeted him with a playful remark about his tardiness. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had gotten lost after receiving a gift from his parents and asked if she could direct him to a parking spot for his bike. Midnight agreed but insisted that he drive her there. As they rode together, Midnight held onto him tightly, and Izuku handed her his helmet for safety. They arrived at a location near Classroom 1A, where Izuku could park his bike. The sight of the impressive motorcycle drew attention from fellow students. A blond boy with a lightning streak commented on the bike, while another student expressed jealousy over Midnight's company. Just as they parked, Aizawa entered the scene, commanding the students to settle down. He introduced himself as their homeroom teacher for the next 4 years and emphasized his commitment to helping them become heroes. Just then, the door opened to reveal Izuku, wearing a face mask that concealed his identity, with Midnight beside him. He bowed respectfully to Izuku, apologizing for his lateness. Noticing the mask, Izuku assumed Izuku wanted to keep his identity a secret for the time being. He warned Izuku that any future tardiness would result in extra laps around the school. Grateful for the understanding, Izuku nodded in agreement. Midnight playfully kissed his cheek before quickly adjusting his mask back into place, leaving Izuku feeling both flustered and excited for the journey ahead. Izuku felt a rush of warmth spread across his cheeks, drawing the attention of two girls nearby, who exchanged glances filled with envy. As he made his way to a seat, he caught the gaze of a peculiar individual, but before he could settle in, he was interrupted. The instructor informed everyone to grab their UA gym outfits and change. While the others hurried off, Izuku found himself momentarily halted. The instructor, Izuku, acknowledged Izuku's longing for anonymity but pointed out that it wouldn't remain a secret for long. He agreed to respect Izuku's wishes for the time being and inquired about what name he preferred to be called. Izuku replied that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 would suffice and requested not to be treated like royalty. He expressed his wish to blend in as a regular student, fearing that once his identity was revealed, people would start acting differently around him. He longed for genuine friendships and appreciated Izuku's understanding. Izuku nodded, encouraging Izuku to change quickly. Izuku complied, rushing to the dressing room. He emerged as the last student, still wearing a face mask, ready to join his classmates. Izuku hurried out of the dressing room, eager to avoid being late. As he emerged, he noticed his classmates mingling, with Izuku standing nearby, waiting for him. Izuku announced that everyone was present and explained they would be participating in a quirk apprehension test to assess their abilities. The students would complete 8 exercises, and their rankings would be revealed at the end. One student, excited by the prospect, punched his palm and exclaimed that it would be fun. Izuku smirked and warned that the student finishing last would be expelled. When Ichiko protested that this was unfair, Izuku reminded them that the world was often unjust, and as heroes, they needed to overcome that unfairness. He encouraged them to push their limits and strive for greatness. Izuku explained that the tests would be similar to those they had experienced in high school, with the key difference being that they could utilize their quirks. He emphasized that learning to control their quirks was essential for everyone, not just heroes, which sparked excitement among the students. Although they were thrilled at the idea of using their quirks, they remained quiet out of respect for Izuku. The first test was a 50-meter run. When it was Izuku's turn, he faced off against 𝐾𝐮𝐫𝐵𝐸, the blonde-haired student who had been vocal earlier. 𝐵𝐸𝐸, with his lean muscles and spiky hair, took his position while Izuku stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. 𝐵𝐸𝐸 taunted Izuku, but he found it amusing, as few had ever dared to speak to him that way. When the signal was given, Izuku activated his quirk, moving at incredible speed and reaching the finish line in a fraction of a second. To the astonishment of everyone watching, it appeared as if he had teleported. The timing device malfunctioned, unable to register his speed, while 𝐵𝐸𝐸, though shocked, completed the run in just under 6 seconds. A muscular student named Sato expressed disbelief at Izuku's performance as he casually walked back, hands still in his pockets. The next test measured grip strength. Izuku utilized his quirk to grow additional hands, significantly increasing his force to an impressive 600 kilograms, surpassing the second-place competitor by a notable margin. His continuous success only fueled 𝐵𝐸𝐸's frustration. During the standing long jump, many students showcased their quirks creatively. 𝐵𝐸𝐸 propelled himself with explosions, while another student used a laser from his belly button to clear the distance. Ichiko made herself weightless and also succeeded. When it was Izuku's turn, he transformed his legs into springs and easily cleared the jump, setting a new record. A short boy named Mineta expressed his astonishment, while Mina and Ichiko exchanged glances but remained silent, unsure of how to approach Izuku. Izuku performed adequately in the next test, which involved repeated side steps, while Mineta excelled. In the ball throw, Ichiko emerged as the clear winner, achieving an impressive distance. 𝐵𝐸𝐸, confident he had done well, challenged Izuku to beat his throw. Izuku nearly broke his usual stoic demeanor at the sight of 𝐵𝐸𝐸's competitive spirit. Izuku took his stance and used his quirk to enhance the speed of the ball, sending it soaring over 5 kilometers. He glanced back at Bakugo, who looked even angrier, and simply stated that he had indeed beaten the throw. As he returned to his classmates, laughter erupted among them, though they tried to contain it. With the remaining tests, Izuku consistently ranked in the top 5. As they awaited the results, Kaminari asked Izuku about his quirk, intrigued by its strength. Izuku explained that his quirk allowed him to harness the powers of the Sea Devil, a mythical figure known to many. He noticed Ichiko and Mina watching him intently, but when their eyes met, they quickly turned away, engaging in conversation with others. Aizawa then announced that the results were in, revealing a hologram displaying their scores, with Izuku taking the top spot and Mineta finishing last. Mineta lamented his position, humorously exclaiming that he hadn't gotten to interact with any attractive girls. Izuku quickly intervened as he activated the Moku Moku no Mi, enveloping Mineta in a thick cloud of smoke with his technique, White Out. Anger was evident in his eyes as he expressed his disapproval of Mineta's actions. Aizawa announced that Mineta was expelled from UA University, instructing him to gather his belongings and leave the school grounds. Using his quirk, Aizawa guided Mineta back to the classroom. He then directed the rest of the students to change and return to class to receive their schedules, reminding them to be punctual the following day. Aizawa's gaze lingered on Izuku, who had just released Mineta from the smoke. Izuku approached Mina and Ichiko, requesting a moment of their time. They nodded and followed him to a more secluded spot, where they stood in silence, apprehensive about what he might say. Finally, Izuku broke the silence, acknowledging that they were aware of his identity. Both girls nodded quickly and closed their eyes, prompting Izuku to ask them to forget that information for the time being. Mina opened her eyes first, tapping Ichiko, who remained oblivious. Confused, Mina inquired why Izuku would want them to forget. He urged them to call him Izuku or Shimura, expressing his discomfort with formalities. He explained that he desired a normal experience for as long as possible, having missed out on typical moments and friendships during his childhood. The title of prince had often intimidated others, making them wary of him. Ichiko hesitantly suggested that Izuku simply wanted to be a regular person for once. Izuku's excitement was palpable as someone finally understood him, and he grasped her shoulders, affirming her statement. Realizing his forwardness, he quickly released her and apologized. Mina then asked what he wanted them to do. With a sigh, Izuku requested that they treat him as an ordinary person, without any regard for his royal status. They both agreed, apologizing for not reaching out sooner, and together they returned to the group in silence. Just before rejoining their classmates, Mina had a question for Izuku. She asked if he was dating Midnight, a query that Ichiko also shared. Izuku was taken aback, wondering why they would think that. Mina explained that Midnight had arrived with him on his bike and had given him a kiss on the cheek, leading her to assume they were together. Izuku clarified that he was not dating Midnight and was uncertain about the kiss, which brought a sense of relief to both girls, though they concealed their happiness. As they entered the classroom, they changed into their uniforms and headed to their seats to receive their schedules. Excitement filled the air as everyone introduced themselves to one another. A boy with shoulder-length blonde hair and a slender build introduced himself as Yuga Aoyama, expressing his love for all things sparkly and cheese. Next was Mina Ishido, a girl with pink skin and hair, adorned with 2 short yellow horns. Her vibrant personality shone through as she introduced herself, sharing her passion for dancing and partying while flashing a peace sign and a wink. Then came 𝐒𝐮𝐬, a girl with long green hair and frog-like features. She had larger hands and legs modified by her quirk, and she introduced herself as Tsu, mentioning her love for swimming and her boyfriend, Tokoyami. Tenya Ida, a serious-looking boy, introduced himself next, sharing his hobbies of running and reading, and expressing pleasure at meeting everyone. Ichiko Uraraka followed, sharing her fondness for mochi and roller coasters, while her physique resembled Mina's, though with a different shape. Masahiro Ojiro, a boy with a thick tail, introduced himself and mentioned his interest in martial arts. Kaminari, another boy with a lightning streak in his hair, casually introduced himself, stating his enjoyment of gaming and his single status, which he playfully emphasized. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Kirishima, a muscular redhead, introduced himself with enthusiasm, sharing his love for working out and his admiration for the hero 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐬. Koji Koda, a quieter boy with a rock-like appearance, shyly introduced himself, expressing his fondness for animals. Rikido Sato, one of the tallest students, shared his hobbies of cooking and baking. Finally, Mizo Shoji, the tallest of the class, introduced himself with a unique appearance, wearing a face mask and having 6 arms, and expressed his love for takoyaki. The introductions continued, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the students began to form connections. She had short purple hair that framed her face. Her earlobes had earphone jacks. She was shorter than most girls and had a smaller chest than all the girls in the class. 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐲 introduced herself, mentioning her passion for music. Next was a tall, lanky guy who stood at 6 feet 3 inches. He wasn't heavily muscled but was still fit. His quirk allowed him to shoot tape from his enlarged elbows. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 greeted everyone and shared his interests in gaming and design. 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿, a boy with a bird-like head, stood at 5 feet 11 inches and appeared quite fit. He expressed his fondness for Tsuyu and darkness. Another boy, whose hair was a striking mix of red and white, stood at the same height as 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐻. He had a birthmark resembling a flame. Shoto Todoroki introduced himself with little more than his name. An invisible girl named Toru Hagakure cheerfully stated her love for teddy bears and the color pink. Her clothing suggested she had a similar build to Mina, though with a smaller chest. Katsuki 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝐻, with a fiery attitude, dismissed the others, calling them extras. Then came Izuku, who introduced himself as Izuku Shimura. He shared his hobbies of biking, reading, and cooking, expressing hope for friendship. He used the surname Shimura, which was his mother's maiden name. Lastly, a woman with black hair styled in a spiky ponytail introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu. She had the largest chest among the girls and mentioned her love for tea and reading as she greeted her classmates. After everyone got acquainted, they returned home since class had ended. Izuku hopped on his bike after a brief conversation with some boys about it. He downplayed his bike's uniqueness, claiming it was just a regular one. The next day at UA was filled with typical schoolwork for Class 1A. One lesson stood out, art history, taught by Midnight, who seemed to flirt with Izuku at every opportunity. Now, they were waiting for their next lesson, heroics, with All Might as the instructor. The students split into groups. Siro, Kaminari, Kirishima, 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝐻, and Ojiro formed one group, while Mina, Achiko, Tsu, Tokoyami, Ida, Toru, Jiro, Momo, and Shoto sat together, not engaging much in conversation. The last group consisted of Aoyama, Koda, Shoji, and Sato. Izuku sat alone, not due to unpopularity but because he struggled to interact with peers his age. Instead, he read while observing the dynamics of the groups around him. Curious about their mysterious classmate, Jiro asked her group what they thought of Shimura. Toru remarked that he seemed nice, noting he hadn't done anything wrong so far. Momo added that he had helped her when a creepy guy had been a threat. Ida commented on how Shimura appeared to have been raised well, though he still felt unsure about his character based on their limited interactions. Toru then turned to Mina and Achiko, asking for their thoughts. They stammered a bit, saying he was nice but that they didn't really know him. Mina mentioned that he had checked on them after the exam. Momo, curious, inquired about the exam, revealing that she and Shoto had not participated in the usual one. Ida explained that there had been a massive 0-point robot during the exam, which was far larger and stronger than expected. He had chosen to avoid it to score more points, but Uraraka and Ishido had found themselves trapped under rubble with the robot approaching. Shimura had come to their rescue, destroying the 0-pointers and shielding them from the explosion. By the time heroes arrived, Ida had already left to assist others with injuries. The classmates who had taken the exam listened in wide-eyed amazement, with both girls confirming Ida's account. Toru then asked if that meant both girls had seen Shimura's face, sparking curiosity among the others, including Todoroki, though he remained stoic. Just as they were about to respond, All Might burst into the room, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm to teach heroics. The students quickly shifted their attention to him, excitedly commenting on his impressive Silver Age costume and his towering presence. All Might calmed the students, announcing that they would have a fun lesson focused on battle training. He revealed that they would be heading to Ground Beta for the exercise and instructed everyone to change into their hero costumes, which had been prepared based on their applications. With a click of a button, suitcases containing their costumes appeared. All Might instructed them to take their suitcases and meet him at Ground Beta before leaping out the window and rushing toward the training grounds. Everyone grabbed their suitcases and made their way to Ground Beta, changing into their hero outfits. As they gathered outside, they noticed one classmate was missing. Momo expressed her concern, wondering where Shimura could be. Izuku approached his classmates, dressed in a white suit complemented by a blue dress shirt and a red tie. He wore a large white coat draped over his shoulders, leaving his hands free, reminiscent of Monkey D. Garp's attire. The kanji for justice adorned the back of his coat, and he still had a face mask covering everything below his eyes. 𝐼zuku gave him a thumbs up, complimenting his cool appearance. Izuku expressed his gratitude, admiring the creative designs of his classmates' costumes. He felt a slight blush rise as he glanced at the girls' outfits but managed to regain his composure without drawing attention. All Might gathered everyone's attention, announcing that they would engage in 2v2 battles. However, due to one student's absence, someone would need to participate twice. Izuku eagerly raised his hand, excited for the opportunity. All Might explained that they would draw lots to form teams. Each student selected a ball, with Izuku accidentally taking two. Ida questioned the randomness of the team selection, prompting Momo to clarify that in real-life scenarios, heroes often had to team up spontaneously to address emergencies. All Might then revealed the team pairings. Team A consisted of Uraraka and Izuku, Team B was Bakugo and Ida, Team C paired Todoroki and Shoji, Team D had Izuku and Momo, Team E featured Ishido and Kirishima, Team F was Aoyama and Toru, Team G had Sato and Koda, Team H included Azui and Tokoyami, Team I was Siro and Kaminari, and Team J paired Jiro and Ojiro. One team would take on the role of heroes while the other would be villains, with the villains given 5 minutes to prepare. Izuku turned to Uraraka, who appeared nervous, and suggested they discuss their strategy while waiting at the front gate. Just as she began to speak, her stomach growled, causing her to blush. Izuku chuckled lightly, and she explained her embarrassment about skipping breakfast. When he learned she liked mochi, he quickly used the mochi fruit to create a large mochi donut for her. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted it, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, their classmates found humor in Uraraka's reaction to the donut, with 𝐼zuku admitting it made him hungry too. All Might announced that the 5 minutes were up, and the heroes could enter. Izuku instructed Uraraka to walk behind him, which made her feel disheartened, thinking he didn't want her beside him. He reassured her that he enjoyed her company but wanted to protect her from Bakugo's potential attacks. As they moved forward, Izuku engaged Uraraka in light conversation until an explosion suddenly struck him in the face. Bakugo taunted him, urging him to pay attention. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stood with his upper body transformed into diamond, having used observation haki to track their opponents. He directed Uraraka to the 5th floor, where he suspected the bomb was located with Ida. As she passed them, Bakugo attempted to attack her, but Izuku swiftly kicked him down a hallway, focusing on Bakugo instead. He challenged Bakugo to see what he could do without involving Uraraka. Bakugo, infuriated, charged at Izuku, unleashing a barrage of explosions. Izuku, now in diamond form thanks to the Kira fruit, absorbed the blasts without sustaining damage, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. Bakugo insulted Izuku, claiming he was weak, and prepared a flashbang explosion aimed at him. As the explosion erupted behind Izuku, he remained unfazed, knowing he could withstand it. Bakugo's gauntlets beeped, indicating they were fully charged. He lifted his arm, ready to unleash a massive explosion. All Might urgently warned him to stop, fearing for Izuku's safety. The spectators watched in apprehension, knowing Bakugo's strength and skill with his quirk. Just before the explosion reached him, Izuku crossed his fingers and activated the 𝐼𝐻𝐵 fruit, creating a barrier in front of himself. The area where 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐸 stood and the camera capturing the fight became engulfed in smoke. All Might anticipated there might be injuries, but as the smoke cleared, he spotted Izuku behind a green glass barrier. Izuku expressed his admiration for the impressive explosion, noting that it could have caused harm if it had made contact. He then uncrossed his fingers, causing the barrier to vanish. 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐸, eager to use his other gauntlet, lifted his arm, but Izuku stepped in front of him, arm outstretched, creating the illusion that he was about to strike. Instead of feeling pain, 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐸 was surprised by the cold grip of thick black iron cuffs that bound him, as Izuku utilized the bind fruit to capture him. Izuku suggested they refrain from causing further explosions, as they were causing more damage to the building than to him. He noticed Uraraka's concern for him as she asked if he was okay since the building had begun to shake. He reassured her that he was fine, having just captured 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐸, and urged her to focus on either capturing the bomb or keeping Ida occupied. Uraraka acknowledged his words and prepared to confront Ida, who was already clearing the room of any obstacles. Izuku swiftly used the through fruit to pass through walls and ceilings, heading straight for Ida and the bomb. Meanwhile, those in the observation room were left in awe of his abilities. They marveled at his diverse powers, from creating food out of thin air to moving at incredible speeds and forming impenetrable barriers. Kaminari felt defeated by Izuku's overwhelming strength, while 𝐼𝐻𝐸 speculated that perhaps Izuku had yet to demonstrate the ability to fly. All Might listened to the students' discussions, intrigued by the true extent of Izuku's strength. As Izuku approached the bomb, he spotted Ida fleeing with it, pursued by Uraraka, who was trying to reach them. In a decisive moment, Izuku used the flower fruit to grow hands all over Ida, halting him in his tracks and allowing Uraraka to touch the bomb. All Might announced the hero's victory to everyone present. On their way back, Izuku created a mochi donut for Uraraka, who happily accepted it and began to enjoy her treat. Upon entering the observation room, they were met with congratulations and praise for their efforts. When asked who the MVP of the battle was, the room fell silent, with Yaoyorozu believing she knew the answer. All Might turned to Izuku, inquiring if he considered himself the MVP. Izuku humbly disagreed, stating that it was actually Ida or Uraraka, as they had both focused on the training objectives while he had wasted time and allowed damage to the building. He reflected on how his fascination with quirks had clouded his judgment, acknowledging that in a real-life scenario, such distractions could have dire consequences. All Might affirmed Izuku's insight and announced the next teams, Team E as heroes and Team F as villains. As both teams prepared, Toru and Aoyama entered the building to play their roles as villains, while Ishido and Kirishima strategized outside. Izuku was curious to see how both teams would collaborate or compete against one another. Uraraka approached him, expressing her gratitude for the delicious mochi. Denki, eager to befriend Izuku, joined them, asking how many different foods he could create with his quirk. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 chimed in, asking Uraraka about the taste of the mochi, to which she replied that it was similar to regular mochi but a bit sweeter. Izuku explained that he could make a variety of foods with his cook fruit, although they lacked distinct flavors. He listed some of the foods he could create, including mochi, biscuits, cream, candy syrup, and butter. To demonstrate, he clapped his hands together, conjuring biscuits that he shared with everyone except 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐸, who was uninterested. The others enjoyed the treats, and Momo suggested they would pair perfectly with the green tea her mother had bought. Izuku smiled at her, causing her to blush, and he offered to make more whenever she wanted. Denki remarked that Izuku's power seemed somewhat limited since it was primarily focused on food. Izuku countered that the true strength of a quirk lies in how it is utilized, emphasizing that any ability can become formidable with enough training. He created a small biscuit figure and encouraged Denki to strike it. When Denki did so, the biscuit figure remained intact, illustrating that appearances can be deceiving. Just then, the alarm sounded, signaling the start of the next round, and Ishido and Kirishima made their entrance. Kirishima took the lead, leveraging his quirk to break through walls, while Mina utilized the rubble to her advantage, throwing it in various directions. They moved steadily, determined to execute their strategy effectively. As they ascended the stairs to the third floor, Mina scattered some stones along the steps to prevent any surprises. Mina and Toru had been friends since middle school, and she was well aware of Mina's clever tactics. Ishido and Kirishima moved forward at a steady pace until Kirishima suddenly faced a laser beam that he skillfully blocked with his quirk. He turned his attention to Aoyama, who struck a dramatic pose. Kirishima charged toward him, causing Aoyama to panic and fire his laser again. Kirishima used his arms to shield himself and, as he closed the distance, delivered a punch to Aoyama's stomach, effectively taking him out of the fight. Nearby, Mina found herself caught in a rather clumsy sleeper hold from behind by Toru. She struggled to escape, but Kirishima was oblivious as he searched for the bomb. He soon discovered it in the next room and touched it, securing their victory. All Might announced to the class that Team E had won, prompting Toru to release Mina. Toru expressed her disappointment, but Mina encouraged her, reminding her that she had done her best and almost had her. They walked out together alongside Kirishima and Aoyama. Izuku enjoyed watching the match, admiring the determination of both Kirishima and Toru as they never gave up. He munched on some biscuits while All Might announced the next match. Team G, consisting of Sato and Koda as heroes, versus Team H, featuring Azui and Tokoyami as villains. The other teams returned and took their seats. Momo approached Izuku, asking if they could discuss strategy for their upcoming match. He agreed, curious about her ideas. Momo suggested they barricade themselves to prevent the opposing team from reaching the bomb room, allowing them to win by waiting out the time. Izuku found this plan promising and smiled, confident they had a solid strategy. All Might informed the hero team that their 5 minutes were up, allowing Sato and Koda to enter. They had a plan for sneaking around. While Sato could fight with his quirk, Koda's ability to control animals had limited use in this situation. As they turned the first corner, they encountered a dark hallway where Tokoyami and his quirk, Dark Shadow, awaited. Sato sprang into action, consuming 4 sugar cubes to enhance his strength and charging forward to confront Dark Shadow. However, the darkness of the hallway gave Tokoyami an advantage, allowing Dark Shadow to overpower Sato quickly. Meanwhile, Koda had taken a different route and managed to sneak up behind Tokoyami. Just as he was about to strike, he found himself ensnared by a tongue. Azui, observing from a distance, seized the opportunity to attack. With Koda captured, she signaled Tokoyami, who commanded Dark Shadow to subdue Sato, whose sugar boost was fading. All Might declared Team H the winners and called for Teams I and J to prepare for their match. Jiro and Ojiro recognized they were at a disadvantage, especially against Kaminari, whose quirk could be devastating in close quarters. They needed to devise a plan to gain the upper hand. Kaminari and Siro entered the arena, confident of their victory. Ojiro taunted them, sticking his tongue out, which only fueled their frustration. They charged at him, but Ojiro skillfully dodged to the left, leading them on a chase. Jiro, hiding on the right, took advantage of their distraction. As they rushed past her, she launched her jacks at both Kaminari and Siro, unleashing a sound wave that knocked them out. With Team I declared the victors, it was now Izuku and Momo's turn. They entered the building and positioned themselves near the bomb. Momo inquired about their barricade strategy, and Izuku assured her there was no need for concern. Using his quirk, he transformed the hallway leading to the bomb into a solid wall, making it impossible for the opposing team to reach it without destroying the barrier. Once he finished, he returned to Momo. Izuku informed Momo that the barricade was complete, and she opened the door to see the hallway blocked off. Unsure of their next move, she asked what they should do now. Izuku suggested they create some chairs and wait until time was up. Momo crafted 2 stools for them to sit on. When Izuku offered her something to eat, she requested mochi, which he happily prepared for her. Curious about his usual activities, Momo asked what he typically did to pass the time, especially since Shoji and Todoroki had yet to enter the building. Izuku replied that he mostly read and didn't go outside much. Izuku had always been somewhat of a loner, so he shared his feelings with Momo, who could relate. Although she had a friend, many were drawn to her for her wealth rather than genuine companionship. Momo suggested they play chess while waiting for the match to conclude. Izuku nodded in agreement and, with a wave of his hands, conjured a stone table for their chessboard, which Momo had prepared. Nearby, Kirishima and other students noticed their game and expressed curiosity. Todoroki had encased the entire building in ice, but somehow, it never reached Izuku and Momo. They wandered through the frozen structure, engrossed in their chess match, until the time finally ran out. As they finished, Izuku dismantled the stone table and exited with Momo, enjoying light conversation as they discovered their shared interests. However, Izuku felt a pang of guilt for withholding important truths about himself. Upon returning, Todoroki was visibly frustrated by his loss, which felt more like a defeat than a mere setback. All Might addressed the class, reassuring them that it was only their second day and that they were still learning. He encouraged them to focus on improving their skills, which lifted the spirits of some students. When it came time to determine the most valuable player, the class unanimously suggested Shimura, except for Izuku, who sat quietly in a chair, lost in thought. All Might turned to him, asking for his opinion on the MVP. Izuku acknowledged that everyone had performed well but highlighted Ida and Yaoyorozu for their strategic contributions. He noted that Ida executed his role effectively, while Yaoyorozu's plan had been flawlessly executed. Jiro and Ojiro also impressed him with their strategies against tough opponents. All Might praised their choices and concluded the session, allowing the students to head to the dressing room to change and go home. As Izuku exited the classroom after retrieving his hero costume, he made a decision: he would ask Midnight out on a date. Midnight often teased him, both in class and in the hallways, which made him nervous yet determined. He approached the teacher's room, knocked, and was invited in. Inside, he saw several teachers, including Vlad King, 𝗟𝗶𝗚, and Snipe, but no sign of Midnight. When he inquired about her, Snipe directed him to the cafeteria. Izuku hurried to the cafeteria, where he found Midnight engaged in conversation with Present Mic and Nizu. As he approached, his nerves intensified, but they noticed him and greeted him warmly. Nizu welcomed him, Present Mic greeted him enthusiastically, and Midnight acknowledged him with a wave and a wink. Izuku managed to ask if he could speak with Midnight privately. Despite having interacted with girls before, he had never asked one out. Midnight stood up and walked a little further away from the others. Present Mic speculated about their conversation, guessing that Izuku might be asking Midnight out or requesting her to stop teasing him. Midnight playfully inquired what he wanted to discuss. Izuku stumbled over his words, growing increasingly flustered. Finally, he decided to take the plunge and asked if she would go on a date with him, closing his eyes in anticipation. Midnight blushed, surprised that someone had asked her out, as her previous experiences had been blind dates without any real connection. She agreed, suggesting they meet that weekend. Izuku, still blushing, proposed picking her up at 7 for dinner at his place. He meant it innocently, wanting to avoid distractions from the media or others, but Midnight interpreted it differently. She teased him about being daring for suggesting such a plan on their first date. Realizing how it sounded, Izuku quickly apologized and tried to explain himself. Midnight reassured him, suggesting he pick her up Friday at 7, and told him to call her Nemuri. She wrote down her number and address on a piece of paper and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. This gesture left Izuku momentarily speechless, as he processed the significance of her words and the kiss. After a moment, he collected himself and headed home, already planning for their date, though he faced some playful teasing from Alfred, Jean, and others. Meanwhile, Midnight returned to Nizu and Present Mic, who were joined by Aizawa and All Might in the cafeteria. Present Mic, with a mischievous grin, asked what Izuku wanted. All Might also inquired about the young hero's request. Midnight hesitated but eventually revealed that Izuku had asked her out on a date. This revelation caused All Might to do a spit take and Aizawa to choke on his tea. Present Mic teased her, celebrating her newfound connection with a real prince. The thought of potentially becoming a princess filled Midnight with excitement as she considered what this date could mean for her future. The playful teasing continued for a while, with all the teachers at the table joining in. Izuku woke up feeling cheerful, excited for the day ahead. He had a date with Nomuri on Friday and enjoyed his favorite breakfast once again. As a devoted hero fan, he had already prepared for their outing, knowing Nomuri's favorite food. He rode his bike to school, opting for a more casual mode of transportation to avoid drawing too much attention. The day unfolded smoothly until Midnight's lesson, during which she gave Izuku a playful wink, causing him to blush and stirring a hint of jealousy among some classmates. When homeroom began, Aizawa entered the room and instructed everyone to settle down. He announced that they would be going to the USJ later that day, accompanied by Midnight and another teacher who would meet them. He also mentioned the need to elect a class representative and vice representative, urging the students to keep the process quiet. As Aizawa settled down for a nap, the students became loud, calling out reasons for their candidacy. Frustrated, Aizawa was suddenly met with silence when Izuku used his 𝐼𝐻𝐬 fruit to create a peaceful atmosphere. Grateful for the reprieve, Aizawa encouraged everyone to calm down and find a fair way to choose their representatives. Ida suggested a voting system, while Kirishima raised concerns about self-voting. Mina proposed that they proceed with the first option, and the class agreed. After voting, Izuku was elected as the representative, receiving 8 votes, while Momo secured the vice representative position with 5 votes. The closest competitor was Ida, with 2 votes. Standing in front of the class, Izuku expressed his gratitude for the election but suggested that Momo would be a better fit for the representative role. The class agreed, and the positions were suched. As Izuku lifted the calming bubble around Aizawa, the teacher sighed, realizing the moment of peace had ended. He announced that lunch was approaching and left the room, prompting the students to engage in lively conversations. Momo thanked Izuku for his support, to which he replied that her strategic thinking had earned her the position. She invited him to join her for lunch, and he happily accepted. Momo's group included Todoroki, Jiro, Ida, Achiko, Azui, Tokoyami, Mina, and Toru. They shared light-hearted discussions as they made their way to the cafeteria, where Izuku answered various questions while keeping details about his family private. As they settled down for lunch, the atmosphere shifted when an alarm blared, announcing a level 3 security breach. Confusion spread among the students, and Tokoyami inquired about the meaning of the alarm. A third-year student explained that it indicated someone had entered the school grounds, a rare occurrence in their experience. The students attempted to exit but found themselves caught in a crowd, pressed against the glass. Momo, who could see outside, reassured them that it was just the media. Izuku offered to help, using his smoke fruit to create a whiteout effect. He lifted Momo above the crowd, allowing her to use her voice to calm the students. With a megaphone made from her own resources, Momo urged her classmates to remain calm and return to their classrooms. The students listened and complied, grateful for her leadership. Izuku gently lowered her back to the ground, impressed by her quick thinking. They returned to class as lunch was nearly over and settled back into their seats, engaging in casual conversation until Aizawa entered the room, accompanied by Midnight, who was expressing her frustration. She questioned how the media had discovered that someone important was at the school, and Aizawa appeared equally annoyed. Standing before the class, Aizawa addressed them, explaining that soon they would each retrieve their hero costumes and wear them to the USJ for rescue training. He assured them that the recent incident involving the media had been investigated and would not happen again. Izuku pondered how the information had leaked, suspecting it might have stemmed from the exam, as he had kept his mask on most of the time and parked his bike discreetly among the heroes. Aizawa activated the mechanism that revealed the costumes from the wall, and each student quickly grabbed theirs before heading to the dressing room. Once dressed, they made their way to the buses. As they boarded, Izuku found a seat with Midnight sitting beside him almost immediately. During the ride, Tsuyu asked the question that was on everyone's mind. She inquired about the reason behind Izuku's mask. Bakugo chimed in, jokingly suggesting that Izuku might be unattractive and didn't want to scare anyone. This comment elicited stifled laughter from Achiko, Mina, and the teachers, as Bakugo had just insulted one of the most handsome individuals in Japan. Izuku found Bakugo's humor amusing and laughed heartily. He mused about the reasons for his mask, suggesting it could be a fashion statement or perhaps what Bakugo had said. He encouraged his classmates to guess, expressing curiosity about their thoughts and assuring them that he wouldn't be offended. Kirishima was the first to guess, suggesting it might be a manly scar. Kaminari followed with a humorous suggestion about missing lips, while 𝐼zuku speculated about buck teeth. Sato proposed that perhaps Izuku was so good-looking that he had to hide it. Jiro joked about him concealing his identity, which made some of the students sweat nervously. Izuku acknowledged their guesses, then declared that the joking was over as they arrived at the U.S. As the bus came to a stop, the students disembarked and approached the impressive structure of the USJ, marveling at its size. The doors opened to reveal 13, who welcomed them and introduced himself as the creator of the USJ. Aizawa explained that they would be learning to use their quirks for rescue purposes rather than combat, emphasizing the importance of helping others. Just as 13 began to elaborate on their training, a purple portal opened in the center of the USJ, unleashing a horde of villains. Within moments, the area was filled with numerous adversaries, culminating in the appearance of a menacing figure covered in hands, with dark skin and a grotesque appearance. The villain announced their intention to capture Izuku, demanding his surrender for the safety of the others. Aizawa countered, stating that they had no student by that name. The villain, unfazed, revealed that they knew Izuku's name, causing confusion among the students. Midnight and Aizawa positioned themselves at the top of the stairs, ready to defend their class. The villain commanded his allies to eliminate the heroes, and a barrage of attacks was unleashed. Midnight was struck in the leg, while Aizawa sustained a scratch on his face. Seeing his teacher and someone he cared for injured ignited Izuku's anger. He stepped forward, determination evident even behind his mask, as Mina and Achiko rushed to stop him, urging him to flee. The villains launched another wave of attacks, injuring Achiko and Mina further. Izuku's fury reached its peak. He had feelings for both of them, and he refused to let them suffer any longer. He positioned them behind him, ready to protect them. Aizawa attempted to move forward but was halted by Izuku, who insisted that Aizawa stay back to ensure no one else was harmed. Kaminari expressed his confusion, much like the others, regarding the unusual situation unfolding before them. The villains had claimed that Izuku was the Prince of Asia, at least by name, but many found it hard to believe, as this was their classmate, Shimura. This thought echoed in the minds of all the students. As Izuku removed his face mask, revealing his identity, he confirmed the astonishing claim. Before them stood a figure they never expected to see, the Prince of Asia, the future king, a man revered not only for his kind spirit but also for his immense power. The true nature of his quirk remained a mystery, as his family had always been very protective of it. Some students quickly bowed down, while those who remained standing were left in shock. Before descending the stairs, Izuku addressed them, asking them to care for the injured while he confronted the intruders. As he made his way down, the students rushed to assist their injured friends. And teachers, applying first aid while stealing glances at the impending confrontation. With each step Izuku took, he instilled a fear in the villains that surpassed death itself. He released a wave of low conqueror's haki, powerful enough to incapacitate villains but not lethal, making them feel as if they were facing a colossal dragon that desired nothing more than their slow demise. Some villains were so overwhelmed that they lost control of their fear. Finally reaching the bottom of the stairs, Izuku stood surrounded by villains on all sides. He declared that they would soon understand why they should never have provoked him to this extent as he stepped forward. The leader commanded his minions to eliminate the prince, leaving him with a man armed with a sword, a figure shrouded in mist with only 2 yellow eyes visible, and a large beast with black skin, exposed muscles, and a bird-like beak. The minions charged at Izuku, who activated the flame fruit. He unleashed a technique called 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻, extending his open palms outward. Light green flames erupted from his hands, resembling fireflies, causing the villains to hesitate and look at the glowing orbs. The flames were warm and harmless, but they filled the area, encircling the villains in a swarm of green fireflies. Izuku then shouted the name of his attack, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. The fireflies exploded in flames, engulfing the villains and incapacitating them without taking their lives. Most of the villains collapsed to the ground, with only a few remaining standing. The small group of villains, now furious at how easily their comrades had been defeated, dismissed their earlier fear. They were determined to injure or defeat Izuku. Activating their quirks, they prepared for a fierce battle. Izuku observed their movements, noting their speed, and readied his fist, which ignited in flames. He launched a powerful punch, calling out his attack, 𝐼𝐼𝐬. His fist expanded as it flew toward the villains, growing to the size of a small house, striking fear into their hearts. Only 4 managed to evade the massive attack. Those 4 stood, slightly injured, with burns and scratches covering their bodies. Believing they had a chance now that Izuku's flaming hand was returning to normal, they rushed at him, intent on taking him down. Izuku, however, decided to engage in close combat, knowing the flame fruit was more effective against larger groups. One thug, using a quirk that caused his knuckles to explode on impact, attempted to land multiple punches on Izuku. However, Izuku skillfully dodged a right hook and delivered a powerful hook to the thug's chin, knocking him out with a dislocated jaw. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku grabbed the fallen thug's head and swung it at the second thug, causing a collision that broke the second thug's nose. With the second thug reeling from the impact, Izuku swiftly punched him again, sending him to the ground in pain. The third thug swung an axe at Izuku, who deftly dodged the attack. As the axe missed, Izuku struck the thug's hand, causing him to lose grip on the weapon, which shrank down to the size of a marker. Izuku then executed a front kick, sending the third thug crashing into the fourth, forcing them to team up for a better chance. Meanwhile, the leader watched the unfolding chaos with amusement, instructing his companion to prepare for a decisive blow once Izuku was finished. It would be a pleasure for 𝐾𝐿, who positioned himself to strike Izuku as soon as he finished with the other thugs. Izuku charged forward and executed a dropkick, sending one thug flying backward, clearly injured. Another thug attempted to stomp on Izuku's head, but he rolled out of the way just in time to evade a roundhouse kick. As he dodged, Izuku landed a punch on the thug's leg, causing pain and weakening him. The thug struggled to put weight on his leg, and when Izuku saw him buckle, he seized the opportunity to deliver a clothesline, knocking the thug to the ground in defeat. As Izuku glanced back at the fallen thug, his observation haki alerted him to an incoming sword attack. 𝐾𝐿 dashed past him, the sword slicing through the air. Izuku's head was severed, causing alarm among his classmates, who feared the consequences of allowing their prince to fall. However, Izuku's head remained suspended in the air. Utilizing the powers of the chop fruit, Izuku ensured that no blade could harm him. 𝐾𝐿, believing he had triumphed, wore a cocky grin as he threatened the students and teachers, declaring they would be next. Just then, Izuku's body reappeared from behind, using haki to deliver a powerful kick to 𝐾𝐿, causing him to double over in pain. Returning to his normal state, Izuku seized the sword and hilt, while Shigaraki, frustrated but aware of his limitations, prepared for a final move. He commanded the monstrous Nomu to attack Izuku. The beast let out a roar and charged at high speed, but Izuku quickly reacted, using the powers of the 𝗟𝗶𝗸 fruit to absorb the impact. The force of the punch sent Izuku flying backward, but he knew he had to unleash his true power to defeat the massive creature. Transforming into his hybrid dragon form with the fish fruit model, Azure Dragon, he grew larger, scales covering his body, and his muscles bulged. As the Nomu lunged to strike, Izuku caught its punch in his palm, a dark smile spreading across his face as he countered with a powerful blow that sent the Nomu crashing to the ground. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, with Izuku gaining the upper hand. The students watched in awe as the battle unfolded. Aizawa had already called for backup, and the teachers would arrive any moment. Realizing the Nomu was losing, Shigaraki decided to retreat, leaving the scene. Izuku felt the impact of each punch from the Nomu, but he knew his own strikes were far more damaging. The fight continued for several minutes, with Izuku's thick scales protecting him from most of the damage, though he still felt the sting. Just then, the heroes arrived, with All Might joining Izuku to overpower the Nomu, even playfully tossing it around for a brief moment. The others quickly assisted in restraining the remaining villains and the Nomu. As Izuku returned to his normal form, his mask removed, he appeared battered. Despite the villain's efforts, the 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had inflicted real damage, leaving Izuku's clothing in tatters and a small amount of blood at the corner of his mouth. He approached his classmates, who were tending to the injured. Though he had powers to assist, he felt too exhausted to help at that moment. Sitting down with his peers, he noticed their uncertainty. As the teachers finished capturing the villains, they ascended the stairs to check on the students. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐬, Vlad King, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐬, and Hound Dog arrived to provide support, having been alerted by Aizawa about the villain attack. Upon seeing Izuku without his mask, they were taken aback and bowed respectfully, acknowledging him as a prince. Izuku, feeling defeated, urged them to rise and not act so formally, expressing his longing to be seen as a normal student. He had hoped Nizu would have informed the teachers about his identity before their arrival. The police arrived shortly after, and once again, the officers bowed in respect. The leading detective took Izuku with him in his car to the station for questioning, accompanied by Aizawa, Midnight, and 13, who traveled by bus. In the waiting room, Izuku had only a brief moment to gather himself before the police chief entered, apologizing for the wait and introducing himself. As Izuku prepared to recount the events at the USJ, his classmates were gathered in a classroom, awaiting Nizu and Aizawa. Kaminari expressed disbelief at Izuku's royal status, but Ida quickly corrected him, insisting on using the correct name, Midoriya. Shoji added that they should avoid angering him, referencing Bakugo's earlier insults. Momo questioned why Izuku had hidden his identity, seeking clarity on the matter. Mina spoke up, defending Izuku's character. He doesn't get angry or care about things like that. Ojiro wondered how he could be so sure. Ida pointed out that the young man had saved Ishido and Uraraka from the massive robot. Everyone turned their attention to Achiko and Mina, who were unsure of what to say. Just then, the door opened, and the teachers entered. The head teacher urged the students to calm down and promised to explain everything, noting that some teachers were unaware of the situation. However, they were waiting for two individuals. As if on cue, there was a knock on the door, and 3 people entered. The first was 𝐼𝐻𝐬, followed by 2 others named Jean and Alfred. Most of the students, except for Nizu and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, did not recognize the newcomers. The head teacher introduced Jean and Alfred as the head butlers of the royal family. Both men bowed, and Alfred began to speak. He mentioned that the students had discovered the young lord's identity. This revelation caused a stir among the students, who feared it might lead to something negative. Alfred explained that Principal Nizu had informed them that the young lord had removed his mask after the villain attack earlier that day. Jean added that they believed it was important to clarify the young lord's reasons for doing so. They promised to explain as clearly as possible and asked the students to hold their questions until the end. Jean shared that he and Alfred had served the royal family for many years, having been present when Lord Hisashi was still a prince. They had been with the prince since 𝐼𝐻𝐻. When the prince turned 3, he declared his intention to become a hero. Initially, they thought it was just a childhood whim, but as he grew older, his dream remained steadfast. The king and queen decided to educate the prince about his quirk and other skills that would aid him as a hero. Simultaneously, he learned about his responsibilities as a prince and future king. Throughout his childhood, the young prince focused on his studies, and despite their efforts to encourage him to make friends, it proved difficult. Other children were often too intimidated to approach the royal family, fearing they might upset the king or queen. As a result, the prince grew up with limited interaction with peers. Eventually, he had the opportunity to attend UA after taking the entrance exam, unbeknownst to the UA staff. Jiro bluntly asked what they wanted the students to do. Alfred responded that they simply requested the students to treat the young lord as a normal kid, just as they did before knowing his identity. The prince was very kind and preferred not to use his rank for anything. Vlad King inquired about how they should address him, asking if he should be called prince or if he preferred to go by Shimura. Alfred suggested that Midoriya or even Izuku would be acceptable, as he was not one for titles. The day continued with students asking more questions about how to interact with Izuku. After returning from the police station, Izuku expressed his gratitude to the detective who had brought him back and entered UA. Upon his arrival, he was met by Midnight, who took him to Recovery Girl for a checkup. After a quick examination, Recovery Girl healed his few cracked ribs. Izuku thanked her and then went to see 𝐻𝐻𝐬. He provided 𝐻𝐻𝐬 with all the information he had gathered about the villains, including their appearances, behaviors, and potential quirks. Although 2 villains had escaped, the goal remained to capture them all. Izuku also informed 𝐻𝐻𝐬 about the sword he had taken. The police were currently documenting it but would return it to him upon completion. The sword was named 𝗟𝗟𝐬. 𝗟𝗟𝐬 was a standard katana featuring a blue handle and guard adorned with a 4-petaled design. The blade itself was ordinary, while the sheath was elaborate, with the first half displaying a green, bumpy design and the second half being smooth and white. Circular designs were embedded throughout the sheath. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 inquired why Izuku wanted such a sword for himself and asked about its significance. Izuku explained that 𝗟𝗟𝐬 was one of the 𝐼𝐻𝐽, renowned swords crafted with exceptional skill, making them the strongest in all of Asia. The 𝐼𝐻𝐽 were classified into 4 ranks, with the lowest being grade swords. He clarified that 𝗟𝗟𝐬 belonged to this category. Midnight interrupted, questioning why he would longing a sword of the lowest grade. Izuku responded that labeling it as the lowest rank was akin to dismissing the last place in the Olympics. They were still remarkably crafted and powerful. He explained that even grade swords could cut through steel effortlessly and were strong enough to deflect cannonballs. Following the grade swords were the skillful grade, which included 50 swords capable of cutting down trees and houses with a single swing. Next came the great grade, known for their exceptional strength and durability, with only 21 of them existing in Asia. Finally, the highest rank was the supreme grade, with many believing these swords were not forged by humans but rather gifted by the gods. It was said that those blades could slice through mountains as if they were made of paper. Many of those blades had fallen into the hands of villains, and Izuku wished for a world where no evil would wield one. He finished his thoughts, knowing that his teacher understood his concerns. The teacher assured Izuku that if they ever encountered one of those blades, they would ensure he received it. Grateful, Izuku was told he could return home. It was Friday, the day of his date, and Izuku was filled with happiness. He wore a smile throughout the day. After his classmates discovered his secret, he stopped wearing his mask in class, opting to wear it only outside of class during lunch or free PRDS. His classmates kept their distance, which he had anticipated. Uraraka and Mina were the main friends he interacted with, as they had known his secret the longest. He hoped that, in time, everyone would return to their normal behavior around him. His classes proceeded as usual. The teachers maintained their professional demeanor, and the initial awkwardness of each lesson faded quickly. His classmates behaved differently. Ida still referred to him as Prince during class, but outside of class, everyone used the name Shimura. The 2 who acted as if nothing had changed were Shoto Todoroki and Eijiro Kirishima. Shoto remained his usual self, while Kirishima became friendlier, treating Izuku like a true friend rather than someone with ulterior motives. Many of the other boys tried to act as normally as possible, but being in class with a future king was somewhat intimidating. The girls, except for 𝐻𝐻𝐬, struggled to talk to Izuku without blushing. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was in a relationship with Tokoyami and even discussed future plans of marriage. The other girls, however, found it hard to think clearly in his presence. Izuku, as a prince, was the subject of numerous magazines and had been named the most attractive guy in Asia 3 times in a row. Women often dreamed about him, and some of those dreams ventured into more mature territory. As the class awaited Aizawa, they engaged in casual conversation. Kaminari mentioned a new body pillow of a popular hero that was selling like hotcakes at the comic store. Siro chimed in, noting that there was even a limited edition with signed covers. Ojiro added that she looked impressive in her hero suit on the pillows. Toru then asked Mina and Uraraka what they knew about Midoriya. Mina replied that she knew just as much as Toru did, prompting Toru to wonder if Midoriya was dating anyone. The question made the girls feel uneasy. Mina suggested that Toru might consider asking him, but before she could continue, Aizawa entered the room and the students quickly took their seats, silencing their chatter. Aizawa acknowledged their promptness and informed them that their training was not yet over. Many students braced themselves for news of more villains, but Izawa continued by announcing the upcoming sports festival. This news initially stunned the class, but excitement quickly followed. He explained that they would have 2 weeks to prepare for the festival. Acknowledging the recent villain attack at the USJ, he assured them that security measures would be heightened to ensure their safety. He also recognized that some students might be struggling with anxiety due to the attack and encouraged them to speak with 𝐿𝐼𝐻 if they needed support. He emphasized that seeking help was nothing to be ashamed of, as many heroes required therapy after their first encounters with villains. Lastly, he addressed Izuku, reminding him that he needed to meet with the principal beforehand. He also instructed Kaminari and 𝐼𝐻𝐻 to ensure their homework was completed on time. With that, Izawa left the room, allowing the students some free time. Curiosity about Izuku's plans sparked interest among the students, but few had the courage to ask him until Mina spoke up. Before she could finish her thought, Ida interjected, cautioning her against addressing Izuku so casually. Izuku reassured them that it was fine. He was simply surprised by her approach. Mina then asked about his plans for the evening, her cheeks slightly flushed, which Izuku found endearing. He shared that he had a date, a revelation that caught many off guard. Kirishima, placing an arm around Izuku's shoulder, expressed excitement and inquired about the lucky girl. Shoto, with a hint of surprise, suggested it might be midnight, which raised eyebrows among the classmates. The implication that Izawa might know about his plans led to speculation about the nature of his relationship with her, causing some girls to feel a twinge of jealousy. When Shoto asked if it was true, Izuku confirmed that he indeed had a date with Midnight, which disappointed some of the girls. Kirishima joked about Izuku hoping to make her his girlfriend, to which Izuku replied that he was required to have multiple girlfriends due to the nature of his quirk. He explained that having only one partner could lead to complications for both of them. His admission left the single girls in the class daydreaming about what a night with Izuku might be like. Upon hearing the news about Izuku's connections with multiple girls, each of them felt an overwhelming joy, almost wanting to leap with excitement. As lunchtime approached, Izuku put his face mask back on, preparing for the break. He noticed some of the boys discussing his date with Midnight, and a hint of jealousy flickered in their eyes. Midnight, known as Namuri Kiyama, was undeniably captivating, a dream date for many. Every straight guy in Japan had likely fantasized about her at least once. When the bell rang, everyone in Class 1A stood up to head to lunch. Ida was the first to open the door, only to be met with a crowd of students waiting outside. Kaminari expressed his surprise, and many shared his reaction as they took in the sight of so many students. Izuku stepped forward, towering over the others, which made them feel somewhat intimidated. He asked them to move aside so he could get lunch, but they remained still. A purple-haired student finally spoke up, claiming they were assessing the competition, but he had a different agenda. He was there to declare war for a spot in the hero course. Before he could elaborate, Izuku interrupted, expressing his disinterest and reiterating his longing for lunch. The purple-haired student, anger evident on his face, insisted he would take them down. Izuku calmly responded, pointing out that bravado wouldn't matter in a fight. He emphasized that they were in the hero course for a reason and invited the student to try his best, but he had no time for distractions. With that, Izuku unleashed a subtle wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing the crowd to scatter in fear. As he exited, Izuku encountered a small group of students from Class 1B, but he paid them no mind and continued on his way. He knocked on the teacher's lounge door, seeking Namuri. When she opened it, she greeted him with surprise, asking if he needed Izawa. Izuku shook his head, indicating he wanted to speak with her privately. They moved to an empty classroom. Namuri placed a hand on her hip, asking what he needed. Izuku revealed he had something to share that might surprise her, hinting it was about their relationship. Her cheeks flushed as he explained that if they were to date, he would need multiple partners due to the nature of his quirk. He clarified that his quirk required a 𝐼𝐻𝐻 released during NTMT moments to grow stronger, and without it, both of them could face difficulties. Namuri listened, her blush returning as she processed his words. She expressed her gratitude for his honesty, assuring him it didn't change her feelings. She still wanted to go out with him. Izuku's happiness grew as he revealed he had a gift for her, clothes he had arranged to be sent to her home, knowing how much she loved fashion. This excited Nemuri, and she thanked him, eager for their date that evening. As she playfully kissed his cheek and skipped away, Izuku made his way to the lunchroom, where he received his meal from Lunch Rush. He headed to the roof of UA, a quiet place where he could eat without his mask. The rest of the day passed quickly. After classes ended, Izuku walked to Principal Nizu's office. Upon knocking, he was invited in and found Aizawa, Present Mic, Nizu, and All Might already present. Nizu welcomed him and gestured for him to take a seat. Nizu explained the purpose of the meeting, which was about the upcoming sports festival. He informed Izuku that, as the top scorer from the entrance exam, he would typically give a speech to kick off the event. However, they were concerned about the implications of revealing his identity. Izuku considered this and decided he would wear his mask, as unmasking at the start would create unnecessary complications. He suggested that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 give the speech instead, reasoning that her background would help her handle the crowd, and her intelligence would inspire both students and viewers at home. Aizawa smirked, and the others nodded in agreement. Nizu concluded the meeting, allowing Izuku to leave if he had no further questions. As he stood to bow slightly, Present Mic called out to him just as he reached the door. He warned Izuku to treat Nemuri well, emphasizing that breaking her heart would have serious consequences, regardless of his status. Izuku chuckled and nodded, feeling reassured knowing that others cared for Nemuri's well-being. Izuku returned home, preparing for his significant date. He showered twice, his nerves getting the best of him. This was his first date, and the thought of it was both exciting and intimidating. He had faced crowds during his father's speeches, dealt with media attention, and confronted villains, yet nothing compared to the anxiety he felt about this evening. He desperately wanted the date to go well. He hoped he was ready. Dressed in a sleek black three-piece suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a black tie, he felt confident. His polished black Oxford shoes completed the look. He wore 2 cufflinks, both black with golden kanji symbols representing his name, Midori. His watch, made of gold with a black leather band, bore the inscription, "The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time." Before heading out to pick up his date, he took a moment to admire his reflection in the mirror. Normally, he wasn't one to dress up unless necessary, but today was different. He wanted to impress Nemuri, also known as Midnight. His hair, styled by a professional, was an undercut with a fade, the top neatly combed back. With a clean-shaven face and a bouquet of purple flowers with yellow centers, celestial midnight, in hand, he felt ready. He made his way to his car, a Polestar 1, which was discreet yet reinforced for safety. The windows could darken at the touch of a button, and it offered ample seating and storage. He chose this car to avoid drawing attention to himself. As he drove toward Nemuri, his excitement grew with each passing second. He wished he could speed up to see her sooner, eager to discover what outfit she had chosen. He knew she would look stunning as always. After about 30 minutes, he arrived at her home, parking right in front. With 5 minutes to spare, he stepped out of the car for a final check. He ensured he was presentable, checking for sweat and making sure the flowers were in good condition. It was time. Approaching the house, he noticed it was a charming single-story structure, with a well-kept garden showcasing a vibrant array of tulips in various colors. The grass was neatly trimmed, indicating that Midnight took great pride in her plants. He knocked on the door, the silence stretching out as he waited, feeling as if time had slowed. When the door opened, Izuku was greeted by a sight that would remain etched in his memory. Nemuri wore a stunning black dress, elegantly cut to reveal one leg, paired with black heels that accentuated her feet. A golden bracelet adorned her wrist, sparkling with diamonds, while spaghetti straps highlighted her neckline. To balance the look, she wore a simple yet elegant golden necklace. Her hair cascaded down her back, reminiscent of her hero persona, and her lips were painted a striking tomato red. Leaning against the door, she asked how she looked, her voice sultry. Izuku was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her beauty. If he hadn't been wearing a face mask, his jaw would have dropped. He felt as if he had stepped into a dream and managed to stammer out a compliment, telling her she looked amazing. Nemuri chuckled at his reaction, secretly pleased. She had hoped for this response from him. As she took in his appearance, she felt a blush rise on her cheeks. He looked fantastic in his perfectly fitted suit, which showcased his physique. Izuku presented the flowers to her, and she inhaled their fragrance, delighted by their beauty. She had always loved flowers, and these were no exception. Quickly, she placed them in a vase on her living room table before joining him. He offered his arm, and together they walked to his car. He opened the door for her, and she settled into the seat. Once inside, Izuku pressed a button, darkening the windows slightly, and removed his face mask. This made Nemuri blush even more. While she had seen his face before, it had always been with stubble. She had never seen him so clean-shaven. He asked if she was ready, extending his hand for her to take, which she did. As they drove toward Izuku's house, Nemuri inquired about playing some music, to which he happily agreed. They held hands while listening to songs during the ride. Upon arrival, it was the first time Nemuri laid eyes on his home, a grand mansion that could easily accommodate a large family. The entire property was surrounded by gardens, each section showcasing a different type of flower, a testament to meticulous planning and care. After parking, Izuku stepped out first and quickly moved to the other side of the car to assist Nemuri, who was feeling a bit overwhelmed. The reality of their date began to sink in for her. If things progressed, she could find herself in a position of royalty, a thought that excited her rather than frightened her. They entered the mansion, and to their surprise, they found 𝐼𝐼𝐼, Izuku's head butler, waiting for them. He greeted them warmly, explaining that he wanted to be present to ensure the atmosphere remained pleasant, as it would be inconvenient for Izuku to leave the conversation to attend to food. Izuku and a few friends took it upon themselves to ensure the date went as smoothly as possible. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 aimed to make Izuku smile and hugged him warmly. They headed toward the dining room, where the table was beautifully set with two places across from each other, adorned with candles that created an NTMT atmosphere. Izuku pulled back a chair for Nemuri, who quickly took her seat, and they exchanged smiles. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 arrived with a menu, which was concise, featuring only a few courses. Nemuri was the first to make her selection, opting for crab cake stuffed mushrooms, and Izuku chose the same appetizer. For the main course, Nemuri picked her favorite, hamburger steak, while Izuku went for katsudon. They decided to share a chocolate lava cake for dessert. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 left to inform the chef and select a suitable wine. The dinner was delightful, with delicious food and perfect music arranged by 𝐼𝐼𝐼. They chatted about their pasts, sharing their likes and dislikes. Izuku learned that Nemuri wanted to upgrade her costume soon, as her current outfit was wearing out and costly to replace. In turn, Nemuri discovered that Izuku's quirk prevented him from swimming, which he found to be a significant drawback. He recounted the first time he realized this at the age of 4 on a hot day, when he jumped into a pool only to sink to the bottom. His mother jumped in to save him, while his father, attempting to help, slipped and fell. Although it scared him initially, Izuku found humor in his father's mishap, which made Nemuri laugh heartily, even snorting, much to her embarrassment. Izuku thought it was adorable. After dinner and dessert, they decided to watch a movie together. Nemuri loved her dress but felt it wasn't suitable for movie watching, so she changed. Izuku donned sweatpants and a slightly oversized white t-shirt for comfort, while Nemuri chose shorts that showcased her legs and wore one of Izuku's t-shirts, which was much too big for her. She styled her hair into a large top bun. As she emerged, Izuku was already seated on the couch, sitting upright with one arm resting on the back. The moment Nemuri came into view, he felt a rush of warmth. She playfully pushed him down into a lying position and nestled against him, using his arm as a pillow. As she settled in, she took his other arm and wrapped it around her waist, prompting Izuku to instinctively pull her closer. The sweet scent of Nemuri enveloped him, and he hugged her tighter without realizing it. They struggled to decide on a movie, but Nemuri suggested watching a show instead, and Izuku agreed. They settled on 𝗟𝗶H𝗸, enjoying it immensely as they watched 3 episodes before noticing the time. As it grew late, Nemuri remarked on the hour, and Izuku responded with a hint of sadness, offering to take her home. Reluctant to leave but not wanting to impose, she stood up. As she walked toward her shoes, Izuku gently grasped her wrist. When she turned to him, he looked down, and without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her softly. It was their first real kiss, and both felt a spark. They melted into the moment, and as the kiss deepened, Nomiuri playfully jumped into his arms, wrapping her legs around him while he held her securely. They tumbled back onto the couch, their kiss becoming more passionate. When they finally parted for air, a thin trail of saliva connected their lips. Looking into Nomiuri's eyes, Izuku mustered the courage to ask a question he had long wanted to pose. He asked if she would like to be his girlfriend. Nomiuri, filled with joy, leaned in for another kiss, affirming her answer without words. They continued to kiss on the couch for a while until Nomiuri suggested they move to Izuku's room. Without a word, he stood up, still holding her, a smile on his face as he hurried to his room. The next morning, Izuku was the first to wake. He felt a weight on his chest and looked down to see Nomiuri peacefully asleep. Her hair was tousled, but to him, she looked appealing. Checking the clock, he saw it was nearly 10 in the morning. As Nomiuri rolled off him, sprawled face down on the bed, Izuku seized the opportunity to make breakfast for both of them. Before leaving the room, he gently kissed her forehead and made his way to the kitchen, preparing eggs, toast, bacon, and tea. As he cooked, Nomiuri stirred awake, initially confused by her surroundings. It quickly dawned on her that she was in her boyfriend's bed. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, and she decided to linger in bed a little longer. As she sat up, Nomiuri grabbed the shirt she had tossed on the floor the previous night to cover herself, as her top was exposed. She also picked up her phone and noticed over 45 text messages from a single person. Present Mike had been messaging her repeatedly, eager to know about her date and how it had gone. Nomiuri read the messages, which included inquiries like how the date went and demands for an immediate response. These messages were part of a group chat that included Present Mike, Nomiuri, and Aizawa. Aizawa and Mike had been friends since high school, and Nomiuri had become close with both of them during their senior year. Suddenly, her phone buzzed again. It was Mike once more, teasing her about reading his messages. Nomiuri sighed, realizing her best friends deserved to know how the date had turned out. She replied that it had been a great date and that she had enjoyed it immensely. The moment she sent the message, Mike began typing again, playfully asking if she was now a princess. She could almost picture the grin on his face through the text. Setting her phone to silent, Nomiuri placed it down just as Izuku walked in, dressed only in pajama briefs and carrying a plate of food. He greeted her with a smile, and as he approached, Nomiuri kissed him on the lips, calling him handsome. They enjoyed breakfast in bed, sharing kisses and laughter. After breakfast, filled with affection, Izuku announced he would take a shower before they headed out to explore the city. Nomiuri playfully declined at first, causing Izuku to look confused and a bit worried. But she quickly clarified that they would shower together first, standing up to remove her shirt and heading toward the shower room. Izuku watched her in surprise and excitement before following her into the bathroom. Once they finished their long shower, they made their way to the living room, with Nomiuri playfully riding piggyback on Izuku. She asked him why he wanted to go shopping, and he explained it was to get some extra clothes, grab a bite to eat, and, of course, to spend more time with her, planting a kiss on her cheek. Dressed now, Izuku wore jeans and a white shirt while Nomiuri sported a pair of his sweatpants and a t-shirt with the kanji for shirt on it. They got into the car, and Izuku drove them back to her place so she could change into something nicer. Izuku settled on the couch in Nomiuri's home, taking in the surroundings. He noticed many pictures of her family and friends, and the place had a light mess typical of a hero and a teacher. Her design style was modern and appealing. When Nomiuri emerged, she was dressed in jeans, heels, and a white blouse, her hair styled in a high ponytail. She asked how she looked, and Izuku gave her 2 thumbs up. They returned to the car and headed toward the mall. They browsed a few clothing stores, picking out jeans and t-shirts for Izuku, as well as some outfits for Nomiuri for future sleepovers. She selected jeans, sweats, shirts, and some undergarments. After loading the clothes into the car, they visited a makeup store where Nomiuri chose what she needed. Although it took a while, Izuku didn't mind, as he cherished the time spent with her. Once they had the makeup, they decided to grab lunch. However, as they were about to head to a cafe, Izuku suddenly became alert, sensing something unusual. He activated his observation haki, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. He detected a strong wave of fear coming from a child who seemed to be running away from something. Expanding his haki's range, he sensed a powerful emotion of anger nearby. Grabbing Nemuri's hand, he sprinted toward the source of the child's distress. Confused but trusting, Nemuri followed closely as they approached a dark alleyway. Izuku crouched down, and moments later he was tackled by a small girl with long, messy white hair. She wore a tattered dress, and her arms and legs were bandaged, showing signs of neglect. Her face was dirty, and tears welled in her eyes, complemented by a small horn atop her head. She whispered for help, clutching Izuku's shirt tightly, pleading not to be taken back to a scary man. Izuku embraced her, reassuring her that she was safe. Taking a moment, Izuku used 2 of his powers in quick succession. First, he activated the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 fruit to read the girl's mind, catching glimpses of her in a chair with a man wearing a bird beak mask, and in a dark room with that same man glaring at her with anger. Then he employed the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 fruit to extract a roll of film from her memories, all while she clung to him tightly, seeking comfort. Nemuri glanced over her shoulder and felt a wave of nausea at the sight of what the girl had endured. Izuku's anger toward the man responsible surged to unprecedented levels. If he were ever to confront this individual, it would not be a fight, it would be an execution. He ceased using his quirk and focused on the alleyway, anticipating who would emerge. In preparation, he gently handed the girl to Nemuri after speaking to her softly, assuring her that everything would be all right and asking if she could stay with the girl for a moment. The girl nodded lightly in response. As a hero, Nemuri quickly embraced the girl and began to comfort her until the man stepped out of the shadows. The man's voice demanded the return of his daughter, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐻 to flinch and cling to Nemuri even tighter. Izuku rose, his eyes obscured by his hair as he advanced. The man, unaware of the situation, remained calm until Izuku delivered a swift punch. That sent him crashing backward into the alleyway. Izuku instructed Nemuri to call the police and an ambulance, requesting a body bag. The man, known as 𝗟𝗏𝗸, rose to his feet, his mask damaged from the blow. He used his quirk to repair it and upon looking up, saw a furious Izuku. 𝗟𝗏𝗸 questioned whether Izuku knew who he was, to which Izuku replied that he was aware of 𝗟𝗏𝗸's identity and the horrors he had inflicted on the little girl. 𝗟𝗏𝗸 was taken aback that Izuku knew his name, but even more so that he was aware of his actions. He smirked, thinking that after defeating Izuku, he would have to teach 𝗟𝗍 a lesson. Izuku, however, made it clear that this was not a fight, it was an execution. Channeling the power of the 𝗟𝗏𝗟 fruit, Izuku unleashed 𝗟𝗏𝗏, summoning a beam of light from the sky that struck 𝗟𝗏𝗸, causing him to scream in agony. The sound echoed through the streets. Initially frightened, 𝗟𝗍 recognized the voice and felt a sense of relief at hearing it in pain. Fueled by anger, Izuku demanded that 𝗟𝗏𝗸 rise, insisting that their encounter was far from over. He had held back his previous attack to avoid killing 𝗟𝗏𝗸 immediately. As 𝗟𝗏𝗸 struggled to get up, Izuku launched another assault with 20 million volt bari, sending a line of lightning toward him, resulting in another agonizing scream. 𝗟𝗏𝗸 lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his eyes. Izuku kicked him over and pressed his foot against 𝗟𝗏𝗸's chest, asking if he had any final words. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, 𝗟𝗏𝗸 grasped Izuku's ankle, but his quirk failed to activate. Confused, 𝗟𝗏𝗸 watched as Izuku unleashed 𝗟𝗏𝗏 once more, this time at full power and close range, ending 𝗟𝗏𝗏's life. Izuku stepped back from the defeated figure, reflecting that the end had come too swiftly and lacked sufficient pain. He turned his attention back to 𝗟𝗍, walking out of the dark alleyway as sunlight began to illuminate the scene, revealing the aftermath of the confrontation. He noticed 𝗟𝗍 still cowering in fear and crouched down a few feet away from her and Nemuri, asking if she was afraid of the mask. 𝗟𝗍 nodded slightly. For most, the mask was just an accessory, but for 𝗟𝗍, it represented 𝗟𝗏𝗸. Without hesitation, Izuku removed his mask, revealing himself as the prince of their continent to the onlookers. The police were en route, and the crowd reacted with a mix of awe and confusion. Some knelt, others fled, while a few captured the moment on camera. Izuku approached Eri, who released her grip on Nemuri and embraced him, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. He sat on the ground with her, providing comfort. When the police arrived, they initially froze at the sight of Izuku, but the mention of a body bag prompted a detective to step forward. Fortunately, it was the same detective who had been present at the USJ and recognized Izuku. Nemuri briefed the officers on the situation, explaining that they needed to take Izuku in for questioning as part of protocol, though the junior officers hesitated to proceed. Understanding the necessity of the situation, Izuku stood and approached the detective. He greeted him and requested that he not be handcuffed and that the child remain with him. The detective agreed, and Izuku entered the police car while still holding Eri close. News trucks arrived just in time to capture Izuku entering the police vehicle without his mask, caring for the girl. Reporters clamored for information, questioning why the prince was in a police car and what his connection was to the girl and the deceased. Various news stations sought details to provide quick updates. Nemuri called Alfred to relay the events, starting the conversation with a greeting. Alfred, initially concerned for the prince's well-being, was shocked to learn that Izuku had gone with the police regarding a murder. Midnight, overhearing the conversation, expressed her worry. Nemuri then explained the situation to Alfred in detail. While Nemuri informed Alfred, Izuku was speaking with the police about the events that had transpired. Initially, they were doubtful of his claims, but after presenting the girl's memories and the detective's quirk confirmed the truth, Izuku was cleared of all charges. Now, Izuku sat in the waiting area with Eri, who was still hugging him tightly. She looked up at him, her eyes red and puffy, and asked something that troubled her. She wondered what would happen to her now and if she would have to go away. Sadness and fear lingered in her voice. Izuku hugged her close once more, reassuring her that the decision was hers. He expressed that if it were up to him, she would live with him, but if she wanted to go somewhere else, he would help her with that. Eri, with her face pressed against Izuku's chest, shook her head, indicating she did not want to be with scary people anymore. Izuku then asked if she wanted to stay with him, to which she nodded. She thanked him, feeling a little safer in his embrace. However, as three new individuals entered the room, Eri's fear returned. The newcomers were Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Alfred, accompanied by Nemuri, whom Eri recognized and trusted not to harm her. As Alfred entered and spotted Izuku, he was eager to rush over but was stopped by Nemuri, who placed a hand on his shoulder. They calmly made their way across the room, where Nemuri took a seat next to Izuku. Nizu inquired if Izuku could explain what was happening, expressing that he had a basic understanding but wanted the full story. Izuku shared everything, including the conversation he had just had with Eri. Everyone took a moment to process the information. Nizu then asked about Izuku's intentions regarding Eri, a question that had been on everyone's mind since they arrived. Izuku explained that it might sound strange, but he had decided to take care of Eri himself. This revelation shocked and confused the others. Nemuri was particularly taken aback by the sudden announcement. Nizu asked if that meant Izuku would become her guardian, to which Izuku nodded, expressing his longing to ensure Eri would no longer be scared. He wanted to do everything he could to help her find happiness again. Eri felt a flicker of joy at his words but was still apprehensive. In Eri's mind, two voices battled for her attention. One voice reassured her that she had been saved from the torment of 𝗟𝗏 and that Izuku was her hero who would never hurt her. The other voice, however, warned her that Izuku could be evil and might bring her back to 𝗟𝗏 or become a new source of pain. It suggested that his kindness was merely an act to manipulate her emotions. Alfred then posed a question to Izuku, reminding him of the significant responsibility he was taking on. He cautioned that if Izuku's parents disagreed with his choice, they might disown him. Although Alfred knew that Izuku's parents would never do such a thing, he wanted to test the sincerity of Izuku's intentions. Izuku responded that he would still care for Eri, regardless of the consequences. Nizu then interjected, asking what would happen if Izuku were expelled from UA because of his decision. Both Recovery Girl and Nemuri exchanged glances at Nizu's comment. Izuku replied that he would simply find a new school or give up on his dream if it came to that. Nizu's laughter filled the room at his determination. Nizu assured Izuku that it would not be a problem to have Eri at UA and even offered to assist if needed. Alfred expressed his unwavering support for both Izuku and Eri, smiling kindly at the young girl, who was still clinging to Izuku. Izuku then requested permission to bring Eri to class, promising to keep her occupied and ensure she wouldn't disrupt any lessons. Nizu agreed, stating he would inform Aizawa about the new students starting Monday. As Nizu waved goodbye and exited the room, he asked Alfred to begin the necessary paperwork. Now, only Nemuri, Recovery Girl, Izuku, and Eri remained in the room. Izuku asked Recovery Girl to ensure Eri's health. The older heroine nodded and approached Eri, who instinctively grabbed Izuku's arm in fear. Izuku reassured her that Recovery Girl was a hero who would help her and would not hurt her. Though still scared, Eri trusted Izuku and walked with Recovery Girl to the other side of the room, where she could still see Izuku and Nemuri. Once they were alone, Nemuri addressed Izuku, expressing that he should have discussed his plans with her first. Izuku felt a twinge of guilt for forgetting and apologized, explaining that he had momentarily lost sight of the fact that he was no longer alone. Nemuri reassured him that she didn't mind but requested that he inform her next time he considered adopting a child. She then kissed Izuku on the cheek. After about 20 minutes, Recovery Girl completed her examination of Eri, advising that she needed to take some vitamins and gain weight, as she was quite thin. Both Nemuri and Izuku took Eri to Izuku's home, where they ordered some clothing she would need. At home, Nemuri mentioned that she had a meeting with other heroines but planned to cancel it to be with Izuku and Eri. Izuku encouraged her to go and enjoy time with her friends, suggesting she could visit afterward. Eri felt anxious in her unfamiliar surroundings but held on to her belief that Izuku would never harm her. The rest of the day passed peacefully. Eri remained somewhat distant, but Izuku and Nemuri took every opportunity to engage her, asking about her interests and desires. They discovered that Eri only knew of one thing she liked: apples. Izuku felt a sense of relief to learn at least one thing that brought her joy. But he regretted how quickly he had dealt with Overhaul as he learned more about the situation. It was Monday morning at UA University, but this day felt different. Before the students could arrive at UA, they were intercepted by news reporters. The media seemed to be on a manhunt. On Saturday, a Quirk user had managed to capture 2 photos of Izuku, one with a mask and one without. Those images spread across the news in Japan, prompting numerous tips about his whereabouts. One of those tips suggested that the masked individual was at UA, causing a stir as everyone sought answers. The students of Class 1A were unsure how to react and pretended they knew nothing. As they entered the classroom, they began discussing the situation. More students joined in, turning it into a group conversation. Kaminari remarked on the overwhelming number of reporters asking questions about Midoriya. Siro expressed sympathy for Izuku, noting that he just wanted to be a normal guy, and Kirishima agreed, criticizing the media for their actions. Momo then noticed Izuku's absence and wondered where he was, prompting the others to look around. Ojiro pointed out that Shoji and Koda were also missing, which led to speculation among the class. Just then, Aizawa entered, causing all the students to rush to their seats. Aizawa wasted no time in addressing the class. He informed them that both Mizo Shoji and Koji Koda had chosen to transfer to another school, leaving the students in shock over the loss of their classmates. He quickly added that 3 new students would be joining them. With a wave of his hand, he invited the newcomers to enter. The first was a young woman with straight fawn-colored hair that fell just below her shoulders and dark brown eyes. She had a confident demeanor and an impressive figure. The second newcomer was taller, standing slightly shorter than Aizawa, with shoulder-length black hair and striking features, including a long, defined nose. The last was a woman of similar height to the first, with long orange hair that reached the lower part of her back, exuding confidence and a familiar build to Momo. Aizawa instructed the new students to introduce themselves. The first, Kami Utsushimi, greeted everyone enthusiastically, while the second, Robin Nico, offered a polite introduction. The last, Nami Nico, expressed her hope for friendship. Some students raised their hands with questions, prompting Izuku to clarify that they could simply call the sisters by their first names. Once settled, Izuku mentioned a specific seat behind Bakugo that was still open, hinting at something important regarding it. He then sent a message on his phone and settled into his sleeping bag. Mina inquired about waiting for someone, to which Izuku assured them they would see soon enough. He emphasized the importance of remaining calm about what was to come. After a moment, the door opened again. Midnight entered first, followed by Izuku, who was accompanied by someone unfamiliar to the class. The three new women were taken aback, having heard rumors about the prince being at UA, but they remained silent, curious about the situation. Izuku stood before the class as Izuku took his seat to listen. He acknowledged the students' curiosity but asked them to hold their questions until he finished speaking. He introduced 𝗟𝐼𝐬, explaining that he had found her on Saturday and had brought her to UA. He noted that he would share more details later but wanted to protect 𝗟𝐼𝐬 from hearing anything distressing. He explained that 𝗟𝐼𝐬 was frightened of others and felt safe only with him or Midnight. When he invited questions, hands shot up across the room. Uraraka was the first to ask if that meant 𝗟𝐼𝐬 was his daughter, to which Izuku nodded. Many girls found this endearing, while one red-haired boy thought it was incredibly admirable. Ida then inquired about 𝗟𝐼𝐬's activities during class, and Izuku reassured them that she would be able to engage in drawing or watch movies to help her feel more comfortable. Later on, as she became more relaxed and comfortable, he planned to provide her with materials to help her learn on her own. This thought made Ida feel content, and he nodded before settling back down. Other questions were addressed until only one remained, posed by one of the three new girls, Nami, who inquired about his relationship status. Izuku rubbed his temples in response, while the girls blushed slightly, curious about the answer. Some of the boys were also interested, not for the same reasons, but because they wanted to know how the date had gone. Midnight giggled at the question, and Izuku found himself unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Midnight, who stepped forward to clarify. She explained that while he was not single, he was in a relationship with her, but they were open to new friendships. The three girls exchanged confused looks, unsure if she was joking, but when they saw others nodding in confirmation, they began to understand. Midnight added that any new connections would have to wait until after the sports festival, as she wanted everyone to perform their best. Just then, the door swung open, and All Might entered, carrying a small table and chair meant for 𝗟𝐼𝐬. He placed them in front of himself and thanked him, which puzzled the three new girls. All Might assured them that he had to leave again and hurried off. Izuku attempted to hand 𝗟𝐼𝐬 over to Namuri for a moment so he could position the table next to his, but before he could turn, Kirishima stood up and moved it for him. Izuku nodded in appreciation. Namuri said her goodbyes as she kissed Izuku, causing him to blush slightly. Izuku then informed everyone that after the sports festival, they would be implementing a dormitory system. Midoriya's status provided a good opportunity for this change, which had been under consideration for some time. He handed out forms for the students to take home for their parents to read and sign. The remainder of the lesson was straightforward. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 spent her time drawing and occasionally listening to the lesson, though she didn't understand much. She wasn't particularly fond of certain teachers, like Snipe, but found him amusing. After present mixed English lesson, it was time for lunch, but they had a brief 10-minute wait before it began. Kirishima wanted to connect with 𝗟𝐼𝐬, so he asked Izuku if he could speak with her. Izuku agreed, advising him to keep a respectful distance. Kirishima approached Bakugo's desk, crouching down beside it to greet 𝗟𝐼𝐬. She shyly waved back. He noticed her drawing and gently asked what she was creating. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 looked to Izuku for reassurance, who nodded encouragingly. She revealed her drawing, which depicted green grass, a sun in the corner, and a house. In front of the house were three stick figures, one smaller than the others, one with a green afro, and another with purple hair resembling a Christmas tree. The smallest figure had gray hair. Kirishima admired the drawing, expressing his excitement and asking her to explain it. Feeling a bit embarrassed but trusting Izuku, 𝗟𝐼𝐬 shared that the drawing represented her, her father, and Namuri in a grassy field in front of a house. Izuku was taken aback by her words, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. The cuteness of the moment caused others to look away, but they soon realized the significance of what she had said. Izuku asked 𝐼 what she had called him, and she immediately became frightened, apologizing profusely. He rushed to her side, embracing her and assuring her that he was not upset, just surprised. He expressed his happiness, tears of joy filling his eyes. Overjoyed, he lifted 𝐼 and declared that they would get her anything she wanted for lunch. The class followed him, all sharing in his excitement. As they entered the cafeteria, a hush fell over the room as everyone turned to look at Izuku, who held 𝐼 in his arms, a broad smile on his face. He approached the lunch line, surrounded by his classmates, who were engaged in lively conversation. Whispers circulated throughout the room about him. When it was his turn to order, he requested everything on the menu, and Lunch Rush confirmed his order, beginning to prepare the food. While waiting, Izuku noticed Namuri seated at a table with 2 empty seats beside her, where Ida, Kirishima, and the girls were already gathered. As they sat down, the food arrived quickly, and Izuku encouraged 𝐼 to try each dish to discover her favorites. By the end of lunch, more than half the table was still filled with food, and everyone turned to Izuku, who hadn't taken a bite yet. Ida asked what he planned to do with all the food, pointing out that it was too much for one person and that they only had 5 minutes before class resumed. Everyone shared the same curiosity, but Izuku simply smiled and began to eat. The speed at which he consumed his meal was remarkable, but even more impressive was the fact that he managed to finish without wasting a single morsel or making a mess. Instead, it was quite amusing to watch. Izuku devoured his food at an astonishing pace, clearing the table in just 3 minutes. The plates were stacked neatly, and not a single crumb was found on him. After finishing, he patted his stomach and suggested they return to class. His classmates nodded in agreement, still in awe of what they had just witnessed. The remainder of the day was uneventful, but the new dorm system sparked excitement and chatter among everyone. The students of Class 1A were now training together as a cohesive unit. With just 1 week remaining until the sports festival, their goal was clear: victory. Most of the class had formed groups to enhance their skills collaboratively. The 3 new girls who had recently joined UA were training alongside the other girls, all united in their efforts to improve. Meanwhile, the boys were also diligently working. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato focused on strength training. Kirishima needed to build muscle for his quirk. The stronger he became, the more resilient his skin could be. In a confrontation with villains, having the strength to defend oneself was invaluable. Kaminari, while not reliant on physical strength for his quirk, recognized that enhancing his power would benefit his control. Sato, on the other hand, could increase his muscle mass through his quirk, making him stronger overall. Bakugo and Todoroki preferred to train alone. Bakugo was honing his movements with explosions, developing powerful techniques to counter those who could negate his quirk. He aimed to minimize the spread of his explosions while maximizing their destructive potential. Todoroki, driven by the longing to impress his parents, both esteemed heroes, was determined to showcase his strength at the sports festival. He focused on mastering the simultaneous use of his flames and ice, managing the side effects but knowing he still had work to do. The rest of the boys were engaged in sparring, except for Izuku, who concentrated on enhancing his skills. He was using the string fruit to create various forms, entertaining 𝐼 with his creations. It was as if the little girl was surrounded by a flock of white doves and wolves. Both Midnight and All Might, who were observing the class, noted how Izuku's display resembled a scene from a fairy tale, only cuter. Izuku made each creation move fluidly, captivating 𝐼 as she reached out to touch them. She marveled at the spectacle, often calling out for different animals, which Izuku would promptly conjure from strings. The girls were also training together, eager to grow stronger and gain recognition. Achiko and Cammy practiced hand-to-hand combat, with Achiko hoping to learn more effective ways to utilize her quirk beyond simply touching her targets. Cammy, whose quirk allowed her to create illusions, lacked offensive capabilities and sought to improve her combat skills. Together, they approached Aizawa for guidance. Momo was training with Nami, both of them favoring the bow staff. Nami had a wooden staff that could be extended into 3 sections, though she was still developing her skills with it. Her quirk, which allowed her to perceive climate conditions, had limited offensive or defensive applications. However, it could be invaluable in predicting natural disasters, making her a potential asset in crisis situations. Momo, already experienced with the bow staff, hoped that Nami's chaotic style would help her refine her own techniques. Robin trained with Toru and Jiro. Toru practiced stealth, attempting to land punches on Jiro, who focused on detecting her movements. Robin's role was to create noise using her quirk, which allowed her to grow additional limbs. Unlike her mother, who could only create hands and feet, Robin had enhanced abilities, enabling her to grow arms, legs, and even facial features. This made her a formidable presence during training. Mina and Toru engaged in leg workouts, with Mina performing squats and box jumps while wearing a weighted jacket. Azui, also in a weighted jacket, executed small jumps, transitioning from a crouched position to a full extension. The focus of their jumps was not on height but on delivering a shock to their muscles. As the girls worked out, they shared stories about themselves, bonding over their experiences and aspirations. As the group engaged in conversation to learn more about each other, Mina inquired about Nami's feelings for Izuku. Nami confirmed her interest, explaining that she wasn't too embarrassed to express it publicly. She was determined to pursue her feelings, even as Momo attempted to challenge her with a staff move. Momo playfully warned Nami that she wasn't the only one interested, which led to Toru revealing her own intentions. Jiro caught Toru off guard, using her earphone jacks to secure her legs, and the playful banter continued as they discussed who else might be vying for Izuku's attention. Nami felt uncertain about the competition, prompting Jiro to list the potential suitors, including herself. Mina chimed in, acknowledging the attraction they all felt towards Izuku. Momo reminded everyone that their main focus was the upcoming sports festival, which had everyone excited. They discussed who would give the introductory speech, with Momo revealing that she had been chosen for the honor, despite initially thinking Izuku would take on that role. As Izuku approached, he requested a moment alone with Momo. He made a peculiar request for her speech, asking her to encourage everyone to give their best against him, as he wanted to avoid anyone being too intimidated to compete. Momo agreed and saw this as an opportunity to ask him out on a date after the festival. Izuku graciously accepted, expressing his admiration for her, which left Momo blushing as she rejoined her friends, who immediately began to tease her. On the day of the sports festival, UA Stadium was filled to capacity with pro heroes, families, and media. Outside, large crowds gathered, eager to witness the live event, while pro heroes patrolled the area, ensuring safety amidst the excitement. In the stands, many high-ranking heroes were present, including 𝗟𝗏, 𝗏𝐼𝐼, Hawks, and Ryukyu. Midnight, who was supposed to be the MC, had stepped down due to Eri's presence and was now enjoying the event with her close friends. They were in a private area, sharing the experience with Nemuri, Eri, 𝗏𝐼, Ryukyu, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗂𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵. 𝗏𝐼, affectionately known as Rumi, noticed Eri clinging to Nemuri, who was feeling shy due to the crowd. Nemuri introduced Eri, who had begun to trust her and Izuku over time. When asked about her father, Eri proudly stated that her papa was Izuku Midoriya, leaving the other women in disbelief. They were curious about how Nemuri had come to babysit the prince, and she revealed that Izuku had asked her during a movie night, which surprised everyone even more. The prince was the person everyone was talking about. Lady hoped it was just a joke, but Nemuri confirmed that he had been spending a lot of time with her. She playfully covered Eri's ears for a moment and reassured the others that she could introduce them later, as the event was about to begin. Present Mike welcomed everyone to the UA Sports Festival for the first year, promising an exciting show. Class 1A entered the arena, having faced villains during the USJ incident and still standing strong. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of the prince, while Class 1A felt a wave of nerves wash over them, overwhelmed by the large audience. Next, Class 1B from the hero course took the stage. Although they hadn't faced villains, they were still part of the hero course, eliciting cheers, albeit quieter than for Class 1A. Following them were Classes 1C, 1D, and 1E from General Studies, and then the support courses of Classes F, G, and H. Finally, Classes I, J, and K from management were introduced. Present Mike then called for Miss Yaoyorozu to deliver the introductory speech. As Momo approached the microphone, she could hear a mix of cheers and boos, with some calling for the prince to speak instead. She greeted the audience, acknowledging that some might prefer a different speaker, but she felt honored to be there. She explained that all first-year students would compete in various events, showcasing their abilities and proving they were the next generation of heroes. She emphasized that today was about competition, not heroics or fighting villains, and encouraged everyone to give their all. She concluded with a message from the prince, urging everyone not to hold back and to strive for victory, leading to a collective cheer from the crowd. After her speech, Momo received praise from her classmates, with Izuku giving her a thumbs up and a wink, causing her to blush. The other UA students were still a bit intimidated by the prince, but seeing Kirishima act like a normal friend around him eased some of their fears. The first event was announced as a race around the arena, covering a distance of 5 kilometers with obstacles along the way. Present Mike warned the students to prepare, as the race would start in 5 minutes. Most students rushed to the starting line, except for Izuku, who walked over to Eri and Nemuri. Using his haki, he quickly located them and jumped onto the railing. He greeted Eri and the other ladies, who were momentarily speechless. Eri asked why he was there instead of preparing for the race, and he expressed his concern for her well-being, asking if she was hungry. Eri nodded, and when she requested mochi, Izuku transformed his hand into the treat, creating a generous portion for everyone to share. Eri delightedly took a bite, exclaiming how tasty it was. She then asked Izuku how he planned to race, excitedly urging him to use the bluebird technique he often described. Izuku reassured her and encouraged everyone to enjoy the mochi before he made his way back to the starting line. Yu expressed disbelief at Izuku's earlier actions, and Nemuri encouraged everyone to try the mochi, which they all enjoyed. Suddenly, the signal for the race sounded, prompting all the students to sprint forward, except for Izuku, who remained calm. Shoto quickly froze the ground, trapping many competitors, including Izuku. Class 1A anticipated this move and leaped into action as soon as the race began. Class 1B managed to break free and followed suit, hoping to gain an early advantage. Present Mike announced that Todoroki and Bakugo were leading the race, highlighting Todoroki's impressive opening move that had incapacitated many students, including Izuku. Stuck in place, Izuku observed the ice surrounding his shoes, while others expressed frustration at their predicament. Shaking his head, he activated the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 no Mi, striking the ground with a powerful punch that shattered the ice, freeing himself and those around him. Grateful for the prince's intervention, the students took off again, eager to rejoin the race. Izuku found himself alone once more, which was his intention. He transformed using the Tori no Mi, model phoenix, his arms igniting in blue flames, catching the attention of the Todoroki family. His arms morphed into wings, and he spun in a circle, the flames enveloping him until he emerged as a magnificent bluebird. The bird was even larger than All Might, and everyone gazed in awe at the magnificent sight. A fiery bird soared through the air, flapping its wings as it flew through the gate at high speed, just as Present Mike announced the first obstacle. It appeared they had reached the robot inferno. Todoroki arrived at the first event, confronted by numerous robots. As he listened to Present Mike discuss the robots, he felt unimpressed and decided to use his ice powers to immobilize them. He lowered his hand to the ground and raised it, sending a wave of ice that encased the robots, allowing him to glide past them. The robots began to topple over, causing panic among the other participants. Class 1A reacted skillfully, ensuring they avoided the falling machines while easily dispatching the smaller robots scattered around. Class 1B scrambled to escape, some frozen in fear as the large metal figures crashed down. Suddenly, a massive robot descending from above was swiftly slashed and kicked aside. 3 talons had cut through its form, sending it off course in a single fluid motion. Everyone turned to witness the source of this impressive attack, their expressions filled with admiration. Class 1A was astonished, having never seen such a full animal transformation before. Monoma from Class 1B was filled with frustration. He had never felt so angry. Not only had he needed rescuing, but he had been saved by someone from Class 1A. Though he would never openly insult the prince, he harbored resentment, especially since the prince's presence in Class 1A gave them an advantage. Izuku, not wanting to show off, took to the skies again, flapping his wings and propelling himself forward, overtaking 𝗏𝗏𝐽, who shouted in annoyance at his speed. Without pausing, Izuku flew past all the obstacles, leaving Present Mic no time to announce his progress. First place is Izuku Midoriya, Present Mic declared as Izuku soared through the gate. He landed, still in his bird form, and transformed back into his human self, a light sheen of sweat on his brow and slightly out of breath. He lay on the grass, waiting for his classmates to catch up. Izuku reflected on his performance, wishing he could have held back a bit more, but he knew he needed to push himself to ensure his opponents would give their all during the competition. Meanwhile, Todoroki, still in the race, felt a surge of frustration. He hadn't even reached the second obstacle, and Izuku had already claimed victory. How weak am I? He thought as he finally arrived at the second challenge. The second obstacle is the pits. Your objective is to get across to the other side. Use drops, jumps, or flight, whatever it takes, Present Mic announced, trying to energize the competitors for the remainder of the race. As Todoroki contemplated a clever strategy to win and increase his speed, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 sprang into action, using his explosions to propel himself from pillar to pillar. The students of Class 1A soon reached the pillars, and the girls decided to collaborate to ensure they all advanced together. Todoroki, lost in his thoughts, barely noticed his classmates springing into action. He created a fragile bridge of ice, allowing him to cross before it shattered beneath him. The girls worked in unison. Robin conjured multiple hands that linked each girl in a chain, except for Tsu, who wrapped her tongue around Robin. Achiko made everyone weightless, excluding Tsu again, allowing them to leap from pillar to pillar with ease. The boys aimed to cross as swiftly and strategically as possible. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow propel himself from pillar to pillar. Ojiro utilized his balance and martial arts skills to navigate the ropes effortlessly. Ida activated his engines to glide over the obstacles. Kaminari and Kirishima lacked a specific boost but had 𝗟𝗏, who taped himself to the ropes and pulled his friends along. They all raced forward, eager to secure a top position. After a short sprint, 𝗏𝗏𝐽, now in second place, and Todoroki, closely behind in third, reached the minefield. Ignoring Present Mic's warnings, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 charged ahead, triggering an explosion that sent him flying backward. What was that? He shouted in frustration at the unexpected blast. It seems they have reached the third and final obstacle, the minefield. Although the explosions are startling, they're mostly for show, Present Mic explained, while Aizawa, sitting beside him, recalled their own experiences with this obstacle during their second year at UA, chuckling at how Present Mic had reacted to one of the explosions. Todoroki noticed the slight bumps in the ground and took his time to avoid them. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had no choice but to follow suit. Gradually, they both reached the third event, and the girls decided to split up upon hearing the details. Robin devised a plan to potentially secure second place. She created hands to navigate above each mine, while 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Todoroki, realizing they might lose their positions, increased their pace. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 launched himself into the air with explosive force, propelling himself past the mines. Todoroki formed an ice path for himself, securing second place as they entered the final stretch. Todoroki and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 raced neck and neck, with Todoroki slightly ahead. They reached a tunnel devoid of cameras, heightening the excitement. Todoroki led the way, with 𝗏𝗏𝐽 right on his heels in third place. Robin secured fourth place. As more students arrived, it was announced that all participants for the next round had been finalized. In first place was Izuku Midoriya, finishing with more than half the time of the second place, Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki 𝗏𝗏𝐽 took third, followed by Robin Nico in fourth, and Tenya Ida in fifth. The remaining results were displayed on the board, confirming that all students from classes 1A and 1B, along with a support course student Mei Hatsum and general studies student Hitoshi Shinso, had advanced. The next event was a battle royale. Izuku stood in the center, contemplating his strategy. Normally, he would fly up and wait for the chaos to unfold, but this time he needed to find a way to avoid engaging in the fights directly. While he could fight, doing so would reveal his abilities and potentially intimidate others. As the countdown began, excitement filled the air. With the signal given, everyone sprang into action. Izuku was the first to move, activating his barrier fruit to create a protective dome around himself. Many attempted to breach the barrier, including Bakugo, but their efforts were in vain. Izuku remained in the center, fingers crossed, while Bakugo decided to focus on other opponents. Todoroki recognized that his confrontation with Izuku would come later, after others had been eliminated. Shizuki employed a similar tactic to Izuku, forming a dome of vines while keeping a watchful eye on him. She recalled a significant moment from Izuku's past, when he was interviewed at the age of 14 about faith. His response had resonated with her, affirming her own beliefs and providing her comfort during difficult times. Meanwhile, Bakugo charged at Kamakiri, launching a powerful explosion that caught him off guard. The blast disoriented Kamakiri, allowing Bakugo to send him flying out of the ring. However, Kamakiri managed to release 2 blades from his forearms, anchoring himself in the match. Monoma, witnessing Bakugo's aggressive tactics, rallied his classmates to confront him 4 against 1. They launched an attack on Bakugo, while Todoroki used his ice to trap several opponents, creating openings for his classmates to eliminate them. Kaminari attempted a sneak attack on Todoroki but was swiftly countered, leaving him vulnerable. The girls faced their own challenges against the Class 1B girls. Kendo struck first, knocking Aoyama out of the ring. Achiko and Momo quickly responded, with Achiko floating Yui and tossing her outside while Momo created a staff to strike Tokage, sending her toward the edge of the ring. Azui seized the opportunity to knock Tokage out with a swift move. Bakugo continued his fight against the 4 Class 1B students, focusing on Monoma, the loud blonde who had caught his attention. The battle raged on, filled with determination and strategy as each student fought to prove their strength. The only reason Bakugo remembered Monoma was that every time Monoma spoke, Bakugo felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Monoma initiated the confrontation with a slap, which Bakugo deflected with his arm. In retaliation, Bakugo attempted to unleash a powerful explosion aimed at Monoma's face, only to be thwarted by a protective barrier created by Tsuburaga's quirk. Kaibara then activated his ability, spinning his arm at high speeds before delivering a forceful punch to Bakugo's stomach, sending him momentarily airborne. Using an explosion to propel himself back toward the trio, Bakugo noted that they had initially attacked with 4 members after he had dealt with one of them. As he landed behind the 3, he quickly struck both Kaibara and Tsuburaba in the stomach with a palm strike, launching them out of the ring with another explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Monoma retaliated by blasting Bakugo in the face with an explosion of his own. However, Bakugo's resistance to explosions allowed him to endure the pain and grab Monoma's wrist, attempting to kick him out as well, but he was intercepted by 2 others. Kurwar and Kamakiri re-entered the fray. Kurwar lurked in Bakugo's shadow, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while Kamakiri sought revenge for his earlier defeat against Bakugo. Kurwar managed to secure Bakugo's arm, and Kamakiri formed a dull sickle with his quirk, pressing it against Bakugo's neck and pulling him back. Bakugo aimed his palm at Kurwar, aware that it would risk injuring his own wrist. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a massive explosion from that hand, causing significant pain to his wrist but nearly knocking Kurwar out. As a result of the blast, Kamakiri attempted to slam Bakugo to the ground, only to be met with an elbow to the face. Bakugo seized the opportunity to grab Kurwar, who was still dazed, and used him as a weapon to knock both Kamakiri and Monoma out of the ring. Meanwhile, Izuku observed the chaos around him. A figure without lips approached the barrier and touched it, causing it to dissolve like water. Izuku was impressed, but as the barrier fell, he prepared for the ensuing attacks. Using his observation haki throughout the match, Izuku anticipated the incoming assaults. He deftly dodged Hananuki's punch, Shota's attempt to strike, and 𝐒𝐻𝐬's repeated attacks without breaking a sweat. When 𝐒𝐻𝐬's aimed a right hook at his liver, Izuku blocked it with his elbow, and when Hananuki tried to tackle him, Izuku countered with a knee to the face. As he jumped back, he lost his balance from a sudden elbow strike, causing him to fall. In that moment, Pony delivered a swift kick that broke Izuku's nose as he landed. Despite the injury, Izuku wore a broad smile, excited by the challenge. He rolled his shoulders, ready for more action. Izuku first targeted Hananuki, landing an elbow strike that stunned him. He then grabbed Hananuki by the collar and delivered a headbutt, further disorienting him. Turning swiftly, he blocked Shota's punch using Hananuki's body and pushed them both to the ground. Izuku then rushed toward Pony, but her frightened expression made her raise her hands defensively. He gently lifted her and tossed her out of the ring, ensuring she landed safely. Hananuki and Shota charged at him, but Izuku ducked, causing them to trip over each other. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 attempted to flee, realizing he was outmatched against Izuku. However, as he ran, 𝗟𝗟 struck him with his tail. Determined not to go down easily, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 clung to 𝗟𝗟's tail, dragging him along. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗟 and the other girls found themselves overwhelmed by Komori, Fukudashi, and Yanagi, who had them outnumbered. 𝗟𝗟's quirk was useful, but it wasn't enough for a full-on fight. Aware of her disadvantage, 𝗂𝐽𝐻𝐬 decided that if she was going to lose, she would take some opponents with her. She tackled Komori, but as she landed, Fukudashi attempted to grab her to throw her out. 𝗟𝗟 intervened, using her quirk to wrap up Fukudashi's arm, only to be grabbed by Yanagi, who tried to throw her to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, a new challenger emerged. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 activated one of her inventions, deploying 4 robotic arms from her backpack that swiftly pushed 𝗟𝗟, Yanagi, Komori, Fukudashi, and 𝗂𝐽𝐻𝐬 out of the ring. 𝗟𝗟 executed a sneak attack on 𝐼𝐻𝐬, wrapping one of her legs in tape and dragging her out. Just as she disappeared from Tokoyami's view, he turned to see 𝗟𝗟 standing there with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 out of the ring. Without waiting for a command, Dark Shadow charged forward, striking 𝗟𝗟 and knocking him out. Iida rushed in, seeing an easy target in his sights. Before him stood Ishido, her back turned to the chaos around her. As he attempted to push her, he suddenly found himself falling through her form, which transformed into mist. Just as he was about to plunge down, Iida managed to halt his descent. In that moment, Cammy emerged, attempting to shove Iida aside. However, Ida's combat experience proved advantageous, allowing him to roll back and evade her push, causing Cammy to overextend and tumble out of the ring. The announcer declared the results with enthusiasm, revealing the final 16 competitors. Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shiosaki, Tenya Iida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Ejiro Kirishima, Tetsu, Robin Nico, Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Nami Robin, Mina Ishido, Hitoshi Shino, Itsuka Kendo, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬. A 30-minute break was announced before the competition would resume, allowing the crowd to gradually settle down from the excitement and make their way to the cafeteria. The sports festival had just concluded, and the students were changing back into their regular clothes. Kirishima, curious about Izuku's performance during his match with Todoroki, asked what had happened. Many students shared his curiosity, speculating that it might have been a unique quirk. Izuku replied that he would share the details when they were at the dorms on Friday. They had the next day free for packing, followed by classes before moving in. After settling in, he promised to explain everything in detail. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up, and the others nodded in agreement. Todoroki, who was mostly silent and lost in thought, acknowledged Izuku with a nod, indicating his longing to learn more about the powers. Bakugo, on the other hand, struggled to recall the details of the last fight. He remembered giving it his all but still felt frustrated by his loss. In his mind, he suspected that Izuku had somehow cheated. Though he remained quiet, he was seething with anger toward Izuku. Once the students finished changing, they exited the building, and once again, Izuku was bombarded with questions about his powers. He repeated his earlier response to Kirishima. As he attempted to walk away, Mina playfully jumped onto his back, insisting that if he revealed his secrets, she would reward him. Izuku, accustomed to her teasing, decided to play along, suggesting that if she waited until they were at the dorms, he could reward her for being such a good friend. This made Mina blush a deeper shade of pink, but she eventually hopped off, nodding and quickly running away. Izuku continued on his way toward Eri and Nemuri, mentally thanking Nemuri for all the playful teasing she had done with him. When he reached them, Eri ran as fast as her little legs could carry her and hugged him tightly around the legs. Izuku lifted her up and embraced her warmly. Nemuri and the other pro-heroines who had been watching the sports festival approached, and Nemuri kissed Izuku on the cheek to congratulate him on his victory. Izuku chatted with the pro-heroes, some of whom were also curious about the unusual powers he had displayed. Midnight had some knowledge of these powers, recognizing them as the 6 powers, or Rokushiki. She noted that Aizawa could also use them, although he rarely did. Izuku shared a bit about the powers but promised to provide a more thorough explanation on Friday when he would inform the students. They agreed to visit him then, eager to learn more, especially if he would be willing to teach them how to use these abilities. Izuku was more than happy to oblige. Afterward, Izuku headed home with Eri and Nemuri. On their way, they discussed the dorms. Nemuri informed Izuku that he would have a larger dorm room than the others, not due to his rank but because of his relationships and his role as a father. Nemuri often spent her nights with Izuku, and while their relationship had not yet become public, that would likely change soon. Eri was thrilled to learn that she would have her own room right next to Izuku's, connected by a door. Nemuri expressed her longing to sleep in his dorm, and as Izuku held her hand while driving, he kissed it gently and assured her that it would be no trouble at all. Nemuri blushed, excitement evident on her face. Meanwhile, at the Todoroki estate, Shoto sat in the back of the car with his sister Fuyumi, who was trying to hide her smile as Shoto appeared rather downcast. As they arrived home, Shoto looked increasingly troubled. Upon exiting the car, they were greeted by their mother, Rei Todoroki, who congratulated Shoto on his impressive performance in the sports festival, mentioning that she had been cheering for him the entire time. Shoto indicated that he had something important to discuss with her and their father, Enji Todoroki, also known as 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Later, after dinner, the entire Todoroki family gathered, waiting for Shoto to speak. He revealed that Izuku Midoriya had requested to meet with both of their parents at a time of their choosing. This announcement shocked his family, prompting his oldest brother, Toya, also known as 𝗟𝗶𝗸, to ask if Izuku had specified how he wanted to communicate. Natsu, the middle brother who had chosen a path in medicine rather than heroics, questioned whether it was about their previous fight and if Izuku was upset about the attack. Fuyumi interjected, clarifying that it was not the case, which drew everyone's attention. Enji simply called out his daughter's name, prompting her to explain. She recounted how, after Shoto's match, Izuku had brought him to the recovery room where she was present to apologize. Izuku had assured her that no apology was necessary, and they had a brief conversation. Fuyumi noted that Izuku did not seem like a bad person, and a light blush crept onto her cheeks, which did not go unnoticed by their mother. Back at Bakugo's house, he was greeted by his parents, who expressed pride in his second-place finish. However, Bakugo, feeling overwhelmed, stomped off to his room before they could say more. He turned on his laptop and replayed his match against Izuku. Watching the fight from an outside perspective clarified just how decisively he had lost. Reflecting on the match, he recalled his own words and actions, realizing that it had taken Izuku's performance to make him confront his behavior. Bakugo understood that he would never be a nice person, nor did he want to be. He craved strength like All Might or Izuku. Yet, he felt he was nothing like them, not even like 𝗟𝗏𝗏, who, despite his harshness toward villains, at least toned it down for his fans. After some contemplation, Bakugo recognized who he was, the Red Dog, an old ex-hero known for his ruthless pursuit of power and his so-called absolute justice. The Red Dog often resorted to extreme measures against villains without considering the impact on civilians. This event led to him losing his hero license, and later, he was tragically taken down by a hero after TDR succumbed to rage over some American politicians who spoke ill of him. Bakugo was on a similar path, and he could now see it clearly. He wondered why he would follow that route when All Might had never done so. Bakugo realized that something needed to change. He needed to change. He would strive not only to become stronger but also to forge connections. Perhaps not friendships, but maybe a rivalry. When Achiko returned home, she was surprised to find both her parents waiting for her. Her mother enveloped her in a warm hug, while her father placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. They settled in the living room and chatted for a bit. 𝐼zuku's mother inquired about her school life, asking if she had her eye on anyone, perhaps that blonde boy she had fought in the third round. 𝐼zuku quickly denied it, insisting that she wasn't interested in anyone. Her mother chuckled at her daughter's flustered reaction. However, 𝐼zuku's father was more direct, asking who she liked. When he threatened to withhold the mochi they had bought for her, 𝐼zuku reluctantly confessed. She admitted that she might have a crush on a boy, but she was unsure if he felt the same way or if what she felt was truly a crush. Her mother pressed for details, suggesting that it might be that handsome boy with red and white hair. 𝐼zuku shook her head, finally revealing in a soft voice that it was the prince. After repeating herself a couple of times, she mustered the courage to say it a bit louder. It was Izuku. This revelation left both her parents in shock. It was not every day that a daughter confessed to having feelings for one of the most prominent figures in Asia, perhaps even the world. Her father asked if she meant the Prince of Asia, Izuku, or someone else. He knew his daughter was appealing and could attract any boy she desired, but he worried that the prince might use his status to pressure her. 𝐼zuku affirmed that it was indeed him, describing Izuku as sweet and kind. As she continued to speak, her voice became a whisper, and her parents struggled to hear her as their thoughts drifted elsewhere. 𝐼zuku's father felt concern for her safety, while her mother was filled with joy, imagining her daughter dating the prince and becoming an official princess. When Mina arrived home, she rushed to hug her mother. They immediately began discussing the sports festival. Mina and her mother shared an open relationship, discussing nearly everything. Mina had already told her mother about her class's crush on the prince, and her mother promised to keep it a secret. Initially, Mina's mother thought her daughter was joking about the crush, but after seeing the prince in action, she understood. Happily married for 20 years, she hoped her daughter would find a similar happiness, even if it meant being in a relationship with more than one person. As Momo stepped out of the limousine and entered her house, she noticed her parents were both home and waiting for her. After greeting them, she sat down and apologized for her quick exit from the competition. Her father reassured her that there was no need for apologies, expressing how proud both he and her mother were of her efforts. They then discussed the sports festival and the dorms, with her father mentioning that her new room would likely be smaller. Upon arriving home, Ida found the house empty, which was not unusual. He decided to study the sports festival matches more closely, aiming to strengthen his skills. He believed that rewatching not only his fights but also those of others was essential for improvement. After analyzing the last fight of the second round, his older brother 𝗟𝐿 came home. Instead of calling out, Ida stepped out of his room to greet him. Ida and 𝗟𝐿 were quite different. Ida was strict and focused on following the rules to become the best hero he could be, while 𝗟𝐿 was more relaxed. Although he adhered to the rules, he encouraged his younger brother to enjoy life and have fun rather than strictly adhering to the book. As Friday arrived, each student sat in homeroom, waiting for Aizawa. They chatted about what they had packed and how much unpacking awaited them. They also shared stories about their emotional parents. Izuku felt joy as he watched 𝐼 draw their little family. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that 𝐼 had illustrated a forest filled with birds in the sky, depicting their family having a picnic. He saw that she had labeled him as Papa, with his stick figure sporting a green afro and a big smile. 𝐼 had drawn herself as a small stick figure with gray hair and a unicorn horn, labeled Me, and then there was Nemuri, represented as a stick figure with a red shirt and purple hair, labeled Mama. It warmed Izuku's heart to see that she had chosen to call her Mama, instead of Nem or Nemuri. He knew that Nemuri needed to see this drawing. Shortly after, Aizawa entered the classroom, prompting the students to take their seats and quiet down. 𝐼 waved enthusiastically at Aizawa, who, despite his usual stern demeanor, had a soft spot for her. He returned her wave, knowing that she looked forward to receiving a fruit package from him, which she always found delightful. Today was set to be a brief day of lessons. Aizawa announced that they would review the results of the sports festival and discuss the upcoming internships for each student. The students cheered at the prospect, But Izuku, not fond of interruptions, used his quirk to restore silence. He began by asking if anyone knew the true purpose of the sports festival. Kaminari chimed in, suggesting it was to showcase their skills to the world, which elicited laughter and cheers. Izuku quickly corrected him, and Uraraka raised her hand, stating it was for internships. Izuku confirmed that during the festival, heroes from around the globe observed the students' performances, and the Japanese heroes could offer internships to 2 students. Ida stood up, questioning why it was usually 1 internship per student. Izuku explained that this year, 1 student was likely to dominate the votes. The class turned their attention to Izuku, who had garnered an impressive number of votes. Izuku then displayed the voting results, revealing that Izuku led with 55,000 votes, followed by Todoroki and Bakugo. The results were unusually skewed, with the 3 of them clearly standing out. Izuku retrieved a basket containing 20 tablets, which he distributed to the students. Each tablet listed potential hero internship locations, and they could check 3 options, with a deadline set for Monday. As Izuku reached Izuku, he noticed 𝐼 holding a fruit package and a drawing, which made him smile behind his scarf. He continued handing out the tablets, explaining that each required a username and school ID for access. Next, Izuku reviewed the sports festival footage, highlighting the race and the various obstacles. He commended the students on their efforts but pointed out areas for improvement. He noted that while Izuku had set a new record, he had wasted time at the start by speaking with 𝐼, who quietly apologized to him. Izuku reassured her that there was no need for apologies. Izuku addressed Kirishima, advising him not to put himself at risk unnecessarily, even as he aspired to be an unbreakable shield. He praised the girls for their teamwork and Ojiro for his clever use of his quirk. Bakugo was also acknowledged for his performance but was encouraged to adjust his technique for better speed. During the battle royale, Izuku reminded Izuku to stay alert, as the opponents had managed to breach his defenses. He advised Bakugo to retreat when outnumbered and commended Todoroki for his strategic approach. Izuku humorously pointed out Kaminari's blunder of announcing a surprise attack, which drew laughter from the class. He concluded by emphasizing the importance of adaptability, reminding the girls that teaming up isn't always the best strategy, and advising Ida to be cautious with his speed, as it nearly cost him a victory. In the one-on-one rounds, he praised Ida for his restraint and encouraged Robin to maintain focus on her opponents in future matches. Bakugo was warned not to attack anyone after the fight again, and he simply nodded in acknowledgement. In the second round, Izuku praised Ida for successfully faking out his opponent, which led to his victory. He commended the rest of the class for their performance as well. As they moved to the third round, he cautioned Midoriya about the potential dangers of using his quirk against classmates, advising Todoroki to focus on developing basic fighting skills alongside his quirk. He reminded Bakugo not to let anger cloud his judgment, emphasizing that power does not always surpass skill. The students nodded in understanding. Izuku then announced the final part of the lesson. They needed to decide on hero names. The class erupted in cheers, as a hero's name held significant importance. Just then, Midnight entered the room, continuing the discussion about the impact of a good hero name on a career. Izuku, feeling unqualified to contribute, laid down and fell asleep. Midnight approached the desk at the front of the class and explained the importance of choosing a hero name. She emphasized that the wrong name could hinder their careers before they even began. Each student was to write their name on the board and present it. Excitement filled the room as Midnight distributed boards to everyone. As she passed Izuku, she maintained her usual demeanor but gave 𝐼 a quick kiss on the cheek. 𝐼, focused on a different drawing, had temporarily set aside her artwork with Midnight. Midnight informed the class they had 10 minutes to think before the first presentation. She offered her assistance if anyone needed help, then sat down to grade homework and tests. The students began brainstorming and discussing potential names with one another. After 10 minutes, Midnight announced that it was time to present. The students looked around before the bold 𝐼𝐬 stood up and walked forward. He declared his hero name as the glittering hero, I cannot stop twinkling, striking a dramatic pose. Midnight suggested he try again with a shorter name, and 𝐼𝐬 returned to his seat. Next, Robin stood up and presented her board, stating that Durga would be a fitting name for her heroine persona. Midnight praised her choice, and Robin beamed at the compliment. Following her, 𝗏𝗏 stepped up and shared her name, 𝗏𝗏, which elicited cheers and laughter from the class, especially because of her playful reference to her childhood as a tadpole. After 𝗏𝗏 sat down, Nami approached the front, presenting her name, 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Midnight approved, noting its simplicity and relevance to her quirk. 𝐼𝐬 stood up once more, suggesting 𝗟𝗏𝗏 as a name. Midnight accepted it for being short and sweet. 𝗏𝗟𝐬 followed, presenting �tailman, which Midnight found fitting and approved. Kirishima then stood up, proudly announcing Red Riot, which he confirmed was in honor of Crimson Riot. Midnight acknowledged the challenge of living up to that name, and Kirishima nodded confidently. Mina walked up next, a big smile on her face as she declared her name, Alien Queen. Midnight, however, deemed it too frightening and denied the name. Mina sat down, looking defeated, while Izuku mentally noted to watch some scary movies with Midnight. Uraraka then took her turn, presenting 𝗟𝗏𝗏, which Midnight accepted, appreciating the clever play on her family name and quirk. Ida stepped up next, choosing 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in honor of his family name, which Midnight accepted. Bakugo was next, declaring Explosion Murder God, but Midnight found it too aggressive and asked him to change it. He then suggested Explosion Murder Lord, but again she advised him to tone it down. Bakugo finally sat down, having not yet settled on a name. Kaminari stood up, excitedly announcing the Stun Hero Charge Bolt, which was accepted. He high-fived 𝗟𝗏 and Kirishima as he returned to his seat. 𝗟𝗏 then presented the Taping Hero Cellophone, which Midnight found clever and accepted. Mina, determined this time, approached again with Acid Queen, which was accepted, prompting her to cheer as she returned to her seat. Cammy followed, presenting 𝗟𝗶𝗏𝗏, a fun play on words that was accepted. Momo then stood in front of the class, expressing her hope to live up to the name 𝗏𝗏𝗏, which was also accepted, eliciting some laughter from her classmates. Hagakure skipped to the podium and presented her name, 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Mina chimed in, asking if it was related to how light changes. Toru explained that her quirk reflects light in a way that makes her appear invisible, and the class responded with excitement and admiration. Toru's name was accepted, and she returned to her seat. Todoroki then walked up, simply presenting Shoto. Midnight looked at him, slightly confused, but accepted it after confirming he was sure about the choice. Finally, Tokoyami presented his name, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, which Midnight also accepted. Tokoyami settled back into his seat as Sato stepped forward. His board displayed the name, the Sweets Hero, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, which was quickly accepted. Jiro moved ahead, feeling uneasy about presenting her name. Nemuri acknowledged her with a smile, commenting on how cute her quirk was, causing Jiro to blush at the compliment. Next, it was time for Bakugo and Midoriya to present their names. Before Izuku could rise, Bakugo stood up confidently, declaring his name as Ground Zero. Nemuri remarked on the fitting nature of the name, referencing the term often associated with bomb sites, which suited Bakugo well. He returned to his seat in silence, leaving the spotlight for Izuku. The students were eager to see what the Prince of Asia would choose as his hero name. Izuku announced 𝗟𝗏𝗏, which drew an excited reaction from Mina, who exclaimed that it sounded like the devil. Izuku chuckled, explaining that the sword-wielding demon brings misfortune to those who gaze upon him. He expressed his determination to apprehend villains he deemed fitting targets, mentioning that his powers were granted by the Sea Devil. Kaminari interjected, noting that Izuku wasn't currently carrying a sword. Izuku clarified that he did possess swords and intended to carry one soon, as it was still being repaired. The prospect of this excited many of the students. Nemuri accepted Izuku's name and instructed him to take his seat. She returned to her desk and nudged Aizawa to signal that class had concluded. Aizawa muttered something quietly as he stood, casting a disapproving glance at Nemuri, who remained in the room, waiting to head to the dorms with Izuku and Eri. He informed the class that they had until Monday to submit their internship choices. Otherwise, the faculty would make selections for them. With that, Izuku exited as the students began gathering their belongings. 1A arrived at the dorms with Nemuri. Each student reacted differently to the sight of the large building. Achiko and Nami were astonished by its size, while Momo and Ida noted that it resembled other buildings they had seen. Izuku and Robin admired the impressive architecture. Midnight began to explain the dorms. She welcomed everyone to the UA dorms, also known as Height Alliance, as she opened the door. The students entered the spacious common area, where Midnight pointed out the living room and kitchen. She mentioned that the showers were on this floor, separated by gender, and assured anyone feeling shy that there were multiple stalls for privacy. This made some of the boys feel more at ease. While they weren't overly shy, having some privacy while showering was appreciated. Midnight continued, explaining that there was also a bath in both shower rooms, a laundry room in the common area, and a courtyard. The remaining floors contained the students' sleeping quarters. Each student had their own room, equipped with air conditioning, toilets, beds, fridges, closets, and balconies. Midnight had ensured that all the boxes the students brought were moved into their rooms. To help everyone find their rooms, she presented a sheet that outlined the layout. Kaminari questioned why Izuku had such a large room and why Nemuri's name appeared on the same section. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed, while Nemuri seemed pleased. She explained that she would be spending her nights there. Mina playfully jumped onto Izuku's back, eager for him to share details about his cool power. Izuku turned to see Mina's face close to his, causing her to blush slightly as she was determined to learn more. He advised her not to be so impatient, suggesting that only patient individuals would be rewarded. He smiled at her, which seemed to overwhelm Mina, prompting her to jump off and hide behind the other girls. Izuku mentioned that he would show his power later but suggested they first settle in and grab something to eat. Everyone agreed and moved toward their dorm rooms. After changing into more casual clothing suitable for training, most students donned sweatpants, while some girls and Ida wore shorts. T-shirts and sleeveless tops were the norm, with Izuku in a compression shirt and Nemuri and a few girls in CRP tops. They began unpacking their belongings. Izuku and Nemuri helped Eri first, ensuring she had everything she needed. Eri's room was filled with stuffed animals and dolls, resembling a child's paradise, complete with a gaming system that allowed offline games. Eri knew how to navigate the system and enjoyed playing. Once they finished helping Eri, Izuku and Nemuri set up their own room. Izuku had only a few items, some books, pictures, and swords. Nemuri, however, had more to arrange. She placed her flowers on the balcony to ensure they received enough sunlight, followed by her pictures and other belongings. After they finished, they realized they had some time before dinner, and Nemuri suggested having some fun. She playfully jumped onto Izuku, and they both fell onto the bed, where they shared a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, the others completed their room setups. Around the same time and wanted to discuss dinner plans, but they needed everyone present. Achiko and Mina were sent to find Izuku, Nemuri, and Eri. Mina wondered what Izuku's room looked like, and Achiko jokingly suggested it might be entirely gold, which made Mina laugh. When they reached Izuku's door, they knocked but received no response. Inside, Izuku had used the 𝐼𝐻𝐬 fruit to create a sound barrier, focusing entirely on Nemuri and not noticing the knocking. Mina and Achiko knocked again, but still heard nothing. Concerned, Achiko suggested they might have fallen asleep. Without waiting for a response, Mina opened the door and walked in, followed by Achiko. They were taken aback by the sight before them. Both Achiko and Mina saw Nemuri in her BR, straddling a shirtless Izuku. They were caught in a moment of intimacy, which halted as Izuku noticed them. The sound barrier dissipated, and Nemuri, unaware of the interruption, playfully pressed herself closer to Izuku. Realizing the situation, Achiko and Mina stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Izuku, still surprised, asked if they were going to join them. Mina seized the opportunity and stepped forward, pulling Izuku's head away from Nemuri. Izuku, blushing, met Mina's gaze, and she leaned in to kiss him. Izuku returned the kiss, wrapping one arm around Nemuri and placing his hand on Mina's lower back to draw her closer. After a moment, they parted, leaving a hint of connection between them. Mina smiled, expressing that she had wanted to do that for a while. 𝐼𝐼𝐬, inspired by Mina's boldness, approached Izuku as well. Having been friends with Mina since middle school, she felt encouraged. She stood on the other side of Izuku, her confidence wavering. Izuku looked into 𝐼𝐼𝐬's eyes and took the initiative, gently placing his hand on her cheek and guiding her face closer to his. As their lips met, they shared a tender kiss. Nemuri, who was still with Izuku, felt a sense of joy. She was aware of their mutual crushes, including Izuku's feelings for various heroines, which she found delightful. Observing the girls around them, who were openly expressing their affections, brought a smile to her face. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 and Izuku had just separated, enjoying a moment of quiet together. However, Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬, no longer holding back, jumped onto Izuku, showering him with kisses as they sprawled on the bed. This playful moment continued until a loud knock interrupted them. Ida's voice called from the door, asking if Midoriya and Miss Kiyama were in their room to discuss dinner plans. Both Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 blushed, realizing their earlier intentions had been thwarted and that they might be discovered. Izuku responded, assuring Ida that they would be down shortly. Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 quickly scrambled off Izuku, straightening their clothes and hair as best they could. Nemuri simply picked up her shirt from the floor and put it back on. Izuku had to wash his face, noticing the kiss marks left on his skin. Just as he approached the sink, 𝐼𝐬 walked in, looking for Izuku. She expressed her hunger, but since Izuku wasn't there, Nemuri reassured her that he would be back soon. 𝐼𝐬 smiled at Nemuri, who stood there, touched by the moment. 𝐼𝐬 then walked over and tugged at Nemuri's breaths, asking if she was okay. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nemuri hugged 𝐼𝐬, tears welling in her eyes. Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 found the scene adorable but felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing they could be called Mama too, but they decided to wait for the right time. When Izuku returned, he learned what had transpired and felt a bit disappointed that he had missed seeing Nemuri's reaction to 𝐼𝐬's words, but he was still happy. They all headed downstairs together, and as they entered the common room, Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 were playfully teased by Nami and Cammy about their appearance. The two girls tried to tidy themselves up while thinking of an excuse. However, Nemuri had other ideas. She playfully remarked that Izuku was an excellent kisser, causing the boys to laugh at 𝐼𝐼𝐬's flustered reaction. The girls blushed but couldn't help giggling at 𝐼𝐼𝐬, who thought hiding behind Izuku would help their case. Dinner was served, featuring fried rice with beef. It was evident to everyone that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 and Mina were gravitating closer to Izuku. The boys, still single, felt the weight of the situation but knew they couldn't change the girls' feelings. After dinner, Nemuri received a text from Aizawa, informing her that the pro heroes had arrived at the front gate and were ready to head to Ground Alpha. She relayed the message to Class 1A, and everyone followed her. Izuku carried 𝐼𝐬 on his back while Mina and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 faced a barrage of questions from the other girls. Upon arriving at Ground Alpha, they spotted a small group of pro heroes. Among them were Rumi Mirko, Ryuko Ryukyu, 𝐼𝐮𝐬, and Aizawa, all dressed in workout gear except for Aizawa, who wore his hero costume. Rumi sported sweatpants with a playful carrot design, while Ryuko wore similar breathes with a plain shirt. Yu donned tight yoga leggings that accentuated her athletic figure and a top that enhanced her appearance. She was determined not only to strengthen her skills but also to catch Izuku's attention. Izuku noticed Yu immediately, just like the other boys. After placing 𝐼𝐬 down, he addressed the group, stating that everyone was curious about the technique he had used during his fight with Todoroki. Everyone nodded in agreement. He then turned to Aizawa, asking if he was familiar with the technique. Aizawa admitted that he knew about it but lacked the necessary skill and wanted to learn more. Izuku explained that the technique was known as the 6 powers, or Rokushiki, which anyone could learn with dedicated training. He demonstrated the first technique, Shurgon, or finger pistol, which involved striking a target with incredible speed, creating a wound similar to a bullet. He asked Momo to create a thin metal sheet, which she did. Holding it steady, Izuku poked it, piercing through the metal, leaving everyone in awe and excitement. Rumi, curious, examined Izuku's finger, surprised by its normal appearance. She attempted to replicate the technique but only ended up hurting her own finger. Izuku explained that mastering this technique required years of training, starting with sand to toughen the fingers before progressing to paper. He demonstrated, using a floating piece of paper to show how it worked. Rumi was skeptical, doubting that such a simple exercise could pierce metal. After several attempts, she grew frustrated, exclaiming her disbelief. Aizawa then tried and managed to tear the paper, though the hole was not clean. Izuku took a new piece of paper and pierced it effortlessly while it floated in the air. He continued by introducing the second technique, Saru, or shave, which allowed users to move at incredible speeds to evade attacks and strike with greater power. Izuku demonstrated by vanishing from sight and reappearing a short distance away, then repeating the action. He explained that executing this technique required kicking off the ground multiple times in the blink of an eye. Izuku had learned the importance of running in place, weighted running, and jumping, focusing on moving his legs as much as possible. He introduced the next technique, 𝗟𝗶𝗸 or moonwalk, which allowed users to leap off the air itself, enabling them to remain airborne longer than usual. This technique could be used to traverse great distances without touching the ground or to prepare for swift aerial attacks. Initially, some people thought it was a joke until Izuku demonstrated it, effortlessly jumping mid-air. Rumi, inspired by his display, attempted to replicate the technique. She managed to stay airborne for 2 jumps before landing on the ground with a thud. Izuku landed gracefully and rubbed his legs slightly, explaining that he had trained by running long distances and jumping with weights. Next, he introduced Tekai, or iron body, which hardened the user's muscles to the level of iron, nullifying damage from attacks. 𝗟𝗓 remarked that it made one unbreakable, but Izuku clarified that it wasn't entirely true. With enough force, it could be broken through. He speculated that Mirko could potentially break through it with a kick, which filled Rumi with pride at the compliment from Izuku. To demonstrate, Izuku hardened his body and allowed Kirishima to punch him, causing Kirishima to wince in pain. Nami joked that saying someone had abs of steel was no joke, prompting laughter from the group. Izuku explained that training involved hardening muscles and skin, which included rigorous workouts and enduring a lot of slaps, recalling his challenging training sessions with his teachers. Aizawa understood the intensity of the training, especially for someone like Izuku, who had faced villains and formidable opponents before. Izuku then moved on to the last 2 techniques, starting with Rankyaku, or Tempest Kick. He demonstrated by executing a powerful kick, creating a blade of compressed air that sliced through a nearby tree. He explained that Rankyaku was a projectile technique where users kicked at high speeds and strengths, sending out a sharp air blade capable of slicing through objects and causing significant damage. He noted that it wasn't limited to just the feet, it could also be performed with hands or even the neck. He suggested that someone like Ojiro could use his tail for this technique, and it might even be possible for Tsuyu to utilize her tongue. The key to mastering this technique was speed, which Izuku had developed by training with large weights to slow him down. He continued, explaining that learning Rankyaku, 𝗟𝗶𝗸, and Saru often occurred together due to their similar training requirements. Rumi attempted to perform Rankyaku but found she wasn't fast enough, only managing to create a small gust of wind without any damaging effect. Finally, he introduced kami, or paper art, which made the user's body extraordinarily flexible, allowing them to avoid attacks and bend like a piece of paper. The training for this technique relied heavily on instinct and extensive stretching. As Izuku assisted others in learning their desired skills, 𝗏𝗏 approached him and requested a moment of his time. Once they were out of earshot from the group, 𝗏𝗏 revealed that he had informed his parents about Izuku wanting to speak with them, and they had asked if tomorrow would be suitable. Izuku agreed that tomorrow worked for him and inquired if there was anything else. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his gratitude for Izuku's help, to which Izuku replied that thanks were unnecessary. They returned to the group and resumed their training. As Izuku and Todoroki returned to the larger group, Todoroki joined his friends and began stretching to prepare for the real training. Izuku also started his stretches and assisted some of the others with theirs. While doing basic stretches with Eri, who was trying them as well, he noticed the girls nearby. Most were focused on loosening up, but a few seemed to be putting on a little show for him. Although Izuku lacked experience with girls, he could sense when someone was interested in him. He had learned to read people from a young age. It was clear to Izuku who had feelings for him, but he often chose not to act on it, wanting to avoid pressuring anyone. He had recognized that Ichiko and Mina likely had feelings for him around the time of the USJ incident, but he refrained from pursuing them, respecting their choice. He also sensed that the pro-heroines, including Nemuri, were interested in him, and he suspected that nearly all the girls from Class 1A had feelings for him. However, he found it difficult to read Robin, though Nemuri had mentioned that she also had feelings for him. After completing their stretches and warm-up, the group was ready to begin training for the 6 powers. Izuku planned to teach them all the same powers simultaneously, starting with Geppo or Moonwalk. Aizawa anticipated a rigorous leg workout to enhance their speed, but Izuku explained that technique was more important than raw power. While a certain level of strength was necessary, having the technique was crucial for effective use. Izuku demonstrated the correct jumping technique, performing it slowly and repeatedly until everyone understood. Aizawa was familiar with the technique but needed to refine his execution. Yu and Nemuri were competitive and required more assistance than the others, clearly enjoying the closeness to Izuku. He took every opportunity to tease them. After about 45 minutes of intense training, they all sat down, exhausted. Izuku, who hadn't exerted himself as much, continued his workout while everyone took a break, doing handstand push-ups at the encouragement of Nemuri and Mina. Then Kirishima noticed a mark on Izuku's stomach and asked about it. Izuku, still in the middle of his push-ups, casually explained that it was part of his powers, a seal for the 9 beasts of the Sea Devil that he could summon. This revelation surprised many, and 𝐼zuku remarked that Izuku was even stronger than they had thought. Izuku clarified that while he could use the beasts to enhance his power, they did not make him stronger on their own. After finishing his push-ups, Izuku sat down with 𝐼, who handed him something to drink. He compared his powers to Dark Shadow, noting that the beasts were not bound to him. Rumi, who was there primarily to chat with her friends, inquired about the nature of his powers and the Sea Devil. Izuku began to recount a story about the Sea Devil, a tale told to children long ago. In a time when the world was flooded, there was a pirate named Joy Boy who defeated many gods. The gods, angered by Joy Boy's strength, cursed him, granting him immense power at the cost of his life as a pirate. The sea would reject him, draining his strength whenever he came into contact with it. Despite this, Joy Boy continued to sail the seas, eventually defeating 9 beasts who pledged loyalty to him. In his final battle against the gods, he fell, and the 9 beasts perished alongside him, their sacrifice shaping the world as it is known today. While most of the group was familiar with the story, Rumi pointed out that Izuku still hadn't explained his powers. He acknowledged that he had many abilities, but each of the 9 beasts possessed a unique power. Instead of explaining further, he decided to demonstrate, noting that he would need to draw BLD for this. Izuku moved a short distance away and removed his shirt. He bit his thumb, allowing it to bleed, and drew the kanji for 1. In a puff of smoke, a large beast appeared. It was sandy brown with black markings, featuring a jagged mouth and striking eyes shaped like stars. The beast addressed Izuku, questioning his strength. 𝐼 approached the creature, defending her father by stating he was not weak. The beast, towering like all might, lowered its head to 𝐼, recognizing her innocence and choosing not to be harsh. Izuku introduced the creature as Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, whose power was sand defense. As he spoke, the BLD on his mark faded, and Shikaku vanished in another puff of smoke. Izuku then drew the kanji for 2 on his stomach, summoning the second beast. Before it could speak, he introduced Matatabi, the 2-tailed beast, engulfed in cobalt blue and black flames. Matatabi, resembling a large cat, greeted Izuku warmly. He introduced her to the group, explaining that she held the power of blue and black fire. While she could use regular flames, Matatabi's flames were blue, and she could even push them to black for a few attacks, though it left her feeling fatigued. Matatabi demonstrated this by releasing a small burst of blue fire from her mouth. Todoroki, curious, asked about the blue and black flames, as the students were unsure of the differences. He explained that most flames are red, but as the temperature rises, the color changes. It goes from red to white and then to blue, which is the hottest. He noted that his father and brother could use blue fire, but they had to build up to it. Black flames, he added, were just as hot as blue flames but could not be extinguished. They would burn until their target was completely consumed. This revelation left some students wide-eyed with astonishment. Todoroki then announced that they would soon begin training, and 𝐼𝐻𝐷 vanished in a puff of smoke. Next, Izuku drew the kanji for 3, or san, on his abs. From the smoke emerged 𝐼𝐻𝐵, a creature resembling a large turtle with a crab-like shell, spikes covering its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Beneath its shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue and a pair of human-like arms, but no hind legs. Its face was obscured by a prominent forehead and lower jaw, both adorned with spikes, and its red eyes had crimson pupils. 𝐼𝐻𝐵 greeted the group with a simple, "Hi." Izuku explained that 𝐼𝐻𝐵 possessed the greatest defensive capabilities among the sea beasts and wielded the power of coral, allowing it to grow and control coral for both attack and capture. Eri, drawn to 𝐼𝐻𝐵, patted its head, and it gently grasped her arm, creating a coral flower that delighted her. 𝐼𝐻𝐵 then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Izuku had to open his thumb again as his wound healed, drawing the kanji for 4, or sure. He introduced the 4th beast, Son Goku. Son Goku was a red-furred, green-skinned monkey with a gorilla-like build. It had yellow irides and white pupils in its eyes, spike-like protrusions along its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upward on its forehead like a crown. Instead of a tongue, Son Goku had a mouth shaped like a dome volcano. Izuku shared that Son Goku was the king of the sage monkeys, also known as the great sage equaling heaven. Standing at the size of All Might, Son Goku's full title was acknowledged, but Izuku clarified that they could simply call him Son Goku. The students examined him closely as Izuku continued to explain his power. Son Goku could transform his skin into magma for defense, making it nearly impossible to attack him with brute force without suffering severe consequences. After giving Son Goku a nod, Izuku watched as he vanished into smoke. He then drew the kanji for 5, or go, to introduce the next beast, Kokuo. Kokuo resembled a white horse with a dolphin's head, sporting 2 long horns and 3 shorter horns in front. The ends of its horns, hooves, and tails were tan, with spots of the same color appearing before the tan areas. It also had red markings beneath its dark blue-green eyes. Eri exclaimed in excitement as she ran toward Kokuo, who knelt down. With Izuku's help, she climbed onto Kokuo's back, and the creature walked around, much to her delight. Izuku took the opportunity to explain Kokuo's abilities, noting that it could utilize steam for both attack and defense. After a brief moment, Kokuo returned to Izuku, allowing him to lift Eri off its back before it too disappeared in a puff of smoke. Izuku drew the kanji for 6, or Roku, to introduce the next beast, Seiken. Seiken was a large, bipedal creature with a white body tinged with light blue, stubby arms, and 6 long tails. It had 2 prominent optical tentacles for eyes and a mouth with hole-like openings. Its entire body was covered in a thick, slimy substance. Achiko playfully teased her friend, pointing out that Seiken's appearance was reminiscent of Mina's pink skin, which elicited laughter from the group. Seiken, after a brief greeting, also vanished into smoke. Izuku then drew the kanji for 7, or 𝐼𝐻𝐿, to introduce the 7th tail, 𝐶HOME, also known as Lucky. 𝐶HOME resembled a blue, armored rhinoceros beetle, with 6 of its 7 tails resembling green insect wings, and a 7th tail growing from the end of its abdomen. Its eyes were covered by a helmet-like skull, from which an orange glow emanated. It had spike protrusions on its shoulders and 6 legs, 3 on each side, with blue armor covering most of them. 𝐶HOME greeted everyone as it buzzed around before settling next to Izuku, its size comparable to Achiko. Izuku explained that Lucky could use blinding power and fly at high speeds. 𝐶HOME demonstrated its speed by darting around the area before turning to smoke once more. Izuku bit his thumb for the final time to draw the kanji for 8, or 𝐻𝐻𝐿, introducing the last beast, �G𝑢ki. �G𝑢ki was an Ashioni, or ox demon, with 4 long horns on its head, resembling those of a Jacob sheep. One of its horns had been permanently sliced off in battle. Yuki had a muscular upper body, hunched like an American bison, arms with spiked protrusions at the elbows, and hands with opposable thumbs. Its lower half consisted of 8 tails resembling the arms of an octopus. These tails will regenerate if they are severed. Yuki greeted Izuku with a fist bump, both of them nearly the same height. He surveyed the group before him. Yuki explained that he could use ink to bind enemies. He approached 𝐼𝐸, who initially felt a bit scared, but as she observed the behavior of the beasts and Gyuki's friendly demeanor with Izuku, she began to relax. Yuki remarked on their shared feature, touching both his horn and hers. He crouched down so 𝐼𝐸 could reach out and touch his horn, which she did. Denki and Kirishima commented on Gyuki's impressive appearance, prompting him to fist bump them as well before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Izuku then introduced Kurama, warning everyone that he was a real troublemaker. He called 𝐼𝐸 over and she stood next to him, feeling safe. Izuku formed the kanji for 9. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke erupted behind Izuku, revealing Kurama, who towered over the dorms. Kurama was a striking red-orange kitsune, with black fur framing its red eyes and 9 long, sweeping tails. Its upper body resembled that of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. Kurama crouched down, glaring at everyone, which frightened most of the group, except for a few pro-heroes. Bakugo, trying to appear unfazed, remarked on Kurama's intimidating presence, though he felt a twinge of fear at the creature's size. Kurama grew even larger, bringing his face closer to Bakugo, causing some of the pro-heroes to step back in trepidation while other students attempted to flee. Bakugo remained frozen in place. In a deep, resonant voice, Kurama declared that his display was meant to demonstrate his superiority. He was commanded to shrink down, and though he growled in response, he complied. Just then, All Might arrived, ready to intervene. Izuku explained that Kurama had merely wanted to impress everyone. Kurama, now reduced to the size of a wolf, lay on the floor with his eyes closed, curled up. While Izuku and All Might conversed with the heroes to ensure that UA would not be caught off guard in the future, 𝐼𝐸 approached Kurama. She called him Mr. Fox, to which Kurama opened one eye and corrected her, stating his name was Kurama. 𝐼𝐸 then asked if she could pet him. Despite his tough exterior, Kurama had a soft spot for Izuku and his family, so he allowed it, albeit reluctantly. 𝐼𝐸 took his response as a no and began to walk away, but Kurama's tail gently pulled her back, inviting her to cuddle. Izuku noticed this interaction and quickly took pictures, as did Nemuri. When 𝐼𝐸 fell, Kurama used his tail to place her comfortably against it. He spoke softly, waking her up, and 𝐼𝐸 thanked him. Kurama led the way, walking ahead of the group. The pro-heroines informed everyone that it was time to leave, but they expressed their gratitude to Izuku for the lesson and asked if they could return for more in the future. Izuku agreed, and you gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, whispering her thanks. In a playful manner, Izuku returned the gesture, causing you to blush as she walked away, joined by the other heroes who chuckled at her flustered state. Cammy suggested they check out the dorms the next day, and Mina readily agreed, excited about the idea. They planned to explore after breakfast, knowing they would have some free time. Everyone was on board with the plan, and Izuku thought about reaching out to Fuyumi regarding a conversation with the Todoroki siblings. As Class 1A made their way back to the dorms, Nemuri stopped Izuku, Achiko, and Mina before they could enter. Izuku had an inkling of why, but he was curious about Nemuri's intentions. Once they were out of earshot from the door, Nemuri began, indicating that she assumed the girls understood why she had separated them. Achiko blushed and looked at the ground, while Mina grinned widely, also blushing. Both girls nodded, though Achiko's was more tentative compared to Mina's enthusiastic agreement. They turned their attention to Izuku, who remained silent, waiting for their response. He assured them that he would not pressure them into anything. The decision was entirely theirs. The girls' blushes deepened as they considered their feelings. Mina finally spoke up, expressing her longing for this to happen if Izuku felt the same. Izuku found her shyness endearing. All eyes then turned to Achiko, who felt the weight of their gazes. She hesitated, searching for the right words, while Izuku remained calm, giving her the space she needed to process her emotions. Nomiuri gazed at her with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to the mischievous smirk she often wore when confronting villains. This smile was filled with warmth and understanding. Mina looked at her best friend with a knowing smirk, anticipating her response. Izuku's thoughts raced. One part urged her to follow her heart and accept the love being offered, while another part of her mind questioned her worth. She thought, why would someone like him want to be with someone like me? He couldn't possibly be seen with someone of my background. These thoughts grew louder, echoing in her mind. As a teacher, Nomiuri placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder and asked what was troubling her. Mina chimed in, suggesting it wasn't about money. Izuku nodded, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. Izuku, confused, inquired about the money issue. He was aware of financial struggles, even in a country with low poverty rates. Izuku hesitated to express her feelings, so Mina stepped in to explain as they took a seat. Izuku had not grown up with much money. Her family's construction business struggled to find work. Izuku's response was met with a light smack on the head from Nomiuri, who reminded him to consider Izuku's feelings. Izuku clarified that if money was the main concern, he could help by hiring her family for projects instead of a larger company. Izuku protested, insisting she didn't want charity. She felt that accepting help would be unfair. Izuku reassured her that hiring her family wouldn't be a handout, it was a fair business decision. He emphasized that money shouldn't dictate their relationship, and it wasn't about buying her affection or meeting societal standards. Izuku hesitated, worrying about what others might think, but Izuku encouraged her to focus on her own desires. He urged her to listen to her heart. Taking a deep breath, Izuku admitted she wanted this. With both of them ready, Izuku leaned closer, gently cupping her cheek to bring her gaze to his. He softly kissed her, and she melted into the moment. As they parted, Mina, unable to contain her excitement, jumped onto Izuku, clinging to him like a koala. They made their way back to the dorms, with Izuku standing tall and Mina wrapped around his back, showering his cheek with affectionate kisses. Nomiuri walked beside them, while Izuku blushed, feeling a mix of joy and embarrassment. Izuku learned from Ida that Kurama was watching over Eri in her room and received congratulations on his new relationship. The girls were thrilled for their friends, which only fueled Izuku's longing to explore his feelings further. After letting Mina down, Izuku checked on Eri, who was peacefully asleep in her bed. True to his word, Kurama was positioned between the window and the door, watching over her. Upon seeing Izuku, Kurama vanished in a puff of smoke. The rest of the night was calm. Izuku spent time in the common room chatting with everyone and preparing a meal to replenish the calories he burned during training. He called it a light snack, though it consisted of 12 scrambled eggs, 500 grams of ground bison, and some white rice. After finishing his meal, he played chess with Momo while Mina and Izuku cheered them on as if it were a boxing match. Momo narrowly defeated Izuku, and afterward, Nomiuri suggested they return to their room to cuddle, which Izuku happily agreed to. After bidding goodnight to everyone, he headed to bed, with Izuku and Mina following. They spent the night watching random movies and enjoying each other's company, eventually falling asleep together. Izuku, being the largest, served as the base of their cuddle pile. Mina nestled against his chest, while Izuku was sandwiched between him and Nomiuri. Izuku had retrieved 2 large mittens from her bed, which made Izuku chuckle. She shared that when she first discovered her quirk, she had been found floating in her room, prompting her father to get her mittens from her favorite show. Each time she outgrew them, they bought larger ones. Both Izuku and Nomiuri found this endearing. The next day, Izuku was the first to awaken. As his eyes adjusted, he smiled at the sight before him. Mina's head rested on his bicep, her body curled around his arm. Izuku had shifted from her spot next to him to lie on top of him, her belly resting against his, her arm nearly covering his face, and her feet draped over Nomiuri. He could see her peaceful expression, which brought him joy. Izuku also glanced at Nomiuri, who, despite her beauty, was an amusing sight while sleeping. With her mouth slightly open, drool escaping, and snoring loudly, she was far from graceful. Izuku had captured a picture of her in this state, making it his phone's home screen. After some time, everyone woke up, with Nemuri being the last, stirred by the giggles of her friends. To get back at Izuku for teasing her, she playfully suggested that a simple look of puppy eyes would get them anything they wanted. Once they gathered downstairs, they enjoyed breakfast together. After some time, everyone was present and ready to eat. Mina asked if they were going to do the room tour, and everyone agreed. They headed to the second floor of the boys' side, with Mina and Cammy taking the lead. As 𝐼zuku opened the door to his dorm, he announced, "Welcome to Casa de 𝐼zuku." His dorm room was meticulously designed in an East Asian style. Kaminari expressed surprise at how impressive his friend's room looked. After admiring the space, they moved on to the neighboring room. Tokoyami attempted to speak, but 𝐼zuku gently pushed him aside, ushering everyone inside. The room was dark and gothic, illuminated only by a few purple lights. Izuku noticed a sword hanging on the wall and examined it, finding it to be rather plain. It likely served as a family heirloom, a common possession among many. Some of the group made light-hearted comments about having a similar phase during middle school. Next, they entered Sato's room, which was relatively ordinary, though it did feature a small kitchen with an oven. Denki announced that the coolest room awaited them, cautioning his friends not to be overwhelmed as he opened the door to reveal a funky space that elicited mixed reactions. Cammy grimaced, and some of the other girls nodded in agreement, while 𝐼zuku and Kirishima simply shook their heads. They quickly left that room and ascended to the third floor, heading to Bakugo's room. Initially, Bakugo told them to leave, but Izuku sensed that he would have used a harsher word if Eri hadn't been with them. After 𝐼zuku teased Bakugo about being afraid, the door swung open. Inside, the room appeared normal, but the sight of expensive clothing brands and romance novels caught Kaminari and 𝐼zuku off guard. Momo mentioned that she had read the same novels and had pre-ordered the next volume. Bakugo, unbothered, admitted he had done the same, leading to them being promptly kicked out. Kirishima enthusiastically kicked open his own door, revealing a somewhat unconventional room filled with hero memorabilia and an abundance of workout equipment, including a punching bag. Achiko excitedly punched the bag, feeling motivated to work out. Aoyama then opened his shiny room, which was bright and adorned with multiple mirrors and glittery posters, complete with a disco ball that illuminated the space. While the glitter was a bit excessive, the colors were harmonious. Ojiro displayed his room next, which was indeed plain and reflected his personality. They then moved to the fourth floor, which contained only 2 rooms. The first was Todoroki's, which surprised everyone. He had completely transformed the space with new floor mats, different wallpaper, and a sliding door instead of curtains. The room had a distinctly Japanese style. Next was Ida's room, which he described as unremarkable. True to his word, the room was tidy, with one wall lined with binders and books, resembling a library. On the opposite side, there were numerous glasses. 𝐼zuku asked why he had so many, to which Ida proudly stated that he needed them for his vision and intended to break them through rigorous training. Robin suggested using contact lenses instead of hoarding glasses, prompting laughter from the group, while Ida struggled to respond. Izuku announced that it was his turn as they approached his room. Upon entering, they noticed it was larger than the others. The bed was massive, but what caught everyone's attention was the array of swords mounted on the wall. Among them, a particularly large sword stood out, adorned with a golden nameplate that read 𝐼zuku. This Western-style sword was intricately designed, with a black blade that resembled an oversized weapon known as a Kriegsmesser. It measured over 2 meters in length. The hilt was suitable for two-handed use, featuring a white bandage-wrapped grip topped with a large red cabochon. The golden crossguard was elongated, giving the sword a crucifix-like appearance. The guard had rectangular grooves filled with decorative reliefs, and the ends of the guard were adorned with red stones, complemented by smaller blue and green gems. The blade itself was jet black, polished to a mirror finish, and exceptionally sharp, tapering to a fine point. Everyone marveled at the impressive blade, some even reaching out to touch it. Kaminari inquired about its size, asking if Izuku could even wield it. Izuku chuckled, explaining that he could, but it was a powerful sword that he couldn't demonstrate without causing significant damage to the dorms. While some thought he was joking, they were hesitant to test his abilities, knowing he could transform into a phoenix and ignite flames at will. Izuku continued to share details about the sword, stating that it was named Yoru for its dark color and classified as a 𝐼𝐻𝐬, the highest grade of sword. Only 11 swords possessed strength comparable to this one. It was one of the most expensive swords in the world, a fact that left people in awe, though they struggled to grasp its true value. Ojiro, with a hint of skepticism, wondered if it was worth around 10,000 yen. Izuku, eager to capture their reactions, revealed the staggering price of 165 billion yen. Nami and Achiko couldn't pull their hands back quickly enough, as if the sword radiated heat. Some chose not to look at it, fearing that merely gazing upon it might cost them dearly. In unison, Achiko and Nami exclaimed their disbelief at Izuku, questioning why such a treasure was in his possession. Robin, intrigued by the blade, was playfully pushed away by Nami, who was concerned about the price. Izuku feigned ignorance, relishing the moment. Kaminari, unable to comprehend Izuku's calm demeanor, suggested that such a valuable item should be kept in a safer location. Izuku explained that his room was on the top floor of a secure building filled with hero trainees, protected by professional heroes, including All Might. The logic of his statement resonated with the group. They then ventured to Eri's room, which was adorably decorated with an array of stuffed animals and games. Among her collection was a stuffed bear that seemed to move on its own. When asked about it, Eri explained that it was a homie, a part of her soul infused into the stuffed animal to watch over her. Eri approached the bear, which greeted her warmly and lifted her off the ground. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 questioned the bear's ability to protect anyone, prompting Izuku to challenge him to test it. After some persuasion, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 made a light attempt to strike Eri, only for the bear to expertly deflect his arm and deliver a swift kick that sent him to the floor. Izuku explained that the bear was a manifestation of his soul, designed to protect Eri. This revelation left everyone wondering about the extent of his abilities and what other protective measures he had in place for his daughter. Mina announced it was time to see the girls' rooms, leading them back to the 3rd floor. She excitedly declared that her room was the first and was quite impressive. Upon entering, they found the familiar layout of the other rooms, but the walls were adorned with posters of movies and artists. Her desk was scattered with a multitude of makeup items, fitting for her vibrant personality. Robin was next, apologizing for the slight mess in her room. It was simple but filled with books, mostly about history and ancient myths. Izuku noticed the disarray of books and appreciated the depth of her interests. Nami then ushered everyone into her room, playfully winking at Izuku. Her space, while plain, was filled with maps and weather data related to her quirk. Izuku was impressed by her handiwork and praised the quality of the maps, which caused Nami to blush. Just as Robin was about to tease her, Nami quickly pushed everyone out, acting as if nothing had happened. As they moved to Jiro's room, Toru expressed curiosity about what she might have. Jiro hesitated before revealing her room, which was filled with music-related items, including posters, instruments, and CDs. Mina spotted a poster featuring Izuku and a band, teasing Jiro about her apparent crush, which made her blush and chase after Mina, who sought refuge behind Izuku. Izuku found it endearing and complimented Jiro on her impressive collection of instruments. Jiro, shy and unable to speak, simply nodded in response. Before they could linger any longer, Jiro pushed everyone out of her room. Next was Toru, who eagerly awaited her turn. Her room was a vibrant pink, filled with plushies and stuffed animals, reminiscent of Eri's but with a distinct charm of its own. Then came Tsuyu, whose room was painted a soft green, decorated with family photos and images of her and Tokoyami. It had a cozy, inviting atmosphere. Nami announced that they were down to the last 3 rooms. They entered Mina's, which was a stylish blend of dark pink and black, adorned with posters and pictures of her and her friends over the years. Achiko followed, opening her door to reveal a well-designed but modest room. It featured a small table, a TV, and a fan, creating a cozy ambience, complete with a constellation painted on the wall. Finally, Momo stood at her door, looking a bit shy. When she opened it, they were greeted by the sight of a massive bed that dominated the space, more extravagant than Izuku's, taking up most of the room. Mina, bursting with excitement, leaped onto the bed, exclaiming how comfortable it was, just like Izuku's. Back in the common room, the group was buzzing with energy, discussing their rooms. Some remarked on how wild certain rooms were, while others debated who had the best. Bakugo confidently claimed his room was the finest, but Nami countered, stating that Izuku had praised her room, making it superior. However, Izuku had complimented all the rooms, which muddled the argument. Izuku announced his intention to step out for a bit, assuring everyone he would return in under an hour. Eri, curious, asked where he was going. He explained that he wanted to check if the range on his drone for his bike could be improved and encouraged her to play with Achiko in the meantime. Eri nodded enthusiastically and ran over to Achiko, asking if she wanted to play. Achiko blushed but happily agreed, enjoying the chance to take on a nurturing role. Eri was uncertain if Achiko would officially be her mother, but she certainly acted like one. Izuku had little experience with hairstyling, and on days when Nemuri had early classes at UA, Eri sometimes arrived with her hair unkempt. Achiko was always there to fix it, and Eri adored the twin tails she could create. The more Eri reflected, the more she realized that everyone in Class 1A felt like family. Though Eri had limited knowledge of family dynamics, she understood that each person had a role. Izuku embodied the protective yet kind father figure. Nemuri and the other girls took on maternal roles, ensuring she was well-fed and looked after. Kirishima was like a fun uncle, while the other boys had their own unique places in her life. Ida, with his peculiar ways, resembled a quirky grandfather, always teaching her things she didn't think she needed to know and guiding her on how to behave appropriately for someone of her status. At first, Eri found this concept confusing, but Izuku made it clear that she was a princess, just like her favorite Disney characters. With a smile on his face, Izuku made his way to the support course. Izuku was on his way to the support course, stopping briefly by his motorcycle to grab his drone. He hoped they could upgrade its range. The motorcycle was a marvel of craftsmanship and high-tech design, but the focus during the drone's creation had been more on tracking and video quality. It had been some time since he last upgraded his bike. As he walked, he noticed some amusing reactions from the students around him. A large group of students seemed to tread carefully, as if they were walking on eggshells. However, he was pleased that his own class acted normally. He hadn't interacted much with Class 1B. Approaching the support building, he passed by the General Studies dorm when he spotted someone. He observed 4 students attempting to hide behind a bush along the path. There were 2 girls and 2 boys. One of the girls spoke up, identifying themselves as third years. She apologized for following him while bowing deeply, along with the others. Izuku reassured them not to worry but asked why they were following him and who they were. The girl introduced herself as 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬. She had short, salmon-colored hair and reddish-brown eyes, adorned with several ear piercings. Her school uniform was slightly disheveled, with a crooked collar and loose tie. She wore tights under her skirt and had pink bracelets on her right wrist. The second girl was 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, who had fair skin and wide, curious eyes. Her long periwinkle hair cascaded down to her knees, twisting around itself. She had side-swept bangs and 2 short clumps of hair framing her face. The boy still hiding was Tamaki Amajiki, a tall young man with pale skin and long, pointed ears. His messy indigo hair stuck out behind his head, and his tired-looking eyes were partially hidden by his bangs. He often hunched his shoulders and avoided eye contact. The last of the group was Mirio Togata, a tall young man with a muscular build and noticeable scars on his lower arms. His unique appearance included blue oval-shaped eyes and rounder features. His blonde hair was styled in a cowlick on top, while the lower section was swept back. Yu expressed their longing to see him, hoping they hadn't offended him. She tried to avoid any harsh punishment. Izuku reassured them that there was no need for formalities. They could simply call him Izuku or Midoriya. He explained that his quirk was called Sea Devil and expressed his enjoyment of Yu. Checking his watch, he noted that the Todorokis would arrive in about 30 minutes, and he wanted to meet them at the gate. Apologizing for the abrupt end to their conversation, He mentioned he needed to head toward the support course but would be happy to talk more later and answer any questions. As he walked away, the 4 students exchanged glances. Tamaki remarked that the encounter hadn't gone as expected, while Mirio nodded with a smile. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt elated. Not only had Izuku expressed a willingness to talk, but he also seemed unfazed by her rapid-fire questions, which often overwhelmed others. Yu was simply relieved that no one had been hurt. Yu knew little about the Japanese royal family, which was typical, as it was often easier to discuss royal families outside one's own country. The media could distort the truth, and it was unwise to openly criticize a supreme ruler. She had heard stories about other royal families. For instance, the current king of America had started off strict but changed after gaining a queen and a child. The prince was known for his wild parties, once turning a city into a week-long celebration that accidentally caused damage to several buildings. In contrast, Africa had a reputation for being harsh, having taken over Europe the previous year. Yu recalled a story about the prince's journey to acquire an additional wife, during which a man had sneezed in his presence and faced severe consequences. The Prince of Australia was also notorious for relocating all of the country's inhabitants into one area, effectively turning the continent into a single massive city. South Africa's ruler was greedy, leading to poverty in the land. The king and prince lived in a lavish castle filled with gold and jewelry. As for Antarctica, little was known, except that the king and prince were unaffected by the cold, with pictures showing the prince surrounded by penguins while wearing shorts in sub-zero temperatures. In Japan, the rulers were generally seen as kind, but the contrasting stories from other countries made it hard to believe. So far, it seemed true, but that could be an act. Yu wasn't entirely sure yet, but for 𝐒𝐮𝐬's safety, she decided to keep an eye on him. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was incredibly attractive, and she definitely didn't have a poster of him in her room. Anyone who said otherwise was simply lying. On the other hand, Izuku felt a sense of familiarity with them, but that could wait as he was just arriving at the support course. He knocked on the door, and suddenly, everything went dark. He felt something soft yet firm against his face. Laughter echoed around him, not the kind that was cheerful but rather manic. Using his haki, he realized someone had mistaken his face for a seat, and it appeared to be a girl. He tapped her thigh, and she finally noticed him. She exclaimed with a laugh that she was sitting on him and then stood up, walking back into the support department without even looking at him. As Izuku sat up, 𝐼𝐼𝐿 noticed it was the prince and was visibly shocked. 𝐼𝐼𝐿 attempted to apologize and urged May to do the same, but she completely ignored them. She offered a half-hearted apology, simply exclaiming, "Oops." Izuku then asked 𝐼𝐼𝐿 if he could upgrade the range on his drone. Just as he spoke, May jumped back on him, having taken the drone to examine it. She marveled at its craftsmanship and began brainstorming wild modifications like lasers or bombs, even camouflage. Izuku clarified that he only needed a range upgrade and could handle the other modifications himself. May responded casually, saying he could come back later, and then she got to work. 𝐼𝐼𝐿 reassured Izuku that he would ensure nothing was broken and that the job would be completed. Izuku nodded and stepped out, calling back to May that if she did a good job, he could provide her with some cool gadgets to play with. This excited her, and she began working even faster. Realizing he was now late, Izuku received a message from Fuyumi indicating that the Todorokis had already arrived. Not wanting to delay them any longer, he used the 𝐼𝐮𝐻𝐼 no Mi sand fruit to propel himself forward, making good time. Upon arrival, he spotted Ochako and Tsu playing with Eri. He swooped in and scooped Eri up, causing her to let out a small squeak. As they headed back to Ochako, Eri began to laugh. Izuku assured her he would come to play soon but needed to have a conversation with 𝗟𝗶H. Eri responded cheerfully, and then returned to play tag with Ochako and Tsu. As Izuku entered the dorm, he immediately noticed the Todorokis, Enji, Rei, and Fuyumi, gathered around the common room kitchen table with their son. He approached them, apologizing for his tardiness due to unexpected interactions. To ensure their conversation remained private, he led the family to an empty room. Enji inquired about the reason for their meeting. Izuku, maintaining a respectful demeanor, stated that he wished to discuss their youngest son, 𝐼𝐻𝐸. 𝐿 and Rei expressed concern, wondering if 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had offended him in any way. Izuku reassured them that it was not the case. He simply had some questions. He mentioned that 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had told him about how they saved his mother and asked for the details. Rei recounted an incident from her earlier years as a pro-hero, explaining how she had been part of the security detail during an exhibition for an animal relief center when a large attack force struck. She described how she had to fight off attackers while ensuring the safety of those present. Izuku listened intently and then bowed deeply, thanking her for protecting his mother. 𝐻𝐬 was taken aback, unsure how to respond to such a gesture. Izuku shifted the conversation to a more serious topic, asking whether 𝐻𝐬 believed that a hero's rank was determined by power or earned through effort. 𝐻𝐬 responded that it was earned, citing examples of heroes with less powerful quirks who achieved high ranks through training and dedication. Izuku then posed a more sensitive question, asking if 𝐻𝐬 had ever abused 𝐻𝐻𝐸 or any of his children. 𝐻𝐬's anger flared at the suggestion, but Izuku explained that 𝐻𝐻𝐸's distant behavior during the sports festival raised concerns. He wanted to ensure that no such thing had occurred. The conversation continued, and they discussed 𝐼𝐻𝐸, with Izuku sharing that she was his daughter after dealing with 𝗟𝗏𝗸. 𝐻𝐸 expressed his disdain for 𝗟𝗏𝗸, stating that he had died too peacefully, while Rei quietly shared her own feelings of hatred toward the man, having had brief interactions with 𝐼𝐻𝐸. Earlier, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had gathered his family, and upon returning, they saw 𝐼𝐻𝐸 playing with Ichiko and Tsu. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 greeted them as usual, while 𝐼𝐻𝐸 approached Rei and Fuyumi with a smile. Both women crouched down to say hello, and 𝐼𝐻𝐸 pointed at their white hair, then at her own, exclaiming that they all had the same hair. In that moment, Rei felt an overwhelming longing to adopt the child. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 complimented Fuyumi on her beauty, sharing a sentiment that echoed her mother's thoughts. Afterward, 𝐼𝐻𝐸 dashed back to Ichiko and Tsu, climbing onto Tsu's back as she playfully hopped around. In the present, Izuku escorted the Todoroki family to their car. As they prepared to leave, Fuyumi leaned in close to Izuku, whispering that she would message him later that evening. With that, she hurried to the back seat of her parents' vehicle. Izuku stood there for a moment, a smile lingering on his face, before turning back toward the dorms. He looked forward to spending time with his daughter and, hopefully, some with his girlfriends as well. However, he was unprepared for the arrival of a few unexpected guests. Izuku had something important to share and a question to ask regarding his 𝐻𝐻𝐸. He wondered if anyone had suggestions for additional women to include. However, he had specific criteria for his choices. Firstly, he needed to know the characters well enough to add them. Secondly, there were some he simply wouldn't include, either because he didn't want to or they were already committed elsewhere. So far, he had decided against adding Boa Hancock, Elizabeth, Diane, Merlin, and Gelda, as he had promised those characters to a friend who would make a brief appearance in the story as the Prince of America. Izuku planned to keep the 𝐻RM small, with the characters appearing occasionally as pro-heroes who would interact with him during missions or weekends. When Izuku arrived at the dorm, he was surprised to find more people there than he had anticipated. Most of Class B and 𝗫𝐿 were present, with many engaging in conversation with the members of Class A, while 𝗫𝐿 remained quiet and somewhat isolated. As he approached, Izuku waved to everyone. 𝗫𝐿 and the students from Class B straightened up, appearing more formal. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 dashed past the others and hugged her father, asking if they could play. Izuku gently reminded her that they should first get to know their guests. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 nodded in agreement. Izuku confirmed that everyone was indeed from Class B. They responded affirmatively, but he was curious about 𝗫𝐿's presence. 𝗫𝐿 explained that he would be joining Class B after the internships due to Monoma's expulsion. Kendo elaborated that Monoma had complained to Vlad King about Class A, which was deemed unacceptable. Vlad decided that Monoma's actions throughout the school year had not been heroic or civil. Izuku, while not possessing superhearing, had the ability to sense emotions through hockey. He could easily pick up on Monoma's feelings of rage, jealousy, envy, and pride. It seemed that Monoma felt overshadowed by Izuku's placement in Class B, possibly due to his quirk, which allowed him to copy others. Curious about their visit, Izuku asked why they had come. 𝗂𝐿 explained that they wanted to introduce themselves properly. Izuku, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the title of prince, insisted that they could simply call him a hero in training. He was eager to help 𝗪𝐻 with his training but suggested that he should focus on building strength first, as he appeared quite slender. 𝗪𝐻 accepted this advice. When Vlad King and 𝗟𝗟Head approached 𝗪𝐻 about transferring to heroics, they sought answers regarding his lack of focus on strength training. 𝗪𝐻 admitted he hadn't considered it before, as his quirk had often been viewed negatively, with comments suggesting it would be better suited for a villain. Despite this, he hoped it would be enough to become a hero. With Class B, he now had a workout and diet plan to start his journey on the right foot. 𝐒𝐻𝐬, a bit hesitant, asked how they should address Izuku if they were to avoid using formal titles. Izuku replied that simply calling him Midoriya would suffice. He explained that he found the title somewhat silly and preferred a more friendly approach. Class B felt a sense of pride in being friends with the prince and nodded in agreement. 𝗟𝐼𝐻 stepped forward and requested a moment alone with Izuku. They moved away from the group and 𝗟𝐼𝐻 performed a curtsy, introducing herself as 𝗟𝗶hes Shiosaki. She expressed her gratitude for his kind words about religion during a past interview, which had helped her freely follow her beliefs without ridicule. Intrigued, Izuku asked her about her faith. 𝗟𝐼𝐻 shared that she followed the teachings of the Bible and offered to explain more about it later. Flattered, she accepted his invitation to continue their conversation another time. Returning to the larger group, they shared more about themselves. Izuku learned that Kendo was passionate about motorcycles, and Pony had been born in the USA to Japanese parents. Yui, with no filter, boldly declared her affection for Izuku, surprising everyone but securing a potential date with him. Setsuna, who had a fascination with dinosaurs, found a kindred spirit in 𝗟𝗍. 𝗟𝗍 proudly announced that her father could transform into a dinosaur, which left Class B skeptical. However, Izuku demonstrated his ability by using the 𝗟𝗍 no Mi model, Allosaurus. Setsuna's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of a real dinosaur, while the others felt a mix of awe and apprehension. The towering figure of the apex predator, standing just a few feet away, was enough to intimidate even seasoned heroes. After a mighty roar that startled everyone, Izuku transformed back, and Setsuna eagerly rushed to him, thrilled by the experience. 𝗟𝗍 bombarded Izuku with questions, her curiosity overflowing. He gently held her by the shoulders to help her focus. He explained that he could transform into a few dinosaurs and a variety of other animals, including a saber-toothed tiger. Using his Nico no Mi model, Saber Tiger, he transformed, his appearance slightly green with black accents. The saber-toothed tiger invited 𝗟𝗍 to hop on, apologizing for the neck being the only available spot. 𝗟𝗍 eagerly climbed onto his neck, with Setsuna settling in right behind her. Izuku then took off, running and jumping, which only heightened the excitement of the two on his back. He was impressively fast, reaching speeds of 45 kilometers per hour. While saber-toothed tigers were known more for their strength than speed, Izuku enjoyed the thrill of the chase. After about 45 minutes of exhilarating movement, they returned. During their adventure, Izuku learned more about his friends. Yanagi and Kodai had been friends since childhood, and Yanagi had a fondness for scary stories. Komori had a passion for mushrooms, while Bando enjoyed crafting model airplanes. Tetsu shared the same hobbies as Kirishima, which was a bit uncanny. Kamakiri was enthusiastic about MMA and collected swords. Kaibara was a huge movie buff, and Kurwar had a fascination with the darker aspects of life. Shishida was an avid reader, showcasing his literacy, while Shoda, like Kamakiri, also had a keen interest in MMA. Tsuburaba was a dedicated gamer. Fukudashi enjoyed playing battle royales and had even reached the top 500 in the world for some of them. As a mangaka, he dedicated much of his time to his craft. Hananuki had a passion for swimming, while Rin practiced Chinese martial arts to honor his heritage, having been born in China. 𝗪𝐻 humorously claimed that his hobby was sleeping. Nemuri paused for a moment, recalling that Aizawa had no children. Rin inquired about Nemuri's presence, wondering why she was there. She explained that it wasn't common knowledge yet, revealing that she and Midoriya were dating, along with Izuku and Mina. Kendo, a bit taken aback, expressed surprise at the idea of Midoriya dating multiple women. The others nodded in confirmation, affirming the unusual arrangement. Kodai then asked if their planned date was still on, to which they nodded again. She had initially thought the date might not happen, but now there was hope. A few moments passed as they continued their conversation, discovering more about each other. Izuku and Kendo made a promise that he would show her his bike at some point. The remainder of the day went smoothly. On the following Monday, Class 1A gathered in homeroom, eagerly awaiting Aizawa's arrival to commence the lesson. As the bell rang, Aizawa entered the room, finding all the students already seated. He acknowledged their punctuality, stating that they could begin immediately. He informed them that their internships were scheduled for Friday and emphasized the importance of growth during that week. Aizawa made it clear that any misbehavior would be reported, leading to appropriate consequences. He then outlined the rules they needed to adhere to, stressing that they were not permitted to use their quirks unless directed by the hero they were interning with. Students were reminded that they were not permitted to wear their hero costumes in public unless given XPLCT permission. They were expected to adhere to any rules set by their assigned heroes. If any student observed behavior from their hero that seemed inappropriate, they were encouraged to report it to a member of the UA staff. This exercise was designed as a test for the students. The UA staff had enlisted several pro heroes to act in ways that were less than heroic throughout the week. The pro heroes would take the students on patrols, during which a sidekick in costume would stage an attack. The pro hero would then respond with excessive force or accept a bribe. This scenario aimed to gauge how the students would react, whether they would remain silent or take action. The internships were intended for learning, and students were encouraged to ask questions if they were unsure about anything. They would receive assistance and further information as needed. The assignments were as follows. 𝐼𝐬 would intern with Glitter, a wise choice given their similar quirks, which could enhance 𝐼𝐬's combat skills. Ishido would work with Black Cat, whose fighting style and agility might provide Ishido with a valuable advantage. Azui was paired with Selkie, an excellent match considering Azui's strength in water, aligning perfectly with Selkie's focus. Ida would intern with Ingenium, and while he was eager to learn from his brother, he was reminded to keep him motivated. Uraraka would work with Gunhead, focusing on martial arts to compensate for her quirk's combat limitations, a strategic choice. Ojiro would be with Enma, who could assist him in refining his tail movements and possibly impart some of his fighting techniques. Kaminari was set to intern with Shocker, and it was hoped that this choice would benefit her fighting style. Kirishima would work with Fourth Kind, a solid option for close combat, even if it might not be the best fit for him. Nami was assigned to Storm, who specialized in weather combat, indicating a potential future advantage. Sato would intern with Lunch Rush, a choice that emphasized support over combat, which he needed to keep in mind. Nico would work with Centipede, an intriguing pairing that promised some learning opportunities. Jiro was set to intern with Death Arms, who patrolled frequently, providing her with a chance to observe and learn the ropes. Zero would be with Weber, a fitting choice for someone with his quirk, allowing him to study not only Weber's movements but also his web placement and overall body usage. Tokoyami would intern with Reaper, a good match for him. Todoroki was assigned to Endeavor, with hopes that he would gain better control over his fire abilities. Hagakure would work with Origami, a smart choice given her need to improve her stealth. Bakugo was set to intern with Best Jeanist, with the hope that he could temper Bakugo's fiery personality. Midoriya would work with Midnight, and he was reminded to focus on learning rather than goofing off. Utsushimi was paired with Facade, where he could learn to utilize his surroundings to enhance the realism of his quirk. Lastly, Yaoyorozu would intern with mt-Lady, a choice that intrigued Aizawa as he briefed them on the week ahead, ensuring everything was in order before they began their internships. The new week began, marking the start of the internships. Izuku had wished Ichiko and Mina good luck with a kiss, promising them a date after their internships concluded. Most of Class 1A headed to the train station, while some opted for the bus for its speed. Izuku, however, drove himself, accompanied by Nimuri and Eri. He had packed his costume in the trunk along with a week's worth of clothing. 𝐼 would not be staying with them for the week, as they planned to patrol frequently. Izuku decided it would be best for 𝐼 to stay with Alfred and Jean, whom she already knew, rather than with strangers for an entire week. Since they arrived a bit early, Izuku and Nemuri decided to take a short breakfast break. 𝐼 was feeling hungry, which made the timing perfect. Izuku enjoyed a simple grilled cheese sandwich with green tea, while Nemuri opted for a fruit salad. 𝐼 had apple slices and apple juice. Izuku sent a message to Alfred, informing him that they would be bringing 𝐼 over in about 10 minutes. Alfred replied that everything was prepared for the young girl. Upon arriving at the mansion, Izuku was not surprised to see a large number of maids and butlers waiting for them. As they pulled up, Alfred approached the car, opening the door for 𝐼. He greeted her warmly, and although she felt uncertain about being called a princess, she was familiar with the staff from her previous visits. 𝐼's belongings were taken inside along with her, and she said goodbye to her parents. Although she felt apprehensive about being left alone for a week, she reassured herself that nothing bad would happen at the mansion under the watchful eyes of Alfred and Jean. Izuku had also brought 𝐼's teddy bear, but he knew it wouldn't be necessary. Jean and Alfred were skilled fighters, and the maids and butlers were more than capable of defending themselves. Additionally, the senior staff members had devices that could summon security at a moment's notice, and one of them possessed a quirk that allowed for teleportation to pre-marked locations. The group consisted of formidable fighters, all capable of ranking among the top heroes, with the leaders undoubtedly in the top 5. Izuku had assured 𝐼 that they would be there to protect her at any time. He promised to call her each night around 8 before he and Nemuri drove to her agency, which was called Midnight's Dungeon. After parking the car and retrieving their suitcases, Izuku admired the building's appearance. It was taller than the surrounding structures, with the agency's name displayed above the entrance alongside a pair of HND-CFFS and a WHP. Izuku asked Nemuri how he should address her while working, to which she replied that he could call her Midnight or Midnight. As they entered the agency, they were greeted by the secretary, who bowed to Nemuri. When she noticed Izuku, her eyes widened in surprise and concern. She quickly apologized for not recognizing him. Izuku reassured her that he was there as an intern and hoped they could work well together. Nemuri then inquired about any open cases, to which the secretary replied that all of them were currently closed. She mentioned that the boys would arrive in about 30 minutes. Nemuri nodded and suggested they get Izuku set up. Izuku followed Nemuri through the neat office, which featured 8 desks arranged in an orderly fashion. They entered Midnight's office, where a second desk awaited Izuku. Nemuri explained that this arrangement would allow her to assist him throughout the day. Izuku set up his desk with a laptop and some writing tools, and for about 30 minutes, he and Nemuri reviewed how to handle paperwork. Then, a knock interrupted them. Nemuri invited the visitor in, and 4 men in identical suits entered the office. They were known as the Midnight Boys, a group of attractive and well-dressed young men who worked for Midnight, functioning as both a hero team and a fan club. The man with glasses welcomed Nemuri back, and she introduced Izuku as their intern, also known as Akuma during patrols and hero work. One of the boys, Fuji, exclaimed in recognition, while Ichiro accused Izuku of taking their 𝐼 away. Matsu expressed his outrage, and Izuku, confused, asked what they meant. Naoki then declared that Izuku had stolen their 𝐼 Midnight, insisting that no one else was worthy of her. Izuku realized they were upset about his relationship with Midnight. Nemuri, amused by the situation, commented that it was ultimately her choice whom she loved, but she enjoyed the idea of having them compete for her affection. She saw it as an opportunity to observe how Izuku performed in a fight with his costume and its new features. With that, Izuku prepared to change into his hero suit, which included a sword that resembled a club due to its lack of a sharp edge. Nemuri inquired about the sword, and Izuku explained that it was made from quirk-canceling steel, allowing him to wield it effectively thanks to his training. As he entered the designated area, Izuku casually asked how they would proceed with the challenge. The Midnight Boys decided that since he had captured the 𝐼's heart, he could choose the format of the fight. Izuku opted for a simultaneous match to get it over with quickly, taking his stance as the four Midnight Boys charged forward. Fuji was the first to approach Izuku, attempting to land a right hook aimed at his neck. Izuku blocked the punch with his left hand and countered by using the back handle of his weapon, JIT, to strike Fuji's chest. Forced to jump back to evade Matsu, Izuku suddenly felt a powerful blow from Ichiro, who struck him in the back with what felt like a beastly arm. The impact knocked Izuku to his knees. He quickly rolled aside just as Naoki attempted to stomp down where he had been, causing the floor to crack beneath the force. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku swung his JIT at Naoki, who was momentarily stuck. He delivered a downward slash to Naoki's neck, followed by a strike to his ribs, causing Naoki to collapse in pain. Just as Izuku prepared to finish him off, Ichiro intervened, now sporting two beast-like arms. Ichiro lunged at Izuku with clawing motions, but Izuku managed to block the attack with his JIT. He then executed a powerful kick to Ichiro's chest, freeing his weapon once more. In a swift motion, he stabbed Ichiro in the throat, forcing him to clutch at his neck, struggling to breathe. Fuji and Matsu attacked simultaneously, coordinating their punches and kicks effectively. Fuji attempted to spit at Izuku, who deftly dodged the projectile. Fuji's quirk allowed him to launch needles, which, while not lethal, carried a toxin that could induce drowsiness or heightened emotions, depending on his intent. Izuku blocked a high kick from Matsu and retaliated by slamming the JIT down onto Fuji's toes. In that brief moment, Izuku headbutted Matsu, knocking him to the ground. Though not unconscious, Matsu was momentarily stunned, allowing Izuku to regain the advantage. He then executed a technique known as 360 PND Phoenix, slicing the air with his JIT, which struck Fuji in the chest and knocked him out. Naoki, having recovered from his earlier pain, charged at Izuku again. With his quirk enhancing his speed, he moved faster than anticipated. Izuku responded by striking Naoki in the ribs with his JIT, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, Izuku delivered a high kick to Naoki's neck, followed by a spinning strike with the back handle of his JIT, knocking Naoki out as well. Now, only two opponents remained, both in a weakened state. Matsu had a bleeding nose and a throbbing head, while Ichiro struggled to breathe, clutching his chest. Izuku himself was not without pain, feeling the sting in his back from Ichiro's earlier attack. Ichiro was the first to strike, his beastly arms poised to execute a bear hug, allowing Matsu to attack without aiming. Izuku leaped high, evading Ichiro's grasp. He then aimed his JIT downward, targeting a pressure point on Ichiro's neck, a technique he had learned from his swordsmanship instructor. The strike rendered Ichiro unconscious. Now it was a one-on-one battle, Izuku versus Matsu. Eager to conclude the fight, Izuku launched his attack first, swinging his weapon from low to high, left to right, creating a trap for Matsu. As Matsu moved into range, Izuku quickly delivered an uppercut with his left hand, followed by a powerful strike to the back of Matsu's neck with the JIT, knocking him out once more. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner, a smile gracing her face. She had anticipated his victory but was surprised he had achieved it without using his quirk and with only one punch. She praised him for his performance and affectionately kissed his cheek. Midnight then turned her attention to the defeated opponents, waking them up with a splash of water. Fuji expressed his apologies for their loss, to which Midnight reassured him that it had been an uneven match. She encouraged them not to feel disheartened, admitting that even she would struggle against Izuku. They discussed ways to improve their fighting techniques and how to better handle a sword. Izuku expressed interest in learning more about paperwork, and soon after, they set out on patrol. Both Izuku and Midnight received warm welcomes from the public. Meanwhile, Aoyama was paired with Glitter at his agency. Glitter, a hero whose abilities complemented Aoyama's style, could shoot glittery beams from his hands. On the first day, Aoyama learned the importance of constant movement during training. A dummy was set up for him to strike while Glitter fired glitter beams at the strength of a powerful punch, helping Aoyama improve his dodging skills, an area he had struggled with during the sports festival. His training focused on maintaining mobility and strengthening his core, as Glitter believed that the power of the beam stemmed from core strength. They conducted patrols every other day while dedicating the remaining days to paperwork. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻, known as one of the less reputable heroes, maintained a friendly demeanor with 𝐼𝐬 to foster a connection that would complicate any potential reports against him. 𝐼𝐮𝐲, on the other hand, was paired with Black Cat, who possessed a less powerful quirk but boasted remarkable flexibility. While not primarily a combat-oriented hero, Black Cat could hold her own, relying on SBM's and holds rather than brute force. Their first activity at the agency involved stretching, something 𝐼𝐮𝐲 was already accustomed to as a dancer. Although 𝐼𝐮𝐲 was quite flexible, Black Cat's abilities surpassed hers. During their training, they focused less on 𝐼𝐮𝐲's acid quirk, as Black Cat lacked experience with such abilities. As they engaged in light workouts, they chatted. Black Cat inquired about 𝐼𝐮𝐲's classmate, referring to him as the Prince of Asia. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 confirmed this, but inadvertently revealed that he was more than just a classmate. Intrigued, Black Cat pressed for more details, but 𝐼𝐮𝐲 hesitated, stating she couldn't share anything further at that moment. It was meant to be a secret, but 𝐼𝐮𝐲, the gossip queen of Class 1A, fell silent. That didn't deter 𝐒𝐮𝐲 from seeking the truth. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 had been assigned cleaning duties on her first day. While it wasn't her favorite task, she appreciated her supervisor, 𝐼𝐮𝐲, who was there to guide her through the internship. The initial focus was on maintaining a clean environment, as a hero agency needed to present itself well. However, cleaning was just one aspect of their responsibilities. They also handled paperwork related to various crimes. Paperwork was a significant part of a hero's job. For every crime scene or incident, a report had to be filled out. If multiple criminals were involved, each one required a separate report. Additionally, any treatment given to injured individuals needed to be documented, detailing the care provided. It was a daunting task, but 𝐼𝐮𝐲 offered 𝐒𝐮𝐲 valuable insights. Iida was interning with his older brother, having previously spent time at the agency and familiarized himself with the sidekicks there. 𝐮𝐻𝐬, his brother, was a respected hero known for prioritizing the safety of those around him. However, at the agency, he preferred to take it easy. At that moment, he was indeed relaxing, with his feet propped up on his desk while engrossed in a book. With no open cases or paperwork to tackle and having already dispatched 4 groups for patrol, he felt justified in taking a break. Iida, on the other hand, regarded his brother with disapproval, as if he were committing a serious offense. He admonished 𝐮𝐻𝐬 for his lack of professionalism, insisting he should sit up properly. 𝐮𝐻𝐬 chuckled in response, reminding Iida that it was a relaxed atmosphere, and it was his younger brother who was not adhering to the laid-back vibe. After some playful banter, the two engaged in training together. Izuku Midoriya was interning with Gunhead. Initially, she found Gunhead's intimidating appearance off-putting, but soon discovered he had a kind heart. She met the rest of the team, who, despite their imposing looks, were all very friendly. After introductions, Izuku dove into learning Gunhead's martial arts techniques, which she found exhilarating. Although she was not typically inclined toward violence, these martial arts felt unique and engaging. By the end of her first day, she had already learned a great deal. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was enjoying his internship with 𝐼𝐻𝐻, who wasted no time in getting to training. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 was all about action and demonstrated his skills to 𝐻𝐻𝐬. He utilized his tail in various ways, first as a spring to enhance his jumping ability, then as a hook to grasp onto anything sturdy. When not using it for support, he wielded his tail as a weapon. The skills 𝐻𝐻𝐻 showcased were impressive, inspiring 𝐻𝐻𝐬 to learn how to use his own tail similarly. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 also introduced the idea of incorporating a weapon into their training, which sparked 𝐻𝐻𝐬's interest. Denki Kaminari found himself in an unexpected situation. He was in an office building, tasked with filling out paperwork, specifically, forms about himself, agreeing to follow Shocker's directives. Kaminari had not anticipated such a formal environment. Shocker, who exuded a cool and relaxed demeanor outside, was surprisingly serious when it came to business. Once he completed the paperwork, Kaminari began his training. Shocker, a highly skilled lightning user, was determined to help Kaminari refine his control over his quirk. They focused on managing his power usage and finding efficient ways to recharge. Kaminari pushed himself to the limit, nearly exhausting his brain, before discovering that using a taser was an effective method for recharging his powers during intense situations. Kirishima was taken aback when he arrived at the fourth kind hero agency alongside Tetsu, his counterpart from Class 1B. They greeted each other enthusiastically, both having secured internships with the same agency due to their similar quirks. The fourth kind wanted both of them for their shared abilities, and while their training would be identical, the focus would first be on education before physical training. The trio made their way to a park frequently frequented by delinquents. The area was cluttered with trash and debris. Their mentor explained that heroes were often viewed as protectors or guardians, but they were also civil servants dedicated to serving the community. Cleaning up the park was one way to fulfill that duty, and if they finished before 1 o'clock, they could proceed to training. With that motivation, Kirishima and Tetsu set to work. Nami's internship with Storm began on a positive note. Storm kicked off the day with a patrol, and Nami eagerly joined in. Storm's quirk was exactly what Nami aspired to have. She could detect changes in weather and climate, even if her quirk was relatively weak. However, Nami had a knack for manipulating the weather, and she had submitted a request for a tool that could enhance her abilities, though she was uncertain if it would be feasible. Storm appreciated Nami's talent with her quirk. While she usually had to exert herself to control the weather, Nami could influence it with just a gentle breeze. It was a remarkable sight for someone like Storm, who was often referred to as a weather witch. Sato remained at UA, learning under lunch rush. Although he had considered interning elsewhere, he recognized the value of lunch rush's quirk, which allowed him to create food using his energy. He frequently utilized this ability to assist victims, but he also employed it to distract others before taking them down with support gear. Sato was more interested in learning about food than training, as he felt he had enough of that at UA. He believed that understanding food sources with high sugar content could be beneficial for him. He had not anticipated that Lunch Rush, who did very little patrolling, would spend most of his time on paperwork from other agencies. Robin had her internship with 𝐶𝐿, a hero who worked for 𝐼𝐼 rather than being part of an agency. She chose 𝐶𝐿 because of his adept use of capture techniques with his quirk. Initially, she received a brief overview of what a day looked like for a hero at 𝐼𝐼's agency. Fortunately, she would not have to interact with Sir, as he was on a week-long trip to Tokyo to assist 𝐼𝐼's agency. Robin faced challenges learning under 𝐶𝐿, not due to a lack of understanding, but because a green-haired boy occupied her thoughts. She struggled to push him out of her mind, especially after discovering he had agreed to a date with some of the girls from 1B. However, those distractions faded as they began their work. 𝐾𝐿𝐬 was a small girl, and it was a fact she accepted. She would never be a powerhouse or a brawler, which led her classmates to question her decision to intern with 𝐼𝐼 had no solid answer for them. While there might have been better choices, she admired 𝐼𝐼 for his dedication to patrolling. Upon arriving at his agency, he informed her that he conducted 3 patrols each day. The first was in the morning around 9 and lasted about 2 hours, sometimes longer if there was a lot of crime. The second patrol occurred around 2 and lasted about an hour, while the final one started at 3:30 and continued until 5. In between patrols, paperwork was completed, and lunch was provided by a catering staff to replenish their energy. Weber and 𝐼𝐼 were both laid-back individuals. Weber was regarded as a neighborhood hero, as his agency and home were in close proximity. He was often seen stopping crimes in the area. 𝐼𝐼 had assisted in 3 separate incidents on his first day, capturing criminals. The first occurred during a routine patrol when he quickly taped up his legs to apprehend a suspect. The second involved him taping up a family of 3 and pulling them to safety. The third was when he secured an area to ensure the safety of the public. 𝐼𝐼 felt overwhelmed by the gratitude expressed by the people he had helped. Tokoyami was taken aback during his internship with a hero named 𝗟𝗡. He had imagined 𝗟𝗡 as a creature of the shadows, much like himself, but that was not the case. While his agency was dark, his office was surprisingly colorful. 𝗟𝗡 noticed Tokoyami's surprise and acknowledged it. He explained that although he walked in darkness daily to protect others from it, he did not want his entire life to be consumed by darkness. He asked Tokoyami if he had any light in his life. After a moment of reflection, Tokoyami thought of Tsuyu, who truly was his light. He affirmed that he did have light in his life, and they proceeded to begin their work. Shoto was welcomed back by a woman with flaming hair. He inquired about Toya, expressing that he had not seen him yet. Mo, one of 𝗟𝗏𝐻's sidekicks, informed him that Toya would be out shortly. Toya soon emerged, apologizing for the delay. Shoto noted that he was punctual while checking the time on his phone. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and 𝗟𝗏 would handle the main aspects of Shoto's internship, while 𝗟𝗏𝐻 would take them on patrol after a few days, as he was busy with paperwork and requests related to the search for 𝗟𝗓. The search already involved several heroes, including Midnight, Ingenium, Eraserhead, and Ryukyu. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 was determined to intensify the search for 𝗟𝗓. Hagekure's first moments were peculiar. Origami stood outside waiting for her, but she was already inside, anticipating their meeting. Origami walked past Hagekure without noticing her. After 5 minutes, a sidekick from Origami went outside to fetch his boss. Initially, they thought it might have been a joke, but as time passed, they realized she had simply missed her. During their training, Origami requested that Hagekure remove her invisibility so she could observe her movements. Toru explained that she was unable to do so and questioned why Origami would think otherwise. Origami shared her own experience of having been very thin when she was younger, demonstrating by transforming her hand into a 2D shape. She explained that this was the case until she turned 15, after which she was able to turn off that aspect of her quirk. The two spent the day figuring out how to manage their quirks effectively. Bakugo found himself in deep thought. He recognized that his aggressive nature would hinder his chances of becoming a high-ranking hero. He knew he needed to change but was uncertain how. Best Jeanist shared similar concerns as he observed Bakugo during the sports festival, understanding that Bakugo would never align himself with a lower-ranked hero. The first step in their transformation was altering Bakugo's appearance. He was given jeans instead of his previous breeds, which had been equipped with knee guards. His mask was also removed for a more stylish look, and his hair was tamed. Bakugo immediately regretted these changes. He wanted to become calmer without losing his edge. Although Best Jeanist initially did not seem like the right fit, after discussing his goals, they devised a plan for Bakugo's development. By the end of the first day, Bakugo had a clearer strategy and felt himself growing stronger. Cammy found that 𝗏𝐻 was the ideal choice for her internship. Both shared a similar fighting style and utilized their quirks in comparable ways, with 𝗏𝐻 adept at tricking villains. Then, they turned their focus to 𝗟𝗶𝐻 holds or strong knockouts. Cammy and 𝗏𝐻 concentrated on utilizing her quirk in conjunction with her surroundings. While it might not yield immediate results, it would prove beneficial in the long run. Cammy struggled with incorporating her environment into her quirk, but 𝗏𝐻's guidance made a significant difference. 𝗏𝐻 was exceptionally skilled with his quirk. Yaoyorozu accompanied 𝗏𝗏𝐷, two contrasting figures. While 𝗏𝗏𝐷 was a renowned pro-hero known for her presence, Momo often overlooked her own appearance during hero work, which occasionally led to minor issues in class. Upon arriving at the agency, they settled down to watch television. Momo inquired if they were going to engage in hero work, to which 𝗏𝗏𝐷 explained that the best hours for hero activities were between 2 and 5. During this time, the sidekicks ensured that all paperwork was organized and ready. However, there was something important to discuss. Momo felt a spark of excitement, believing it might be related to hero work. 𝗏𝗏𝐷 asked if Momo was in the same class as the prince. Momo nodded softly, and 𝗏𝗏𝐷 continued, curious about the prince's preferences and the nature of his relationship with a certain older woman. Momo questioned why she wanted to know such things, to which 𝗏𝗏𝐷 expressed her longing to go on a date with him, admiring his charm. As the day progressed, Momo proposed a trade with 𝗏𝗏𝐷. If she taught Momo how to be a hero, Momo would share details about Izuku. This ignited 𝗏𝗏𝐷's enthusiasm, and she began imparting all the essential knowledge a hero should possess. Izuku and Nemuri started their second day later than usual due to media attention. The first day of patrol had attracted significant coverage, leading to amusing debates among the public. Some were eager to approach Asia's prince, while others feared offending him. The patrol itself was mostly uneventful, as no real villains dared to appear. However, one villain did show up, not seeking a fight but rather wanting to be apprehended by the prince himself. As Izuku took the villain into custody, the unexpected gratitude expressed by the villains surprised both him and Midnight. They had never encountered a criminal willingly surrendering. Midnight had a close call with a villain who offered a trade for a night with her, but she swiftly incapacitated him instead. The criminal Izuku apprehended was not a genuine threat. He had committed theft without resorting to violence. When asked if he and Midnight were dating, they were open about their relationship but preferred to keep it private for a while longer. Before Izuku could respond, Midnight interjected, clarifying that their relationship was strictly professional and that they needed to continue their patrol. This statement caused the media to retreat, respecting the prince's schedule. The remainder of the day unfolded normally. Izuku handled paperwork while Midnight guided him through the process. Fortunately, Izuku was accustomed to paperwork due to his upbringing as a prince. After their day concluded, Izuku and Nemuri moved to a nearby hotel, a 4-star establishment just a short walk away. Izuku needed to complete some forms for an upcoming meeting with other world leaders. This time, he was also arranging for his girlfriends and daughter to accompany him, ensuring the royal guards were informed about whom they would be protecting. Once he finished the paperwork, he placed it in an envelope and joined Nemuri, who was watching a show about a detective solving crimes in Los Angeles. Upon entering the agency, they were met with the Midnight Boys on their knees, apologizing for their previous behavior and expressing their willingness to accept any consequences. Izuku reassured them that there was no need for punishment, as he appreciated their concern for Nemuri. Midnight then directed Izuku to read some paperwork so they could prepare for an evening patrol, which he found exciting. As they settled into her office, Midnight presented a set of folders regarding the hero killer. Izuku was shocked to learn they would be pursuing this notorious figure together, and Midnight urged him to read up to ensure he was prepared. Izuku delved into the folder detailing the hero killer, who had taken the lives of over 20 heroes and injured many more. It was impressive how this villain had evaded capture for 2 years. Now that the large group pursuing him had pinpointed his location, they were ready to act. There was even an authorization for lethal force if necessary. Izuku noted the names on the search team, all set to operate in Hosu, where the hero killer was currently active. Reports indicated that the villain wielded multiple weapons, including combat knives and a katana, which piqued Izuku's interest. This katana was the other half of a sword he already possessed, the hilt of which he had kept. The black blade, 𝗟𝗟, was one of the 21 great swords, known for its unique reddish-purple wave pattern and elegant design. Izuku felt a strong urge to retrieve such a powerful weapon from the hands of a villain. Izuku pondered whether 𝐼zuku would have such a notorious reputation if he did not possess a blade of exceptional quality. He informed Midnight that the sword 𝐼zuku wielded was one of the artifacts he was seeking and requested that she notify the police and other heroes of its significance. Although he felt uneasy about his approach, he understood that emphasizing its importance would increase his chances of obtaining the blade. This particular sword was a piece of history that needed to be restored to its original hilt. Midnight smiled as she revealed that she had already informed the others about the blade when she first learned of it, which only heightened their interest in locating 𝐼zuku. Izuku continued to examine the folder filled with information about 𝐼zuku, including his movements and fighting style. The reports from the 82 survivors indicated that they had been unable to move during the attack, leading Izuku to suspect some form of paralysis was involved. This detail had been uncovered by the heroes who were tracking 𝐼zuku. During one patrol before heading to Hosu, they encountered a real crime in progress. A villain had taken a family hostage, using a small girl as a shield while her mother and sister were held nearby. The villain demanded 1,000,000 yen and a car, threatening to harm the hostages if his demands were not met. Izuku, disturbed by the situation, activated his 𝗶𝗶 no Mi 𝐺𝐿𝐼nt fruit and moved at lightning speed to confront the villain. He struck the villain's elbow with a precise finger jab, causing him to lose his grip on the girl. With a swift kick, Izuku sent the villain crashing into the wall, incapacitating him without causing fatal harm. He then turned to the 3 hostages, speaking gently to reassure them. The mother embraced her daughters, expressing her gratitude for Izuku's timely intervention. He noticed a cut on her arm, likely inflicted by the villain before his arrest. Using his 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 no 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 fruit, Izuku focused his energy on the mother. As his tears fell upon her and her children, their injuries healed. He had mastered the ability to summon tears on command, a skill he inherited from his mother, Izuku Midoriya, known for her emotional nature. Izuku could cry so intensely that she would become dehydrated within half an hour. When Izuku was younger, he had once cried so hard over a lost toy that he fainted, causing a flurry of concern among the household staff. The mother, now healed, looked up in awe at the hero before her, realizing she was in the presence of the Prince of Asia. Midnight and the others approached, commending Izuku for his efforts and checking on the family. The mother expressed her heartfelt thanks, overwhelmed by the encounter. Izuku reassured her that he was simply doing his duty as a hero and helped them to their feet, ensuring they were unharmed. Midnight had graciously allowed Izuku to use his quirk, making the situation much more manageable. Only a select few could react quickly enough to an attack at light speed, and Izuku was grateful for his training and understanding of his powers. He appreciated that his technique with the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐸 no 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐸 allowed him to incapacitate opponents without causing lethal harm. As their patrol came to an end, Izuku and Midnight made their way to the hotel where they would stay for the week while searching for 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐸. However, before they could reach their destination, a new villain appeared, targeting Izuku specifically. The villain, with arms transformed into beastly claws, charged at him with a furious intent. Izuku activated his haki, allowing him to dodge the attacks effortlessly. He questioned the villain about his motives, only to learn that the man sought notoriety through Izuku's demise. The villain proclaimed his longing to kill Izuku and display his head as a trophy, believing it would earn him respect and admiration. Izuku calmly explained the consequences of such an act, noting that it would lead to a relentless pursuit by heroes, law enforcement, and even the royal army. With the stakes made clear, Izuku swiftly countered with a punch to the villain's nose, knocking him out. Afterward, Midnight chided Izuku for wasting time, but he simply expressed curiosity about the villain's motivations. They waited for the police to arrive and apprehend the defeated foe. Once they reached the hotel, their first order of business was to FaceTime 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐸, who had been enjoying her time and had made two new friends, twin maids around Izuku's age, one with blue hair and the other with pink hair. Rem and Ram cherished their time together. Now, they were preparing to head to Hosu in search of 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐸. Aoyama had developed significantly as a hero under Glitter's mentorship. Glitter was exceptionally skilled with his quirk, transforming Aoyama into a formidable opponent. Aoyama had also planned to discuss breakdancing with Mina, despite his reluctance. He had always preferred more elegant forms of dance, like ballroom dancing. However, he recognized that incorporating breakdancing into his repertoire would allow him to execute impressive maneuvers while firing his lasers, making it a valuable tactic in crowded situations. Mina had enhanced her flexibility to the point where she could effortlessly position her legs behind her neck. She had also practiced kicks with BC and discovered that applying a bit of acid to her leg during a spinning kick increased her speed and damage output. Mina learned that BC could perform the Tempest kick in 𝗟𝗶𝗸, and she was still 𝗟𝗏𝗡. With her newfound knowledge, she had begun to execute a vertical Tempest kick, although it lacked power and dissipated quickly in the wind. Nevertheless, it was a promising start. 𝗟𝐻𝐸 had played a role in apprehending a drag gang that utilized the waterways for smuggling. Although her contribution was modest, it proved to be crucial. She had been hidden in the shadows when the gang leader captured Sirius. 𝗟𝐻𝐸 longed to assist more actively. She aspired to be a hero. Aware of her limitations, she knew she couldn't confront the gang leader directly yet. Instead, she waited for the right moment, leaping out to kick the villain and free Sirius. Both 𝗟𝐻𝐸 and Sirius called for 𝗟𝗘, the hero in charge. The gang leader unleashed a barrage of tentacles from his squid quirk to strike 𝗟𝐻𝐸. Just as a tentacle was about to hit her, 𝗟𝗘 intervened, launching a powerful jet of water. He swiftly kicked the gang leader, incapacitating him instantly. The Ida brothers were preparing for their trip to Hosu. Tenya aimed to demonstrate to his brother that he would become a great hero by taking down 𝐼𝐮. He intended to follow the rules but was ready to adapt if necessary. Tensai had his own motivation for the trip. He sought to acquire 𝐼𝐮's sword and present it to Izuku. He was determined not to put his sidekicks or younger brother in danger, but his goal remained focused on the sword. Tensai wanted to do something meaningful for the royal family. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had been training under Gunhead for 3 days and had already learned a great deal. She had become quite proficient in martial arts, particularly Gunhead style. She found joy in learning something she had always been interested in but never had the opportunity to pursue. Before 𝐼𝐬, she began to incorporate her quirk into her training, working with Gunhead on a no-gravity hip toss. It proved challenging for her, as she often lost focus due to the heavy sensation in her stomach. However, with practice, she hoped to overcome that obstacle. Ojiro was learning to wield a wooden staff. Although he struggled, he remained committed to improving. He aimed to combine his tail with the staff, but for now, he focused on mastering the basics without injuring himself. It was more difficult than it appeared. 𝐼𝐮 was raising the stakes. While anyone could swing a stick and call it combat, 𝐼𝐮 was teaching Ojiro to fight with a staff like a true expert. Each mistake resulted in a corrective smack, which helped Ojiro learn. Kaminari grew increasingly frustrated with the need to shock himself repeatedly. The sensation was painful, and he often felt nauseous afterward. However, he was making significant progress with his quirk. He could now boost his entire body for 5 minutes, enhancing his speed and strength. He even developed a small shield that protected him from attacks, as the electricity would repel assailants. It was a valuable enhancement. Kirishima contemplated seeking another internship. While he respected Fourth Kind and appreciated the hero's guidance, he felt he wasn't learning anything new. Fourth Kind was primarily focused on community service rather than engaging with villains. Kirishima admired that dedication and intended to contribute to his community when he became a pro, but he yearned for more excitement. He wanted to grow stronger, confront villains, and save people, rather than merely performing mundane tasks like cleaning playgrounds or rescuing cats from trees. Kirishima felt guilty for his thoughts, especially when he heard stories from the news and his friends. Izuku had already fought villains, and others had accomplished remarkable feats. Nami was having a blast. Nami had been chatting with Storm about everyone at UA, enjoying the exchange and learning a lot from her. They had been going on patrol nearly every day, and during one of their private conversations, Nami addressed Storm's rather harsh treatment of a small-time mugger, whom Storm had shocked with electricity. Nami expressed her concerns, explaining that she didn't want to embarrass Storm in public, as it could damage her reputation. Despite her disapproval of the action, Nami still respected Storm as a hero. Sato was feeling exhausted. The lunch rush seemed easy, but preparing hundreds of meals each day was tiring. He had spent the previous day washing large quantities of rice and chopping vegetables. By midday, he was busy making sandwiches, repeating the process of layering bread, butter, ham, and cheese over 100 times. In the evening, he found himself cleaning and cutting even more vegetables. The lunch rush was responsible for feeding not only 75% of all hero agencies in the area but also some schools. Sato was incredibly efficient in his food preparation. He baked his own bread, using special ingredients to enhance its nutritional value. His patrols were quite unusual. Each day, he and his partner would conduct a 30-minute patrol while discussing food. Sato learned more about natural sugars and how to utilize them effectively. Robin had gained a wealth of knowledge from Centipede, even mastering one of his moves called WHP Strike. Centipede would extend his arms and snap them like a WHP. Robin adapted this technique by growing additional arms on her own, allowing her to perform the move as well. She aimed to improve her Tekai technique, envisioning the advantage of hardening her arms to iron while executing her WHPs. Jiro and Death Arms formed an interesting duo. Death Arms pushed Jiro to his limits during their daily patrols, believing that heroes should always be in peak physical condition. It was a bit ironic coming from him, as he was known to be a chain smoker. Jiro felt a sense of accomplishment after assisting in a hostage situation, using her quirk to locate both hostages and their captors. She then relayed the information to Death Arms and his sidekick, who mirrored his appearance. 𝐼zuku and 𝗟𝗶𝗸 were having a blast together. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 taught 𝐼zuku how to swing effectively with his tape, and they began developing a slingshot attack. Although it wouldn't be a move he could use frequently, it required precise placement of the tape for maximum speed. 𝐼zuku also planned to learn how to create a net with his tape, imagining how cool it would be to catch villains in it. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 decided to share one of his techniques with 𝐼zuku, a rapid burst of tape and web that could immobilize a villain against a wall or floor, which could also serve as an offensive maneuver. 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐽 and 𝗅𝐴𝐴 patrolled the streets each night. 𝗅𝐴𝐴 often wielded a dark weapon, enhancing his intimidating presence. 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐽 found this appealing, as some villains would surrender just at the sight of him. During one encounter, when a villain surrendered after attempting to rob a store, 𝗅𝐴𝐴 transformed his weapon into a spear and struck the villain in the leg. 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐽 observed silently, planning to report this behavior to Aizawa later. He was concerned about the actions of a hero he admired, hoping it was merely a test of some sort, but he couldn't shake the feeling that 𝗅𝐴𝐴 might have succumbed to darkness. Todoroki was now patrolling in Hosu with his father. He learned that the prince would also be in the area, joining the pursuit of Stain. This news made 𝗏𝗛, who had never met the prince, sit up a little straighter. Todoroki felt pleased. He liked Midoriya and believed he would become a great leader and hero. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 observed his fiancée's reaction and chuckled, knowing the prince was well regarded by his family. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who believed respect must be earned, had respect for the man, and their mother seemed to like him as well. Fuyumi was clearly smitten, providing 𝗟𝗶𝗏 with ample opportunity to tease her, which was a duty he took seriously as her older brother. Since Shoto was friends with Midoriya, 𝗟𝗶𝗏 figured he couldn't be that bad. They were also aware of the sword, and 𝗟𝗶𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗛 had made a wager regarding who would acquire it for the prince. They even set stakes. If 𝗏𝗏𝗏 lost, he would have to wear a pink onesie for an entire week while performing hero duties. The onesie would be specially designed for hero work. 𝗏𝗛 and 𝗟𝗶𝗏 agreed to serve as housemaids for a month if they lost. 𝐻𝐴𝐽 had begun to flicker, which was unusual for anyone watching, but for origami and 𝐻𝐴𝐽, it signified progress. She caught a glimpse of herself and was moved to tears, feeling appealing as origami had told her. It was challenging to control, feeling as if she were covered in water with only a napkin to dry herself. Thankfully, with persistence, her control improved, transitioning from a napkin to a hand towel, and she hoped to make it even easier with practice. Bakugo struggled with the changes he felt compelled to make. He disliked having to monitor his words and actions, especially when it came to scolding a careless child who nearly stepped into traffic. Instead of lashing out, he gently reminded the child to be more cautious. He also refrained from insulting a thug who attempted to rob a shop but failed due to Bakugo and best jeanist being nearby. Bakugo noticed the shift in those around him and realized he needed to find a balance. He didn't want to remain the abrasive person he had always been. In fact, he didn't even like that version of himself. He reflected on his life, feeling increasingly bewildered as time passed. He wondered why he had turned out this way. Looking at his parents, he noticed the differences between him and his father. He resembled his mother more, yet even she was not as abrasive most of the time. She was often seen as a lovely and kind woman. Together with his father, they ran a clothing business. Bakugo, however, had little interest in that world. He knew his mother handled the customer interactions, but shouting at clients was hardly a sound business strategy. Meanwhile, Cammy was enhancing the realism of her quirk, tasked with deceiving one of Facade's sidekicks. She needed to create something that stood out in a room while maintaining the illusion of authenticity. It was an enjoyable challenge. Initially, she crafted a fridge, but the sidekick saw through it, recognizing it as flat and two-dimensional. Realizing her struggle with object creation, Cammy spent the rest of the day experimenting. She made various items to compare their realism. By the end of the day, the sidekick had no idea that an extra table and a set of chairs were mere illusions. When he attempted to sit on one of the chairs, he fell right through, landing unceremoniously. Momo learned a valuable lesson from you. No matter the situation, you prioritized protecting others. This revelation struck Momo during a fire rescue. Most people had escaped, but a mother and her 3-year-old child were trapped on the 4th floor. You broke through a wall to save them, suffering 2nd-degree burns and multiple cuts on her hand and forearm in the process. She concealed her injuries from the mother and child, ensuring they wouldn't feel guilty. This experience shifted Momo's perspective on heroism and Yu's dedication. Inspired, she began training in multitasking, a skill Yu excelled at. Yu often enjoyed watching shows while working on hero forms, but she also took the time to chat and teach Momo about heroics and Izuku. Izuku was in the car, his hand resting on Nemuri's thigh as they drove. The music on the radio drowned out the sounds of passing cars. Nemuri had her hand on his, eyes closed in peaceful slumber. The journey to Hosu wasn't long, but for the two of them, it felt like it could stretch on for hours without complaint. Upon arriving in Hosu, Midoriya and Nemuri first headed to their hotel. Given that Hosu was a large city with considerable travel, Izuku had booked the penthouse suite for them. He had previously stayed at this hotel chain, known for its excellent service, which was consistent worldwide. They approached the front where the valet driver awaited them, and the bellman promptly retrieved their bags from the trunk, placing them on a cart. They hurried to the front desk. Noticing no one was present, Izuku rang the bell. Nemuri was engrossed in her own world, reading the latest updates on the 𝐼zuku investigation. The last hero attacked by 𝐼zuku, who had survived, was set to attend a meeting that night to provide further insights. From the back of the front desk, a petite woman, about 142 centimeters tall, hurriedly adjusted her glasses. Apologizing for the wait, she finally looked up and was greeted by the friendly smile of the Prince of Asia. She quickly bowed, surprised to see him. She hadn't expected such an encounter when she woke up that morning. She was aware that important guests might check in, having heard that 𝗟𝗶 and some of his sidekicks had arrived. Izuku reassured her not to worry and expressed his longing to check in. He noticed Nemuri giggling behind him, amused by the reactions people had to him. The receptionist confirmed the reservation under Midoriya's name and informed the bellman which floor to take their bags to. She handed Izuku the keys along with some information about the hotel. The penthouse suite was located on the 89th floor, and they had access to a kitchen staff available for meals around the clock. She encouraged them to let the staff know if anything was not up to standard and wished them an enjoyable stay. Izuku nodded in gratitude. Once they reached the 89th floor and entered the penthouse suite, they found it spacious, comparable in size to their entire dorm floor. The view of Hosu was breathtaking, something Izuku cherished, especially given his quirks that allowed him to experience flight. They settled in, ensuring they had the necessary paperwork regarding 𝐼zuku organized. With 2 to 3 hours before the meeting, they prepared themselves. The day before the meeting, 𝗟𝗏 and his sidekicks arrived in Hosu to finalize their preparations and familiarize themselves with the city layout. 𝗟𝗏 had reserved the entire 88th floor for himself and his team, a common practice whenever he traveled to a distant city. At that moment, the Todoroki family was split up. Enji Todoroki was shopping with his wife and youngest child, Shoto. Although Shoto was reluctant to shop, he had no better plans. Rei Todoroki insisted on taking her husband and son along. She had attempted to persuade her older son and his fiancée to join them, but they cleverly opted for a day to themselves. Rei was not fond of the 𝐼zuku hunt. As someone who was not a fighter, she was acutely aware of the dangers 𝐼zuku posed. Concerned for her children's safety, she tried to dissuade them from participating in the bet, but the excitement was too great. She made them promise to act sensibly and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, both Ida brothers had made their way to Hosu, accompanied by a few sidekicks. Ida had his agency located near Hosu, eliminating the need for a hotel stay. They had already visited the office where the meeting would take place, hosted by Manuel's agency, conveniently situated in the heart of Hosu. While Tenya focused on his advanced hero studies, multitasking on a treadmill to enhance both his physical and mental strength, Tensei was busy sending emails to everyone involved in the 𝐼zuku hunt regarding the injured hero who would speak that evening. He also instructed his sidekicks to patrol, not solely for the sake of monitoring but in hopes of gathering information about the ongoing situation. Meanwhile, Aizawa had arrived in Hosu after finishing up at UA, where he reviewed the grades and results of Class 1A. He had been in contact with each hero the students were interning with and learned that they had all improved in their respective ways. Now, Izuku found himself resting in a modest motel in Hosu, exhausted from the paperwork and preparing for a long night of searching. Although he was uneasy about some of his hero students joining the search, he took comfort in knowing that each student was capable of defending themselves. Ryukyu had also joined the hunt for Stain, unexpectedly accompanied by Mirko. She understood Mirko's motivation. It was a perfect opportunity for her to ask Izuku out if they managed to retrieve the sword. Ryukyu had traveled a long distance with Mirko and two of her interns, one being 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸, known as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸-chan, a member of the Big Three. The other in turn was 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸's best friend, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸, who went by the hero name Griffin. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 possessed a unique quirk that allowed her to transform into a griffin or a griffin-human hybrid, granting her claws, wings, and the ability to fly. In her transformed state, her skin was tougher than usual, and she could ignite her claws, although she couldn't project flames. The four of them were en route to Hosu in Ryukyu's car, with just about an hour to spare before their commitments. However, that hour would be filled with navigating to their hotel and then to Manuel's office. They had limited information to contribute to the search, but with everyone except Mirko able to fly, searching for Stain would be somewhat easier. Manuel was in a state of panic, overwhelmed by the presence of the number 2, number 5, and number 10 heroes at his agency. To make matters more stressful, he was also set to host the Prince of Asia. Feeling unprepared, he conducted a thorough check of his already clean agency. Each sidekick was busy preparing for the night, ensuring that all paperwork was organized and that they had extra folders with essential information. Manuel was determined not to appear unprepared, especially in front of royalty. Izuku and Nemuri decided to take a leisurely stroll. Izuku opted for a face mask and cap to conceal most of his face, which made navigating the public much easier, as no one felt the need to fuss over him. He recalled a memory from when he was 7, traveling in China after a rainstorm had left puddles. At one point, a stranger lay down in a puddle to prevent Izuku from getting dirty. Even then, he had been unsure how to react but chose to thank the man for his effort. With his mask on, Izuku felt free from such attention. As he and Nemuri approached the city shopping center, Nemuri brought up the upcoming date he had arranged with both Achiko and Mina after the internships. Izuku nodded, and Nemuri suggested taking both girls shopping beforehand to ensure they looked great for their date. Izuku agreed, knowing that Achiko might need a little encouragement to buy the right outfits. Mina would be a great help in that regard. They both wanted their date to be a shared experience, as neither was particularly experienced with formal outings. Izuku didn't mind. A date with two wonderful girls was a dream come true for many. While they didn't purchase anything during their outing, they did indulge in some snacks. Izuku bought a variety of foods, while Nemuri sampled whatever looked appetizing. She even took a bite of Izuku's food. As they strolled, Izuku checked his phone and saw a new picture Jean had sent him. It featured Eri cuddled up with Rem and Ram, all three of them peacefully asleep while watching cartoons. The sight of Eri smiling in her sleep warmed Izuku's heart. He remembered the traumatic experiences she had endured at the hands of Overhaul and felt grateful to have helped her move past most of those memories. With Eri's consent, he had set aside the more painful moments from her past, ensuring they wouldn't affect her behavior. He wanted her to enjoy her childhood without the burden of those memories, but he also couldn't allow her to suffer nightmares because of them. After their outing, they returned to the hotel to change before heading to Manuel's office. Nemuri donned her new hero outfit, which was slightly less extreme than her previous attire. She still appeared stunning, though it would be better if her outfit provided a bit more coverage. Izuku retained his original hero suit, having rolled up his sleeves slightly in preparation for a potential encounter with Stain. His jit was secured on his back. He had taken off his face mask as he and his companions headed toward Manuel, who was just a 10-minute walk from the hotel. Midnight, Achiko Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Momo Yaoyorozu, Toru Hagakure, Kyoka Jiro, Kami Utsushimi, Fuyumi Todoroki, Mei Hatsum, Mirko, Ryukyu, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸, 𝐿ady, Ibara Shiozaki, Setsuna Tokage, 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸, Robin, and Nami were the featured girls in this chapter. The author decided not to include any characters from Class 1B or the WWP at this time, as they were unsure how to incorporate them. However, they mentioned that those characters would appear in a future story. The author believed they had included everyone necessary and looked forward to the next chapter. The author did not claim ownership of any images used in this chapter or in the fanfiction.